अरे यार अभी होना था एक सेकेंड www hellos everybody मेरा कच्चा मत देखो भाई ड्रेसिंग सेंस बोलते हैं इसे ड्रेसिंग सेंस
总会有一个人做好准备，那一定会是我。所有队伍都会战至最后一刻，捧起最后的
काउंट बड़ा 3
我觉得 TE 玩的像一个欧洲队伍，但是他们有一点中国的特色在里边。但是我们是冠军。
बटन बंद करो कर रहा हूँ
今天跟利维坦打完了之后，我就迫不及待的想跟其他队伍的决斗位碰一碰。
आज किसको जिंक्स कर रहा है आज जिंक्स नहीं कर रहा
现在的赛事里面没有选手的自信强过康康。来吧 ，TE， 向我们展示一下你们在世界上的进步吧，看你们已经进8强了，我们来碰碰。
किम्स का सवाल है
Locky and Munchkin doing their best to keep this thing up, to keep it competitive.
एक मिनट रुको बस एक छोटा सा काम करके आया 1 मिनट रुको
Every single member crumbling. Tonight, Seoul burns red. Sentinels survive.
I love my current team, and Sentinels is also a family in itself. Being able to play with a group of people that I really enjoy playing with is just amazing to me.
Yeah. EDG, everyone has to buy the SEN bundle for the underdogs again.
Yeah, that's true. 4th seed.
Yeah, Champs might be another absolute cinema.
The original kings of Korea do what Genji could not, and they punch their ticket into the playoffs.
이제 작년 식스맨으로만 있다가 이제 5명의 원년 멤버로 챔스에서 가장 진짜 항상 좋은 결과를 내는 걸 보고 좀 멀게 느껴졌었는데 지금 이렇게 하고 좀 이제 강팀들을 이기면서 좋은 성적에 달려가다 보니 좀 이제 먼 게 아니라 할 수 있겠구나 나도 이제 우승을 할 수 있겠구나라고 생각했고 진짜 꼭 우승을 하고 싶습니다.
The last hope of Pacific, the last Korean team in this tournament heading into playoffs. It's a lot of pressure on those guys.
한국에서 이제 오직 한 팀, 젠지만 강하다고 생각하신 분들은 정말 잘못된 생각이고 저희가 모두가 컨디션이 최상이라면 이 세계에 있는 어떤 팀이 와도 절대 저희 팀을 이길 수 없습니다.
Sentinels. DRX.
The scriptwriters knew exactly what they were doing. They give us the villains versus the remaining hometown heroes on day 1 of playoffs, and no matter what happens, it's going to be a banger. But the map, although, talk me through this.
This one's pretty interesting. We're seeing Sentinels start on Sunset, a map that was so strong for them early in this year, dominant in kickoff, dominant in Madrid, but that they've mostly shelved, only showing it once in stage 2, not yet here at Champions either. So I think the big question is, will they go back to that same Breach Gecko comp to kind of set the meta, or do they have something new?
I think it's so interesting coming into playoffs. We're not going to see the Abyss. It's still that second ban, but DRX is not going to take it. They've shown what they can do in the map. They know that the preparation that they did for Genji, they do not want to be next. So Haven's going to be the second one. I agree with you. Like, I'm very excited, and I think that most of this matchup is going to be decided on the Sunset.
I'm back. भाई माँ कसम भाई आज 2 बार पिट्टी जाके आया हूँ मेरा पेट क्यों खराब है आज
strong. They have all the reads. It's almost impossible with how little show-ins we've had so late.
Sure, I do think
काय चेयर को गाली दे रहे हो इतना entertaining चेयर है मेरा
what they did against Genji was a lot
Credit
of
card का
specific
क्यों कॉल आ रहा है
prep, but the
नहीं चाहिए
form they
भाई
have, the confidence coming off that win, those things will definitely carry
DRX
through
let's go
into
Sen
this
Sen
Haven is kind of a flip in this pool.
Yeah.
Both these teams are playing the same comp. I think they both play a really similar style. Defense, but retake, heavy with some ideas for kind of early fights with that Breach Sova into lobby. A lot of really slow, good mid-rounding on their attack side. I can't pick out a clear favorite there. So I think a lot comes down to this sunset and what Sentinels have to show on a map that they've not played in quite a while.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select, and my goodness, they've done some prep of their own.
Yeah, Sam is going to be moving on to the fade, just moving away from
bro. I like the DRX
the Neon. I mean, I don't think that I hate it.
No, I really like this.
I like
think the Neon
DRX
good on
comp
defense.
better.
They dominate extremity control really hard. Having that extra stun can provide a lot of value, and the fast rotates too are good. The biggest thing you're giving up is those shock darts from the Sova, so dealing with that
Chat, I like DRX comp better. Ascendant man bolte, let's do a punk by Pinky भी NXT है. Hello, Pinky भी Diamond है भाई.
People, like I said, are never wrong about anything. Here's Brennan Sideshow.
Yep, the famous caster pair, Omniscience. Yeah. Blessed of it. Yeah, this is a matchup here though, Josh. Listen, DRX versus Sentinels. You think of two historic orcs, right? I think of a VCT's history.
बिना सोवा का trap कैसे तोड़ेंगे पता
नहीं. Once, and it wasn't even a VCT. It was on an off-season
tournament
earlier on in 2023, towards the tail end of the year, and it's the tournament that really kick-started this year off for Sentinels. It's what
Young
really
formed
this consistent roster. It got them stable in terms of the players they actually went to the field. And coincidentally as well, it also got them on that run heading into Madrid.
And now we get to watch them clash as our opening game of playoffs. They're up here playing in the big leagues. And look at this to set up the pistol round. A 4-player defensive stack coming through to defend B main. They've read this perfectly.
The hard read by Sentinels. Holding their ground as well. It's going to be util used. Pound for pound here. Bar for bar. Almost shots are fired. Aftershock for aftershock. The blind. It was good towards the back of the pillar, but it just can't quite disjoint these players still. DRX. Claim the day here. Claim the round. Opening pistol round. In their hands.
And that threw a great read for Sentinels of what was going to happen. Sen won every pistol, every bonus against Gen G, and here looked like they were set up to be able to succeed. Those flashes that came through, though, from 49 and Mako completely ruined what Sentinels were going for. Sen needed a bit more of a spread out position, so they didn't.
Aftershock ने बीटी दे दिया ना, Aftershock blind ने.
Worked perfectly for the Korean
Sexy stack था bro, sexy stack था, लेकिन
much better start.
Aftershock और blind ने बीटी दे दिया.
We are going to be making those comparisons regularly, because how could you not? Number 1 versus number 2 Pacific team, our two Korean teams playing on home turf. Sen's already taken one of them down. But you might think
DRX को full support करो. DRX actual में अच्छा team.
That is extremely debatable.
Only team game वाला जो team है ना, वो DRX लगता है. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि एक player बहुत shine करेगा, दो player बहुत shine करेगा.
This is a team now that has
बस मारता है,
of being the sole
but
representatives of Pacific in the playoffs.
DRX एकदम team वाला है.
Korean team with Gen G out. Just outcomes that I think most people were not anticipating at all heading into champs.
Ten said in an interview earlier
This
today
is the round जहाँ पे सब spike से मरते हैं.
The Gen G fans were going to hop on board with Sen because, you know, you want to lose to the tournament winners. You want to become our fans so that Gen G didn't just get knocked out by a bad team. I don't think there's much chance of a lot of the Pacific fans hopping on board with Sen over DRX, considering the position that they're in. Korean team, last Pacific squad. Surely they're just going to snowball and pick up fans from those other teams as it goes.
You have to imagine.
+1. I'm a full
really
DRX.
Easy post ban here. Sentinels went for the gamble stack over towards A, and now just looking to do some economic damage as flashback holds.
It's going to get overwhelmed though. Sheer amount of utility. Luckily, teammates happy to bail him out. Zekken is tucked up deep. Yes, they do. Aftershock is committed by Celsius just for the kill towards the end here, but it won't be oust.
अयो
Garnered off the back of it. No real guns either. At least the Bulldog.
वो लोग ने इतना यूटिल डाल के नहीं मार पाया वो लोग.
Yes, he will.
Choose to go down with the Bulldog there because you'd rather have the Vandal or the Phantom into the next. It makes a lot of sense.
This is looking like a problem, guys.
Not chaining up towards any massive ultimates to get online, but there is a possibility that they might be able to get something like the Neural Theft out for this next round. This is where the danger can certainly start to happen. It was remarkable the way that Sentinels won all of those pistols in the game against Gen G, because historically this year, that's actually been a big weakness for Sen. They've been one of the worst teams in terms of the crop we have here at Champs, of winning those pistols. So this is still familiar territory. Their job now is to make sure the DRX don't snowball.
To do just that. It's the same old game plan so far from DRX. They get easy access over towards.
So DRX support kar. ऐसा नहीं
I love that
जो
idea,
अच्छा खेले
though,
उसको सपोर्ट करें अभी
to see
प्लेऑफ
if
से हो
anybody
गया
was playing aggressive in B-main and catch
सपोर्ट
them
वपोर्ट करना
with
होगा
that recon dart.
Just holding, but he might have
Oh,
missed the
timing.
While peeks from the top section of mid. Meanwhile,
Oh, नहीं हुआ
come
timing.
through, players towards the back of the side. His kill trip set up to try and potentially play off. This is just a bit of raw
चलते
spam.
चलते मारा है
Mid
bro
play through the cage. Elsa's pressing the advantage.
Yeah.
Somehow walks away with the 3. Flashback. Sole survivor.
कैसे इतना अच्छा खेला DRX भाई सेल्सियस ने चलते चलते मारा है
Holding for the peak at just the right time. So
Was Bane reloading? Was he blind? How on earth did Zelsis swing into a crossfire there and somehow make it out unscathed?
हाँ तीनों को
It's
मारा
kind of ridiculous. It's put
भाई
him
एक नियॉन को
ahead.
चलते चलते मारा ये देखो
The breach on the other side, 69. Look at this. He's in.
बेचारा बस
Okay, it was a reload. Just looking at it in the replay there,
Bichara
Bane is stuck in
buzz.
the reload animation and can't punish. He just has to watch in horror as Zelsis swings through the front sight. Yeah, very. I mean, that could have easily gone wrong. Right there.
भाई स्ट्रैट्स तो था
Watch these
DRX
B
के
main
पास
hits though, because last time we saw them do this same kind of idea, but it was followed up with a recon dart. This same recon that's landing on front pillar. Now there's a meta that revolves around B main where you put the trip down, someone breaks the trip, and so often there's people contesting front B main on the defense, and that play
दूसरा
is
भी
designed
तोड़ेंगे
to
क्या
push you back as a defender, get you holding right from the start to give up B main. It is working. DRX are getting into these positions to exec real fast.
going through the motions as well. Getting rid of most of this util. Zelsis takes a time and pass that drone as well, so he wants to cut it up close. But DRX have no intention.
This is why I like
sending over towards
Sova
B.
more.
Both trips broken though, so that's going to keep people on the B side.
एक बार देखो
A lot of pressure
सेन
here on
ट्रैप
Sassy,
कैसे
who
तोड़ेगा
was phenomenal.
Like,
and
there is
has
no
been
way.
so far at champs. You have to get on the board here, but it's early days.
ना
So, Mako has the paranoia.
It looks like Foxy9's setting up to go for this fault line through from tiles.
Yeah, Tassy's going to get caught here. I mean, where the hell do you stand? He just evacuates immediately. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Going to be slowed down. Haunts up and over the top as well. But the wall's going to reveal onto Buzz, but there's no punish in sight yet. A Sassy peeks round. 4.C, second return, at least with the kill.
Yeah.
Over seconds. It's cheeky, slightly greedy.
भाई
He does get
बस
punished
सारा
here, but
रनिंग
trade
गन से
still.
मर रहा है
3 versus 3, Noro theft. Given access and information towards it. 10
God, bro,
line
10.
up these
Oh
players.
my
Quick 10
God.
69. Barely on any health at
Oh
all.
my God.
Sent to supplement. Bullet spam is perfect.
Oh my
Flashback.
God क्या मारा 10
Got too much to
Oh
overcome
my
there. Cannot do it. Not
God
against the form that Tens is in right now. It's a 3-piece.
3
finish off that
headshot
Being able to stabilize here, Sentinels. It looked
Ay,
dangerous. Sassy's position just
Java.
holding onto A there, and yet he read the play. They didn't
DRX
lead with
ने
the fault
फिर
line. They
सब
led, I
कुछ
believe, with
बराबर
recon
किया
dart. And that
Around
allowed him enough time to be able to escape, and Zekin came in. What
यहाँ
a
पे
slide,
अनलकी
what a
हो गया
punish
बस
on the
लेकिन
buzz.
3v3 में ये स्पैम से मर गया ये स्पैम से मर गया
Big impact, as he did in the Gen G game.
ना
Hey!
This is going to put the hurt
come
onto
on.
DRX.
है मूड में हाँ मूड में
Certainly
भाई
is gonna
स्टार्ट
be
वाइज मेरे को अभी भी
down.
DRX ज्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है क्यों
Sheriff's and Bucky in play here, so taking a step back.
वो लोग का बी फेंक जाके ए जाके मारने का सब बराबर था
Opt into the outlaw as well.
And Senna are about to get up to some pretty large ultimates as well. So a situation where DRX could have had an opportunity to snowball, just disappeared from them. Never quite had that moment. Here's that same stun set up for Foxy9.
ट्रॉलर साइड हो गए स्टन से घुसेगा अभी नहीं
Tens is ready, holding paranoia. So both teams looking to just hold on to the status quo. As DRX push forward and Sen tried to block it back. Paranoia didn't get used here though. Instead, Sassy holds the line with gun in hand.
काउंटर खेल लिया रे सबसे काउंटर खेल लिया
main extremity.
ओ मस्त लाइन मारा
Few stray bullets.
ना ये राउंड काउंटर वाला है ये राउंड गन्स नहीं है ठीक है सब यूटिलिटी भी नहीं रहेगा
Needs to be careful he doesn't go down to a few stray bullets. It could offer an in for DRX in the round, and otherwise don't really have too much of a chance of. Now B main control was conceded, so Bane's picked this one up. There's pings out as well, but Sen have not drifted bodies away. They still have a lot of players here to receive.
भाई ट्रिप्स तो सारे ढूंढ रहे हैं
Second shot is going to be missing, but not with the stun. And oh my God! Just putting them into the blender.
I love that selfless play as well from Zekin, because
Switch
it
क्या
traps the
नहीं
rest of DRX, even if he went down into the
ट्रिप्स
choke
तो
point,
सारे
the
तोड़
rest of
रहा
his
है
team can
ट्रिप्स
come
तो
back
सारे
through.
तोड़ रहा है
What a time, by the way, to pull out Zekken's first game this year on Neon. Going into the playoffs, change around the comp. Everybody's looking at this game thinking, oh, okay, DRX's map pool is looking good.
ये round
a raise map. Come in here, a raise map, and Zekken swapped over to Neon.
Spike down.
Sliding all over them. This is a pick that we've been looking forward to all year long, but we've been denied it until now. Was this the ace-up Sentinel sleeve all along?
Playoffs as well. These are both teams, you know, they're going to want to be putting their best foot forward, I think, to try and get that early lead. You can argue that they might be in, quote-unquote, the easier side of the bracket, I suppose. They might be going up against, like, Trace and EDG, the potential winners of that matchup. But again, up for debate.
Sound पे plus वो लोग कोई angle से अंदर आ सकते हैं ना, ऐसा नहीं कि किधर से भी अंदर आ सकते हैं.
We were kind of discussing, I think, ahead of time.
तो वो angle और वो sound पे वो लोग spam करते हैं.
A lot of green players, almost green as grass. It's up to Mako and Buzz.
वो लोग का time out है बकचोदी कर रहे थे.
Morale backing up, and Zelsis, he knows how to push the buttons.
Oh, he certainly does. You watch Zelsis in any game
like
this,
के साथ Discord,
भाई
मैं भी हाथ पकड़ के बोलो उसको WhatsApp भी कर दिया मैं Discord पे बैठा भी हूँ.
Any kind of gap that opens up, he's going to try to wedge that bigger and bigger. By taking liberties, by pushing players, spraying in their faces, wide swing onto them, all sorts of little tricks they pull out to try to win the meta game. As they did when they lifted that trophy this year. By booming Genji's mental on Icebox.
मैं तो कब से बैठा हूँ Discord.
क्या लगता है bro? Predictions बताओ.
Strat wise DRX और comp wise DRX ये map. लेकिन Sen जीतेगा.
They break most of the util. They don't hold on to the space. They're happy to concede it, give it up, back away for now.
Ideally, this is a round where you want to be fighting before Foxy9 can pick up an ult orb and
लेकिन
gain
Strat
position
और
to
comp
use that
wise
rolling thunder.
DRX
So I think that's another reason why it's a great timing to go for an early play like that. Just didn't find
comp 2 ही round मिला.
So now,
अबे वो लोग ट्रिप कैसे तोड़ेंगे Sen वाले?
Is Foxy9 allowed to get this ult orb in B main? Which it looks like it's going to be uncontested. And then, how does Sen play around it? You've got to make it feel like you're on site. You can't just play fully on site. Teams are too good at that kind of stuff. They're just going to walk in.
2 kill पे था कैसी?
मैं पूरा दिन खाना नहीं खाया था. I was feeling low.
Not getting caught. Shotguns are going to go flying.
दो गेम कोई
No,
भाई
I got angle 10.
हर बार
He's
नहीं
played
कर
up here
सकते
before.
भाई.
Buzz is all too aware. Stun rattles his way forward. Seconds blinded though, and he will have to give that one up. Can't offer himself up to take the fight into the 1v1. Foxy9 with a plan.
करना पड़ेगा मेरे
push back
power.
from it, and now he's earned the ult into the post. It's a Nightfall going to be used to try and combine their might with a rolling thunder. Pound for pound to push them back once more, and a flank occurring from behind. Flashback unaccounted for. Second though, straight back in, and the supplement utility is just perfect. Just missing Foxy9 alive for now, and a 1v2 can't isolate the fight properly.
So that means 2 is all they
able to
get.
beam him down, Phantom in hand, keeping that form flowing from the prior matches that he's played so far at Champs.
So DRX's idea there was that they were going to get into
अभी भी
sight
देख
and use
साइट
the
लेने
flank
के
to
बाद
get that rolling
सिटी
thunder
अल्टी
online.
करके मारने का
Not
सब
give
बराबर था
Sentinels
प्लान.
cues as to where they were on the map and
अबे
where they
लेकिन
were going
ये
to be
टेंस
hitting
का
with
गलत हो
it.
गया बे.
It's even a nice opener to catch Sentinels on a high ground
नहीं
position
लेकिन
that he
प्लान
normally
देखना
plays.
इतना अच्छा वो लोग
And
प्लान
yet,
किया लेकिन
Sen are ahead of the game when it comes to ult.
अबे ये
As soon as
किससे
that
मारा
rolling
बे
thunder
यार?
came out, there's a Nightfall, there's their own
That's
rolling
not
thunder in
ulti.
response, and they
After
collapse, utilizing that pace that the Neon gives you to be able to scale up onto site really quickly.
कैसे चैट?
Sentinels are one of the leading teams in terms of retake success. Pretty good at that regard, and I think the Neon, like you said, I mean, just the amount of util that they've got, you can see how Zelsis get into the site, playing off of all that.
साला बाल दिखा रहा था मेरे को ये.
Just get straight up in there, and headset off. You know what that means?
He just wanted to take a break. His ears were good. Is that what that means?
Sure.
It looks like we've got a bit of a.
Aftershock से टूटते टिप भाई कहाँ aftershock डालेगा भाई?
Yeah. All right. What on earth?
What is happening here?
He's trying to polish Sassy's head. Listen, as a fellow bald guy, I know this bit.
I know this bit. Sassy's not
हाँ
giving him
बे.
Dude, Sassy's looking like a fresh bowling ball today, though, isn't he? He's got shine out there.
He doesn't need it.
Bald recognizes bald. I've seen
Yeah. I'll be there with you soon. Don't worry.
भाई आज तो टेंस भी बकचोदी कर रहा है.
We have an audience that a large amount of them are likely to be.
ना कुछ कभी देखा था मैंने टेंस
while you're
को.
out there.
But yeah, that's like, but it is about 10 years on from them.
Yeah,
They've got, listen, they've got a lot of time. They can't laugh.
Yeah, enjoy your hairlines while you have them. No need to zoom in on tens. I mean, that guy's going crazy.
Valorant से trip break नहीं होता,
We've got a
spot
little
होता
tech pause here,
break
but
नहीं
I
होता
think this is going to be a particularly bad time for DRX. I know, obviously this hasn't been done intentionally, but DRX are just left in this spot to skew.
Keycaps लगा रहा है क्या वो?
They have now let 4 in a row go the way of SEN.
Ugliest fish in the
And
world.
especially when you see like the way that Foxy9 was
Gift
taking
है
that
वो
bomb, for
बेशरम.
example, and his aim is all over the
उसने
place.
बोला है
We
तो
anticipating the players would be out, like the crosshair
Gift
placement
है वो
was
काइड नहीं
slightly
दिया
off.
tens को.
And just the aim itself and like the mouse control was
क्या?
a little wonky, to be honest.
What we were talking
उनके
about, maybe
रिश्तेदार
the
सारी
nerves
खबर
playing a
रखते हो.
factor, because this is, you know, despite the fact that you've seen the name DRX,
देखना पड़ता है ना
multiple
matches
events
उसके लिए.
before, it's a very
Friday
different
night.
roster this year that's turned up to the final international event.
ये गया.
You've got essentially the team being led by Mako,
Tens
Buzz,
night
who push
from
into this
Bashi.
position as the veterans who have to really
गया.
pull up the morale when it gets knocked down.
Tens
We've
का
seen
real
the
नाम क्या है
evidence
रे?
of their opening match for DRX. They got knocked down. That's wishful thinking.
Present tense हो
we
सकता
might
है.
see
We
one.
might see it.
We
That's been good
absolutely
for
could
it.
see
Listen,
it.
I didn't mean to slander it.
It's cool as well to see the interplay between
Tyson
the
Nayak.
rookie players and the veterans on their own team, but also on
Tyson Nayak from
Sentinels.
Bashi.
Foxy9 looking up to Tens over the course of his whole career.
That's right.
Because
भाई
Tens
क्या
has
भाई,
been in the
दो ही
game
round
for such
निकाले
a long
DRX.
time, and he was an icon of early VALORANT.
पहला राउंड कैसे निकाले वो नहीं पता.
As time's gone on, but he was
भाई
much
actually
more
पहले round ना वो
than
उनका
any other player at the
था.
beginning of the game, and it
turn
wasn't
गलत था.
close. And so people
वरना वो
like
round था,
Foxy9 who
next
weren't
turn
around
गलत हो
at the
गया.
start.
नहीं उस टाइम सीधा था बीमेन ताकि बाकी
नहीं
लोग
बाबा,
कुछ ना
वो
करें
side
नियन
से
के
आया,
पीछे.
side से clear कटा है.
अरे तो बाकी लोग नियन के साथ कुछ ना करें उसके लिए
नहीं
था
बाबा,
वो.
बाकी लोग को नहीं भाई, पहली बॉल को कोई मारनी है.
As well, could be cross paths.
Okay, and I'm taking a look. We're back in the game here, round 7, and Sentinels are
भाई
four
कुछ भी
stacking over
ट्रैप
towards
डालो
A
भाई
to
उसको
start this
उल्टा
off.
ही लग रही है. देख कहाँ
You'd be
ट्रैप
forgiven for
डालो.
thinking that that's the
हाँ,
team on the
basement वाला
eco
retake
taking
है
a
ना.
gamble, but it's not at all.
Full
Control
retake
center
है.
towards the back of the side, John QT.
A very passive
Very
control
passive.
setup.
So he's holding for aggression. But B-main control, given up, turned over towards Bane. He's going to try and hold on to that space while the rest of his team looks for picks, looks for opportunities out through mid.
If this cam gets broken, John is going to
भाई
struggle
मैं भी आपसे ये
massively
कैम डाल
to
रहा हूँ.
maintain info in this area.
The all offloaded. Buzz is going to use the overdrive to try and
पूरा retake plan है
pull his
बे.
way in. To the side again, we know.
ट्रिप से कैम है.
भाई
To the back now, that's a Hunter's Fury to supplement. Tripped up though, caught up. Buzz deals with it nicely, and they've given up full control towards the back of the site. Sentinels. Open space here, but now they
Abhi
want to try and
retake
make this
begins.
retake happen through the market area. This is going to put the pressure on the Mako. Paranoia and the stun.
Must
It's all
na?
perfect. Ultimating
Left
the
side
lane.
blind, right
Buzz
side
is gonna have to
stun.
play up into their face with the right click. It's going to be rewarded, but not enough for the second kill. Zelsis, a stave off Foxy9 in through the back of the site, up and over as well. Too many targets to overcome. Yet
Oh,
still,
clean.
Foxy9 does himself another one. But against the weaponry, you got to think inevitability, potentially. Shots
clean,
rattled by
clean,
flashbang.
clean.
So no avail. Seconds.
आफ्टर शॉट तोड़ेगा
Seals
ट्रिप.
up.
अरे उसको मालूम
Round out
पड़ना
just
चाहिए
that
किधर
slightest
आफ्टर
amount of
शॉट करने
danger.
का है. 2 ट्रिप्स थोड़ी तोड़ेगा एक आफ्टर
Outrageous.
शॉट.
A day of firsts here for Zekken. Picking up Neon for the first time in 2024, and also, weirdly enough, his first ace of 2024 as well.
Which is wild.
Absolutely bonkers. I mean, he's been a phenomenal player all season. He's only
Crispy
gotten
लग रहा है,
better,
bro.
actually, as the year's gone on.
क्रिस्पी लग रही है.
This year, pulls it out in a round, actually, where there was
भाई
some
ऐसे
serious
खेलेंगे
danger
Sentinels
too.
सब कुछ जीतेंगे बे.
Sentinels macro setup had left.
सही है. मेरा पिकम्स वही है. तेरा क्या है पिकम्स?
They had to get back
फ्रेंड्स
in
बताओ
there.
सेंटिनल्स ये स्पाई $100.
Any armor.
हाँ?
Now,
हाँ?
of course, John's going to buy
$100?
armor. Oh, he does.
ये तो मुझे लग रहा है यार Sentinels
Almost
जीतेगा.
falling into the IGL debuff. Through a bit preemptive potentially, but it does push DRX away. They don't want anything to do with towards the main extremity. Operator in the hands of Zekken. He's got a sight set now, and he's really feeling that pressure.
उसने कैम डाला नहीं है कि तोड़ा उसका कैम?
Have full control of that area of the map. This first shot accuracy. Zekken
Spot
maintains that composure, doesn't take the shot just from seeing the shoulder. It's still there, but doesn't expect that the player's already out. The misinformation there.
लग गए.
Might be able to play spoiler. Already Sentinels have dropped 2 players into the mix. DRX coming out with all the
भाई
answers
अभी
for
तक
it.
यहाँ
Still
पे है
Sassy
क्यों?
there. Force spray down to the operator. That was dropped down into main from prior. Here. The post-line positioning of DRX. We slow it down into the moment
भाई
now.
उसको नहीं
Looks
मरने दिया.
impeccable.
यार सेन क्यों बोला? कोलन बताओ मेरा भी सेन है मेरे सबसे 13-10
Just Celsius to stand against it, and he's not even able to save that rifle and scurry away with it. So DRX back in it, stop the bleeding.
बोलते DRX जीता.
Not just that, they've actually identified the weakness in
भाई flashback sexy के लिए भी
yeah, it's only the first rifle round they put on the board. But they're now figuring out B main is being given to them mostly for free. Okay, this time Zekken was there with an op. But also Market has got nobody really playing inside.
2-1 या 2-0 2-0. मेरा pick and result 90% रहा है आपका मेरा 97 ऐसा कुछ
coming from the Sentinels coaching staff. John QD, sorry, Kaplan, that's the coach.
Yeah, could be John.
Has hit the red button.
Yeah.
I suppose, yeah, it could
be either of them.
But they've called a timeout in this position. And I think it makes sense because at this point DRX have figured out what's going on and they're starting to back you up,
50 subs done sin.
So if Sentinels have the depth for it, this would be a perfect time to start adjusting things and playing a hard anchor in Market. Maybe John plays in that kind of position.
Chat, time out है तुम लोगों को कुछ नहीं करने का है लाइक का बटन ठोकने का है 6500 लोग देख रहे हैं और 2000 लाइक्स हुए हैं गिरबान के अंदर रख के शर्म करो थोड़ा सा
shift things up a little bit.
ठीक है
Change that defensive setup. Throw
और लाइक
the
करो
off after they've just got the read on what's happening.
नेगेटिव ऊपर 97 है मेरा
to take timeouts to try to stay in the lead.
तो मेरा वैल्यू नहीं खुल रहा वरना दिखा देता
figure out what's adjusted.
Setup, as you mentioned.
Ibn भाई फर्स्ट किल कौन लेगा ये राउंड आपके हिसाब से
फर्स्ट किल मेरे हिसाब से ज़ेकन भाई लेंगे
मेरे हिसाब से लेंगे
मैं ऑफ कर
बेन
Now you're seeing it. Same signs alive.
And this setup designed to try to catch John Cutie. He backs out of there early on. And Zekken's taking
Market
with his off, hoping that DRX again go for that.
97% वाला play
Noise bait idea from DRX, you could see it.
आजकल बहुत haters लोग हैं.
Hopping around, getting noise been out. Smoke popped up here. We're using the drone.
I like this. You push Sassy off the angle. You make sure that Sentinels do not have info in this side of the map, and then you can go back and re-hit over towards B.
It's over.
It's absolutely looked like B has been the favored site for DRX to hit. And I don't expect this round to be an exception to that.
Yeah, do they get players already inserted?
Do they get a free cross on mid? Is Celsius going to try to contest? Looks like he's not thinking about it currently, but they could walk into the off.
Smoke up, shots in the face.
बोला कि नहीं?
Blinded up from somewhere.
मैं भी बोला कि नहीं बेन. मैं भी बेन बोला था कि नहीं.
मैंने बोला. See a bloody thing there, but I don't know. At least the operator is back online too. With 30 seconds left, they've got no pivot options. Gonna have to overwhelm this A setup. Assassin's got Eddie stub. Can't quite hit that first shot. Accuracy sees as well as dodge. Duke, but trade inside at least from 10s. Now backs himself away.
Blind भी है bro.
To the safety of the site. There's holes all over the place here. DRX.
Oh, sound like a blind.
Make the most of it, but with only a few seconds to remain. It's all just ran out.
Safe.
Have to back away. Keep these guns into the next. If they even can. They're being hunted. Celsius punished though.
उसका पैर को क्या हुआ वैसे?
Gets Foxy one away from Rolling Thunder. At this point, DRX need big ultimates.
इसका पैर को क्या हुआ?
अभी कुछ बोलूँगा तो बोलेगा रिलेटिव है क्या बेन नायक ये नायक फ्लैशबैक नायक
where the operators play, but a good read that DRX is going to go for another one of those B splits. I think DRX should have adjusted that. When your opponent's just one around with a B split, and then your opponent takes attack timeout, I think you should probably be adjusting as well.
Right.
And not just going back into a very similar B split strat.
Backpen कैसा much better.
Zekken wants to take the orb towards B main. It's a difficult area because that's where DRX been putting most of their early pressure. But this time, the side split, they force out paranoia early on. This all a distraction for Mako to slink through. And what a timing he's found.
भाई ये बहुत fast आया Mako हाँ.
Could deliver the blade to the back. Necessary to open up this A defense, but Tenza still holding it down himself. Out for the elbow angle, but Zekken punished. Now they know at least that they've lost control of this one. Knives are out, full running away. Mako needs to play for his life. Does he know that Sass is already up onto it, dodging the flash? The IGL doing the most. Standing up to that challenge and the pressure and even just picking apart the players. Celsius had no chance.
Lag तुझे भी हो रहा है मुझे हो रहा है
had to look in either direction. Gambled incorrectly, forcing the save out of John QT.
Beautiful set round that DRX have pulled out there.
मैं बोला ना strat wise any time DRX bro.
Straight out of the tack timeout.
कितना rounds वो लोग का stats better था.
But nevertheless, A great time to run it here
अबे वो
in
door
round 10
का
as well.
smoke था क्या?
All of that
Door
aim
का
pressure
cage
early
था.
on, allowing Mako to get a really deep timing. And they even had a second layer of flashback going for the more conventional lurk timing too.
बस ना फास्ट एक किया वो लोग ने यूटिलिटी डाले, ये लोग मिड रन किया सीधा, केस अप किया ताकि कोई उनको स्पॉट ना कर पाए, और साइफर ने लेफ्ट साइड फाइट लिया ताकि वो लोग को लगे कि दूसरा कोई कुछ नहीं किया रहेगा.
They run those fairly often on bind as well on their attack side, though of course we're not going to see that in the series today.
ना?
But watch out, because Mako and
Roller के
Flashback
पीछे जा सकते हैं नहीं.
1-2 combo.
Roller के पीछे जाएगा और फास्ट जाएगा तो सामने से स्टन आएगा, स्मोक आएगा, फिर खत्म. सारे इन्फो खत्म.
Real estate pretty open for most of the half.
And DRX have not been really exploiting it too much, apart from the round we just watched. They've mostly been trying to hammer through B main, through A main. Worked mid that much.
टाइम आउट आएगा लग रहा है.
Might be part of their conditioning to focus heavily on the extremities to begin with, trying to loosen up mid, and then grab a couple rounds towards the end of the map, or the end of the half. Tens now has the operator, and another 4 stack on A. I'm not sure about this kind of setup. It's leaving B
defensive खेल रहा है साइफर. Will only retake.
दो राउंड रिटेक है, उस राउंड वो ट्रिप
still
डालता
gonna
है.
have to give up market.
लेकिन कैंप बाप है वो रिटेक के
Win
लिए.
these areas back.
अरे वो हर बार कैम उधर ही डालता कि उसको ये भी इन्फो मिले डोर का. ऐसा सर W है.
Thunder online, or Buzz has the overdrive ready and waiting into his hands. Flashes through as well, sent flying as well. But again, it's that open sight, shock darts. At least removing one portion of it. And they know what the second trip is. Buzz knows roughly where it is. He's going to leave it up though. Go for the plant anyway.
He's
Now
gonna ignore
retreating
it,
into
man.
that post plant.
अरे
Would be a good time for Sentinels
तेरे साथ
to
भी
go
हुआ?
for some kind of mid push.
भाई लग गए.
It is.
Against the roll in front
Fade
of it,
card.
I feel like it could be some worries, but a nightfall at least gives some peace.
एक सेकंड उसने कैम खोल के देखा नहीं क्या?
अबे देख लिया वैसे रीड कर लिया.
No effect, gives some full information. Rolling Thunder has to be used nice and early here. Paranoia alongside it, sees to the feet. Aftershock into the corner. Overdrive. Let loose. Zekken trying to get explosive, trying to get electric. John QT trying to play himself in, but he's fallen asleep out the wheel and a few straight bullets. Surely he's the end alive, but it's
इससे बढ़िया सिटी
DRX.
कंट्रोल लेना कब है?
They're all gone in the end, but time, as I said, got a little bit too slow from Sentinels at the beginning of that.
That's a rough one from Sen. They had the right ideas,
City
but they
control
didn't hit the
ले
gas
सकते थे,
pedal early enough. I'm not even sure who gets the credit there for the
वैसे उधर से
नहीं वो लोग सैंडविच हो गए बे. लड़कर पहले मर गया ना.
One of the players that was left alive
प्लस
towards
पूरा
the end
इन्फो
there
मिल
was
गया.
Foxy 9.
ये देख ना ये मर के पूरा इन्फो मिल गया.
They know what's going on, but this crunch into B main, a little too
थोड़ा
slow.
slow आता
And
ना
also, I think
साइफर.
Foxy 9 does a great job there of picking up Sassy. I think he was right about to get
राउंड
half.
हार गए
लेकिन
लेकिन
उसने
सैन.
दरवाजा बंद कर दिया.
Even then,
लेकिन राउंड हार गए ना.
time to get half on it towards
हाँ
the end
वो
there.
है. नहीं लेकिन दरवाजा बंद कर दिया उसने.
हाँ ताकि लर्च ना हो ना.
ताकि
Kind of heavy condition.
Read
Put these pulse of util out through the A main fight. Have been doing this quite a bit.
Zekken takes the op back.
गलती से जिंक्स हो गया नहीं है.
On 10s for the previous round. They're putting so much emphasis early on stacking players A on the defense to get somebody posted. It is working, but DRX once more start moving their way towards B main. They're never really
वो
worried
लोगों को
about
पता है ना
taking
बी
this part
रिटेक
of the
खेल
map.
रहे हैं, जा रहे देखना कैसे.
And it allows them to
वो
run
भाई
these
उधर कैमरा
BXs.
लगा इस बार.
लेकिन इस बार ट्रैप में फंसेगा कोई.
Far back just in case there is an offer.
इस
into
बार
the
ट्रैप
main
देख.
angle. That's what they're anticipating. Clears
नहीं रे.
most of the
उधर
space
से
again.
10s not playing
अबे
market.
फायदा क्या उधर फंस गया अभी.
Backside spot. It's new for him.
देख.
Can he anchor?
Whoa!
Not a chance.
That's rapid from Buzz. He takes out one of the star players of
भाई वो
Sentinels.
ट्रैप
No worries, no
यूजलेस
qualms.
लगता है
Up
कभी
through
पता
mid.
नहीं.
वॉक इन करना पड़ता है ना यूजलेस.
Begin to try and play that backstab roll and position.
कोई भागता नहीं है उधर.
In his face, you can hear plenty of footsteps, plenty of rotations. Now it becomes that insurance policy. Buzz. Angle trade, but he's missed that time. He's still himself up onto it once more. Overdrives here, just to try and get Buzz out of dodge. Smokes up in their faces. It's an unusual position to be playing him, but still with a rolling thunder. Aftershock, all combined through. Has been unaccounted for, and he's spraying them through. Zeltz's how will not save you. That's a 4-piece and a flawless finish for the half.
आप खेल रहा है यार.
What a finish for the Korean team here.
By 6 लेकिन
4
टाइमिंग
out
था.
of the last
फ्लैशबैक
5.
था.
Making those adjustments and recovering beautifully.
ये क्या था?
That entry is
वो
amazing.
क्या था
One of the
शॉट?
best players so far at Champ.
It's been electric between both of these
भाई
teams. I'm
साइफर से
sure
देखो
it's
मैं
going to
काम
keep
कर रहा
on
था.
going.
शॉट वो क्या
in that
शॉट
second
था?
half.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
DRX जीत सकता है actual में, like for real, for real. 8-4 हो सकता था for DRX मेरे हिसाब से.
आना अच्छा है लेकिन ईमेल आएगा बाद में.
मेरे को तो वो भी आता है. Some regions blog.
ओ भाई, हाँ क्या?
हाँ.
अबे तेरे को पता है ना अभी एक टूल आया है तो रिमूव कर सकता है. स्ट्रीम के बाद तुझे बस एक क्लिक करनी है.
लेकिन क्यों रिमूव करने के बाकी लोग जिनको देखने वो लोग एंजॉय करने दे.
नहीं मतलब क्लेम आईडी जाता है, तेरा आवाज रहता है, ट्रिम नहीं हो.
साउंड जाता ना सिर्फ.
हाँ तेरा आवाज रहता है भाई. अच्छी है भाई. अब मैं तो बोलता हूँ जो गाना चाहिए वो सुनो स्ट्रीम पे, उसके बाद उसको यूज करो.
भाई मेरा स्ट्रीम कहाँ पे ब्लॉक होता पता है? रशिया में. वो लोग वैसे भी क्या देखेंगे मेरे.
बात तो ये भी है.
कोई है रशिया से चैट? एनी माय स्कूल फ्रेंड्स? चैट सारे फैंस स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो एंड थोड़ा पॉजिटिविटी टीडीज दे दो.
We're going to be looking at a more even half here, 6-6, and yeah, I mean these teams going blow for blow as well. Lovely adjustments by DRX, I think, as well, spotting out some of the weaknesses in terms of Sentinel setups and what they were running themselves, just enough to be able to make it that much more
very realistic.
The players that I'm watching heading into the next half.
Hi, भैया मेरा chat कैसा है?
Duelist matchup, Zekken and Buzz. We just saw in the final round Buzz hit an unbelievable entry.
Oh yeah.
And he's been fantastic. The last month from Buzz has been unbelievable in terms of his form. Zekken continues to be a top 5 duelist in the world, in my opinion. And we're getting to see him on Neon today. What's the value difference between these two players? DRX start out with a triple stack. Broken by that one smoke that 10's places. Looks like they're going for a re-clear.
Yeah, I think that was the goal as well from Sen. They sent out a paranoia, but no Fowler, I should say. Here's the second one. Mako spots it and players, so he needs to give up that space now. Back away.
By 4 bande pe DRX
which
के.
they have arrived. So
4 bande.
Bit of a skirmish and a scramble now, and a scrap here with the util blinded up second. Spamming away, praying with the ghost in hand. Still returns with a two. Up from the side push. He's definitely dealing out. Dishing back that action straight at them. John Tito shuts him down. Riding round. Flashback. Quite dodged the flash in time, and he has got a lot to do in this spot. 2 to overcome, and it's a little bit too much at that.
Sen respond with a pistol of their own. Bringing them into the lead again in this opening map.
वो elbow और back
really nicely played one too. The panic from Zekken, I like it. The follow-up on the paranoia is great, and it also in this position, he's defended from A-Link. That cover stops him from being shot while he can focus on players in backside. And John trades people out in this round very nicely.
Neon Ray, Jet.
Buzz needed to hit another world-class shot in order to win that one, and just couldn't quite find it in the moment.
By read to
like that could end up making all the difference. He using a more traditional position from flashback.
बाकी angles clear था ना?
The way that he was throwing the cam into B main
बाकी सारा angles clear था. Elbow तक blind था, कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
These have huge value. That's why he's trying to break it in this moment as well. But we didn't really see John go for that. John was sitting really passive, so he didn't get caught by early round util. Flashback's willing to take the risk. We'll have to see if Sen can punish it once rifles come online in later rounds.
DRX is going to be late to the party. In case there was a player catching that contact. 10's might be the mark that they were looking for still. He's got that rifle well trained, and the rest of his team in position, taking that space.
Easy, baby.
And the aggression just punished almost immediately.
A nice idea.
बात बताओ, ये act जब खत्म होगा,
Buzz got caught by a flash just as he was looking to try to take the fight. Here's the final player on DRX. Taken down. Clean. Yeah, all of these weapons carried forward. Ten's going to be able to drop that back
4 episode के बाद वो होता ना, complete reset.
So they should have plenty of damage in terms of their arsenal heading into round 3.
वो तो सिर्फ एक round नीचे ऐसा कुछ तो था बे, complete reset थोड़ी था वो.
I'm saying another. They haven't won this match yet, but against Gen G, 4 out of 4 bonus rounds.
3 episode के बाद होता है, 3 episode के बाद. अभी कौन सा episode चल रहा है?
Teams of the world don't really get them with that much. I mean, Every single one available, they just grasp. Now, see if they can do it again against DRX, the lone hometown heroes.
Not trying to run an early play there to punish flashback.
क्या बंदा है भाई तो
the cam either. Trip was a little bit too high, but does get broken in the end by that aftershock.
act के बाद मतलब
again, free reign over towards the side. Second, making sure to lead that one for his team. Very much the spearhead. Paranoia's used, gliding its way out to push back some of these players as well, but time has been bought. Plan only just going down. Here's a fault line. Might be that punish in sight, not quite. In through the back though, not anticipating it. Second! Beaming them all down. Just with that Spectre in hand still, it's evened out. 3 versus 3. Rifles in a few hands as well. Yeah. Tens, pixel angle. Full confidence in his own aim. The Paranoia just missing, sliding straight past Maka with the adjustment. Foxy9 defusing, needs to be spammed down. A few taps to the bullet. John QT. Just under the nose of John QT. Stays alive at least towards the end, but DRX essentially stays.
भाई एक सेकंड 4 अलग-अलग पिंग क्यों था उधर?
Into a post plant there. It was winnable, but they've also done really solid damage to DRX. DRX actually might even have to take an eco after this. Zekken got more value than you would expect, and yes, the trade-outs were good. I like the idea of throwing a trip, actually, from the retake team as well, so that the post-planners can't push that final diffuser. All right, DRX are not going to take an eco, but spoiler alert, 3 Guardians out to play. The economic damage coming out of that bonus is pretty huge.
It's very much pulling over towards the scraps. That's a double face over towards Buzz. He just cannot stand his ground against it. Mako willing to square up, but the aftershock out and away with a Prowler. Now the fault line. You can see the layers of the util just a little bit too good. And the flash was dodged by Zekken. Not enough though to win that fight out. Foxy9 delivers a death blow, at least with a few stray bullets once more. And this is putting an immense amount of pressure in through the back of the site. Dart needs to try and help out these players and push them back once more. Foxy9 with the aftershock. It is good. Sees now through the back once more. Sen trying to find these marks and targets potentially there. It's a rich environment. Sassy. Creep in, hop in, over, it's watched by Bane, can't win it. Damage done, the pre-fire onto the corner, immaculate. And in the motion, 2v2. Bullets still remaining, Sassy can make a play with it, but opting to back away and go for the reload.
Tens has spike.
Now they're going for the refight. Tens does have the spike. The Haunt maybe went a little bit deeper. Every angle just in case. Max lurking. In through behind, Tens now planting, in for that backside control. Real uncomfortable post plant for Sentinels. It all comes down to these first shots that they hit.
दोनों ने मारा bro. भाई South
Just in the moment.
I don't think he even realized that second player was there. You saw him flick his crosshair away and then double take. Wait, did I just win the round?
Yeah.
All of that prior damage done. The Guardians were actually still hitting though for DRX.
ये shot must have been. What the fuck?
From the Guardians in that round. Let's reposition towards the end from Tens.
वो वाला breach वाला shot must.
He did it definitely looked away. I mean, listen. Better lucky than good.
Guys, दूसरा वाला उसको पता भी नहीं था.
Okay, we're not going to hear the exact strat, but prep for something dumb coming up. Now, I think what he means by that is keep it simple, right? Not necessarily stupid, but just go for the execs. They're not able to hold on. Fall back into some classic B post plants as long as they don't have, you know, massive ults to be able to work with. They've already done massive eco damage across their bonus, and now following up in round 16.
समझ गया. Guys, कोई और stream कर बता दे.
Making sure that they can use some of that util. Here's an overdrive offloaded again, but a rolling thunder used in kind. There was no tap there onto the spike to force it out early. Sen just opted to use that one themselves. Just hearing these. Oh! What is that?
Yeah.
Shot darts rebounding. Foxy9 now defusing, sticking. Needs to be defended, but the bullet spam again. Right in through the smoke, just finding all sorts of targets, but just Bane left alive despite the heroics. And not enough to do it. Be able to get some damage, and it is nice. With a 4-piece to finish. But still another round accrued, added to the tally for Sen.
I could not tell you how Baines managed to get a 4K in that round. Where did the shock dart come from?
I have no idea.
How was there so much follow-up?
बहुत प्यारा
लेकिन double kill from that. All right, but as you say,
left
fairly irrelevant when all things are down.
Stun after
look
shot.
Look the replay and see what happens. 1 HP they're brought down to.
सारा angle clear कर रहे हो लोग.
Damage from Buzz's ult. Followed up with a shot.
यहाँ पे अगर माँ को मारता था ना तो शायद राउंड
Sentinels economy is flourishing, and now we get the rifle round.
Util dump बहुत प्यारा DRX
comes down. That's missed.
Yeah, that's supposed to land onto the wire.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. Again, wasn't clearing out any positions that horn didn't.
Sen still with full control over towards mid. DRX looking to at least contain it. Got a crossfire setup, at least they did. It's now just down to Buzz. He's the one who's got to hold this one down. Might be calling for some backup here. Second. Squares up, faces the challenge. Buzz is dropped in that head-to-head.
What an electric entry.
Give me a call. Page up top. In the face, John QT is desperately hunting for an ult. That is precarious, but barely escapes of his life. 3 stray bullets not enough. Not a nightfall. Up and around Bane. Taking a peek, swinging wide, does win it now against Sassy, flashes again. Overwhelming out through the back of Bane, still out and over. It's going to be broken in the end. Spraying up
क्या? ये ज़्यादा,
It's an absolute menace.
ये ज़्यादा, इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है. ये ज़्यादा,
ये ज़्यादा इधर से उधर.
These rounds are coming down to the wire.
वो स्किन में है.
ये ज़्यादा.
Sentinels trying to control the chaos. You heard it from Zelsis earlier on. Trying to keep things simple, and yet there's multi-kills going all over the place. Bane followed up from his success on the eco by being able to get a couple there that were massive, and Foxy9 almost managed to accomplish the impossible.
Bane ने भी मस्त मारा ना, ये ज़्यादा था बिल्कुल.
But it's Zelsis who stands strong, and Zekken delivering far more
than
so many times.
Can feel that, man.
दोनों round मार्को के थे यार, दोनों round मार्को के थे.
And another eco for DRX. Their economy's been a massive problem for them on the
ये
defense
trade लेता तो भी DRX जीतता, वो वाला shotgun मारता तो भी
kind of
DRX.
snowballing off that bonus, which DRX did manage to actually prevent Sen from winning that round, but at what cost? They've just never been able to get their eco online since.
Taking too much of a knock.
लग गए भाई.
Pressure out over towards A as well, DRX. As we've been saying, the economy's not good for them right now into this round. They want to shore up the A site with bodies.
Forward cam
It might be enough for them, but okay, and that actually is. Still shots rattled with the unable to claim that kill. 10 is out in the open. There's no way he's alive. Backs himself away. They want nothing to do with it now. Too many signs of life from the DRX players. And they've realized it entirely. Flashback. Desperately trying to retreat and try and shore up the defense towards B, but John QT's already snuck his way in there.
They already know where all 4 players are. They know that there's nobody on the B site, and John, he has to not over-push this. If he gives it away, it's disastrous for Sen.
Doesn't want to give away the gun here. Still in through. It's going to be ults committed. DRX, a Hail Mary. It's called an asshole answered by Buzz and Bane. Dynamic as a duo. And a clear path to success instantaneously. With an all here for Tens.
He can pick the spike
up.
Beautiful
by DRX.
Oh, भाई अच्छा था.
What a sick play.
3 लोग body block.
God, we've been waiting for one of those for so long.
अच्छा था.
3 bodies surrounding the spike.
भाई ये round कैसे जीते
DRX
DRX?
can do naught but watch this round tick away.
प्यारा ult और
Right away is what was going on in that moment from DRX.
नहीं लेकिन वो double ult भी बहुत बाप था.
Pushing each other to the brink, it feels like, in terms of the decision making.
And it's all very rapid, right? The tempo of this game has gone up dramatically. If Zelsis wanted to try to simplify things a little, it might be beneficial to run some slower rounds. But with the Neon in the mix and the way that Zekken is trying to entry by just knocking his head through brick walls, it feels like Sen always playing high tempo, and then DRX are matching them.
As we saw, that risk does pay off for DRX, but now Sen, they go full throttle. And
What
already
the
captured kills.
fuck?
Reveal up through the back, Foxy9. Potentially no longer this world, and yes, rushed down with the follow-up damage of Sassy. Running gun, here but Bane. Does return the fire, turns the kill for the trade, buzzes straight back and through, Tense up and over, drop in, and now it is getting messy. Dark has to be dealt with. It's just in time, they'll reveal onto these players, but still anchoring strong. Bane needs to lock and hold it down. 3-piece, Tens in that 1v2, he knows the drone is coming forward. 2-piece forwards, flashback. We are fully in the mud already today. These rounds are absolutely bonkers. A timeout call for Sentinels, and I think it's the right.
ये इतना clean के बाद बाकी लोग side क्यों नहीं
fast play. It worked. It's a cool strat. The Horn got big value. Zekken's entry was marvelous too.
Bane का नहीं ले पाया ना कोई trade.
It all just came down to these 2 frags from Bane. being able to stop John Cutie and Zelsis trading that out over towards A-Link, defines the round, but even though the high tempo scrappiness is not necessarily causing the problem or is the problem for Sentinels,
feel आ रहा है पहले मैप में चैंपियंस वाला
would be beneficial honestly
पहले ही
for
मैप
both teams.
लग रहा है सब टॉप 8 टीम से करके
Sense out of this match again.
I was all too ready to praise, I think, both of these teams for being quite smart in their play. You know, it was high tempo, but they were taking pauses at the right time and making sure it was all synced up whenever they did make an aggressive play. That last round threw it out the window.
Is that legend in flat
tells
rank?
me that as it gets closer and closer to that finish line, that 13th round for either of these squads, it's getting a bit more frantic, which is probably why we are seeing this.
Excuse me? ऐसा reverse मत कर.
You are right. Slow it down. The right call to be made. You want to keep it simple. You can definitely do that with a nice slow default off the rip if you are Sentinels.
Zekan might be feeling like he's got a hot hand here and trying to increase the pace just for himself.
नहीं है.
22 kills.
Gold
across 20 rounds right now. Clearly the
पे कैसे बोलेगा?
Excuse me. Don't turn the tables for me.
गोल्ड पे कैसे बोलेगा? बताओ तेरे को कैसे बोलेगा? हाँ?
Our own map pick.
Buzz looking to try to contest over towards B. Spots out Zekan, decides not to.
ये बाप का.
A lot of these Sovas have great lineups like that. It only matters really though if you're going to go for that mid-round mid-push. Or late-round mid.
ये बाप का ना?
Grouped up through B main by Sen, but
भाई सीखने लायक है bro. वो वाला at least सीखने लायक है.
Zelsis. Perhaps hoping that they can get that post-plant ult orb up. Just by Zelsis driving the spike.
वो सीखने लायक है bro shock dart.
It's slow from Sen. I
mean,
I think this is absolutely what Kaplan's told them to do is slow the pace down. But at this point, they're not really accomplishing too much because they haven't taken any elbow control or pushed like Mako off his line. They do have B main and mid, so it's not completely passive from Sentinels yet, but hard to see where they're looking to end unless this is a B split.
It's pings for a smoke out through market, so I think it will be that B split that you were talking about.
But now Sassy...
The trouble is, it's too little util. It just feels like a fake, and I think that DRX know this when they're still going to be holding it down. 3 players now anchoring over towards the B side. The camera catching that contact, and the other players taking up residence out through market and now in through their side. It's all about how they deal with this one. Beautiful stun, that's Buzz, trying to make the most of it, up and through, not expecting the flashlight was there, and holding all the angles, smokes, spam through, 1 out. That's 5 alive, a flawless finish, and it brings their XP to 10, now 1 step away from equalizing.
Sick awareness from Bane as well, knowing that they wouldn't use the recon dart, wouldn't need it, threw it into Narnia, send it over to Bind there. DRX crossfires though, clearly enough to be able to deal with this, and I think you're dead right. I don't think that Sen had put enough pressure over towards A to drag the rotates and make that winnable for them. And while we were talking about the DRX economy being a problem, now Sentinels are finding themselves in this loop of rifle round, eco round. They need a big play here, either an individual or a strat to pull out that can right the ship, because DRX are making a very strong comeback on defense.
Never seen before.
It's our first game of playoffs, of course, but that's what everybody set their sights on to. Early days still so far. Essentially that midway point of the tournament. Mako is going to be challenged here. A lot to be asked of him, but the full line connectivity using CPs to get the hell out of there. Yep. Damage done, spraying away, it's barely just cutting him up. Enough for him to stay alive here, all in Thunder, though it is committed, and this is an abundance of util. Gonna be used out here. Very much all in by Sentinels, and they need to come up with the damage and the goods, but already that counter util comes out swinging. DRX with a stun to supplement the defense. These players have not been dealt with. Tens does cut itself up, just cannot land it as well, even when he was trying to control his aim down. With the smokes dissipating, open angles and the spike in the middle of nowhere. No weapon really to speak of here for Sen.
Last player standing.
The round's chalked. DRX have maintained control. And the 4 players that stay alive have got to credit this round win to the one who died. That shot from Mako was outrageous. He got hit by the breach ultimate, and you might think that's a huge investment for Sentinels. Clearly a mistake based on them losing the round. But they had an opportunity here to clean up Mako, clean up Foxy 9 until that happened. Shot in the back of the head, putting down Zekan. How has he done that? I mean, he's stunned up. I guess it's just the cosmetic stuff. That's got to be a tilter. Sen invested a big ult into that.
हाँ भाई 11-11 भाई.
Like it back at 11-11.
ये round अगर Sen आ रहा तो पैसे पता.
Don't really for Sen.
जैसे सौसी के पास कुछ नहीं, जॉन के टिक पास कुछ नहीं.
Found that footing and more. Money flourishing. They don't have to worry about it for any point now of the regulation of this map. Stuns ricocheting through.
What?
He's under the tree.
Yeah, he's just got straight past that one, but it does just chew up the tag. He's going to go down to the kill. Buzz will fall and drop in the end, but Bane is right back at him. Able to help him out with the trade.
भाई गया बे.
It's all just gone to pot right now for Sen. Tagged up 10s. Doesn't stand a chance there. TPs to try and at least obfuscate where he might be going, but it's tag still in his face. Dodging the blast, but not enough.
Clean,
set him all about. DRX now. Just need to take that one more step.
Clean, अच्छा खेला लेकिन यार DRX बहुत बाप
so
खेला.
much more effective than
मैं
what
बोला
we saw from
strat-wise
Sentinels when the sides
DRX
were swapped.
+1.
The cages, the trips, all finding value, allowing them to play for backside control, and the flood that comes in from the rest of DRX to support onto flashback is fantastic.
Simple as fuck.
Sen can't really get through.
नहीं टूटेगा trip.
They're trying to break the trips, but they still get caught by both of them, and they're never taking backside. Can Sen pull out something to get us into OT here?
Stray bullets going to be exchanged.
Kills.
Just won by Buzz with a shot.
Good info, but Buzz picks up a rifle now.
That's the benefit of being rich.
There are many benefits to being rich.
No, of course. We won't get into it. Smoked up though, through the face.
वो लोग को पता है ना वो फिर से पीक लेगा.
Rooted to that spot here, mid-exploration. Needs to be value from this from Sentinels as well. To Crossfighters being held from either side. If Foxy overextends a little bit, no, just looks away. There are gaps to be found, but Sentinels have to be brave enough to just step over it. And it's Foxy 9 tearing them to pieces.
GG, bro.
Zekken was up next, on through the chopping block. And he might have just done enough.
Sen का map pick में हरा दिया DRX.
From the brink, there's 40 seconds left in the round, which is some time to work with, but again, the players not really the weaponry at it. Walking their way through its contact plays to see if they can get themselves in for the front of the site. Celsius sticking, sees denied, John Tito, domes it, and Bane's also dropped in the process, flashback. They're doing it.
ये क्या हरा दिया DRX, हरा दिया DRX.
DRX cannot afford to lose this situation.
ऐसा रहेगा भाई, Sen है सामने, Sen.
It's crumbled away from them. Foxy 9, the player who managed to get those two openers, is now asked alongside Michael the veteran to do the most. How do you crack into this B main post?
Aftershock still for Celsius too. Time pressure is mounting. You can already hear it. The spike is ticking. Foxy 9 straight flash, but he needs to get half, and he needs it now.
The stick.
The only wing on Foxy 9. He's got it at least, but tagged up, stuck up.
Oh my!
Survive. Overtime. It's almost preordained.
That is the miracle that Sentinels were looking for. 5 rounds lost in a row.
भाई वो कैम अगर टैग नहीं करता था ना.
Honest fraggers. And John has recovered it off the back of Sassy's support. A kill, a nightfall. John pushing into backside.
भाई कैम टैग भारी पड़ा.
And they've somehow pushed things to overtime.
Insanity.
Sen now get a chance on their defense. The sides will
It's a reset.
Sen were playing super passively over towards B. They stacked 4 players A in a lot of the rounds. They're not changing things too heavily up here. Still 3 players defending over towards the A side. John set up slightly further forwards. And 10's anchoring.
Oh, fast mid
towards the tail end, I think. Of the attack side rounds of DRX, but they spotted that mid was the weakness in the setups for Sentinels.
They also thought, though, that market was the weakness.
Shot that through, all up and over. It's a paranoia to help us out as well. He's going to be trying to make this play happen. Stuns, ricocheting. Strong QT can still hold his ground, but he's being swarmed.
Oh my god.
Rapid onto it, but Buzz has been cleaned up through the back of the site.
क्या split मारा बे door
4v3
से
for
city
DRX.
से B-main
Don't know where
से.
Buzz was going, but his team's still at a player advantage. If they get this, Foxy's 1 away from his rolling thunder. It's a hard enough retake to pull off anyway, even without the breach ult.
Sexy can be है bro. लग गए.
DRX are fully aware. Just have to play their lives. The util is avoided. The TP by Mako.
वो लोग ने पहला वो क्यों नहीं किया सीस?
Fakes it.
मालूम पड़ता ना कोई है कि नहीं.
No full committal. They're scared of the mid flank. Fault line's there. Snap back. An adjustment from Bane. The rifle in hand. Dropping Celsius. Sassy's got to do so much more now, but already that time and now the mid lurk. It's what they were anticipating, expecting. They know that nobody's on it. DRX should have done this. Into that 1v1. Circle shrinking. Sassy forced to stick. And flashback. Handed down. Absolute slam dunk finish.
क्या खेल रहा है?
DRX have another map point. They found that hole again.
My God.
Up through mid. The way that John is playing around mid and market, he's not aware of these timings. He either needs more support or a little more awareness of how DRX are going to be putting pressure towards market and mid at the same time.
Yeah.
And a beautiful identification of the holes once more in Sentinel's defensive setup. DRX have found the answer, at least to get things to have an opportunity to win the map. As yet to close out.
That point.
But it took a miracle from Sentinels to put one on the board on their attack side.
ये लोग वापस ट्रिप्स में बीटी करने वाले हैं क्या?
Flash clearing. Celsius going to be vacuuming up the orb. Slow and steady though. Leaving a player in B main.
भाई वो लोग A जाने वाले, ये और बुटाएगा और प्लांट करेगा. वो लोग A retake के लिए वो कर रहे counter.
Tagged up in the midst of all of that. I believe by the drone down through mid, wanted to break it as well to threaten.
Sen को लग रहा है वो लोग A retake करने वाले हैं.
Definitely feels like they're getting set up for a B
नहीं यहाँ पे pressure आएगा वो लोग retake के लिए जाएंगे ना.
Of course, the intention.
Sound made. Mako. Hearing most of this one, even sent the stun flying, a little bit of a precaution there from Foxy9. Trouble with the A side is as well, you have to kind of take it into these two waves. DRX, they have the defenders. Quite a bastion of players as well. They're going to cement themselves to the spot as well, but it's fakes on fakes because guess what? Tens, he didn't give up B main control the entire time.
30 seconds है bro, no way.
I've heard them leaving, but
no way वो लोग 30 seconds में Cypher के ट्रिप्स में जा रहे हैं.
It's over. Bit of peace of mind here for SEN. They're going to be trying to make their moves now out through market again. It's just fakes on fakes, but I think this is just indecision, hesitancy.
Yeah.
Sentinels, you have to make a play in. I mean, DRX is still in position. They're going to be able to put you down.
Abbe 10 seconds.
Well, it has to be mechanical ability. You're down to 12 seconds. But still these players holding tight, close up, cutting them up, trading on sight. Foxy9, spamming, spraying, praying away. Time has to be stuck at 10. He holds it down. Barely alive. In the double digits. No long. That's 13-13. And talk about cutting the closest SEN, man. That is absurd.
SEN look completely scrambled. These attack rounds that they've put together in round 24 and 26 are nothing short of miraculous. They shouldn't be getting them across the line. When you're running in with only 15 seconds left, into a stacked A site.
A fake, फिर mid fake,
should be able to come out on top of that, and yet the SEN, I don't know, the SEN rifling mostly, being able to come out on top. The trading was decent, but I don't think they're going to be able to put together rounds like that too often. It feels absurd that they've managed to do.
Yeah, it's just not consistent. Change up from Sentinels though.
This one
down out through market. Here's a battle and here's a skirmish. Celsius postured and pushed back, at least traded into play. Second straight damage of bullet, at least through Foxy9. He might have done enough to play. Back in, barrel betrayed by it. Buzz didn't stand a chance. Gives Tens that perfect time with the reposition out wide. Foxy9 cannot adjust it in time. Down to that 1v2. Heads appearing, flashback has chances and opportunities, but the C's, no connection, just out of range, double dutch, Sen the rifling surely.
Oh my God!
My God! In time.
Oh
my
God! Kitna close!
What a time! He's been struggling towards the bottom of the scoreboard this map after an amazing champions. He's managed to put his team up to their first map point. DRX is going to take attack timeout. That was a very different defense setup. I've been talking about the fact that SEN need to change up their defense.
Bro.
Let's go! This time, they put Zekken
सबसे
and
बढ़ता हुआ
Celsius
है
hard anchoring inside market. They haven't done that basically the whole map.
F6 कर दो एक्चुअल में ना ड्रॉप ऑप्शन आना
Swap the
चाहिए
Cypher onto the other side.
भाई इसमें आना चाहिए ना ज्यादा उठ गया चुपचाप ड्रॉप दोनों का हाफ पॉइंट क्या बोलते हैं
DRX forced to call a timeout at this point though when it comes to OT as well, all that prior conditioning. I mean, you can tell
DRX should have closed that round, the 3v5 round. They should have closed.
The fact that market area, there was a hole for the Sentinels defense, but they shored it up.
3v5 round
and
was
at this point, playbooks start to go out the window.
Super duper
Conditioning
advantage.
starts to go out the window. Sometimes it just comes down to who can grasp it here and now.
क्या स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो 9600 लोग देख रहे हैं वोट हो चुका है ऑलमोस्ट 5000 लेकिन लाइक्स देखो
I've been talking about the rounds as miracles,
लाइक
but
कर
they're
दो स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर
also
दो फट
scrappy,
से
chaotic moments where the players with more experience are coming out on top. And if you want to frame it that way, you're absolutely welcome to, because I think Sen
लाइक नहीं हो रहा
have been able to drag close situations across the line from round 24 onwards. There's a will to win here for Sen that I'm not seeing just yet for DRX.
शर्म आता है इसे बोलने में भाई कास्टर भाई थोड़े को शर्म है
Win this round just to get another
ना
round.
बाप के लड़िया
Of OT.
लेकिन कैम बता देगा ना कैम बता देगा
And also claimed
कैम
an
ने
empty
बता दिया
site.
रहेगा
Yeah, spam though, sprayed. That's Mako.
Bro, he's
For a
ready
short
for
angle,
free kills
pure
back.
instinct on display there with that kill. Stray bullets and spam only just connecting now to Sassy, spotting them out. Trips are going to be broken, but plan at least down. And now might be that second wave of things. It's a prowler stun into the corner.
बैठ नहीं सकते लेकिन
Delay
साइड
claim to
पे
the life of one of these DRX
Turn
players.
after
But now
shock
here
sub
comes
है
the tilt. Flowing through, C is going to be used in kind as well, pushing them back still. Player disadvantage here for Sen. Lots going to be asked of them. One way into the face.
बंदे दिया
Stands his ground, stalled defender. Rips them apart now, up through. And Mako just can't withstand this.
वापस
And Bane dropped down low to Cade into the
क्या
center. Bane will be the war. It's a 15-13 finish in the opening map of this series. That experience shining
भाई
through.
फिर से सबसे
What performance, what tenacity.
This is what I pay my internet bill, big cinema and watch my
Winning
love
the
you yaar
majority
Hannah
of those
Montana
really
भाई
close, scrappy rounds towards the end bodes well for them in the rest of this match.
Does as well, but it's just about take away their map pick up next. Haven. Anyway, you know, you don't want to miss it.
बड़ा किन्नी किन्नी लिख रहा था तू हाँ वहाँ पे हम लोग सब देखते हैं टोनी BGMS के चैट में ये जैसे वो सॉन्ग आता था ना किन्नी 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 करके लिखता था I spotted you Pikachu भाई भाई पहला ही गेम मजा आया बे लेकिन होली फक
ऐसे भाई ने बहुत वो किया
पहला ही गेम वो लोगों को 3-5 एंड करना था यार 3-5 भारी पड़ा यार मजा आता था यार DRX जीतता तो हाँ एक्सी अपसेट होता था बस वो हो जाए अभी रीसेट हो जाए DRX सेकंड मैप अपना मैप पे करके थोड़ा पॉजिटिव के साथ समझ रहे हो अगर BT में खेल लिया तो सेन फाड़ देगा साला सेन का कपड़ा पहन रहे हो DRX का था हराम ज्यादा एक बंदा हराम ही देखा What is this game? I would get heart attack. सबको मजा आया बे सबको मजा आया रहेगा गा क्या होता है अगा सुना है मैंने घर में पिकाचू बाकी लोग को क्या बोलूं कंट्रोवर्शियल थंबनेल ए यारी अनन्या डीजे
कास्टर्स है
पता है ये वही है वेन्यू
कौन सा
हाँ वही है ना लास्ट 3 मैचेस में शायद वेन्यू चेंज होएगा, ऐसा कुछ तो है ना चैट?
फाइनल्स,
लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स और अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स में वेन्यू चेंज होएगा शायद, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 मैचेस का। सेमीफाइनल्स में नहीं हो रहा है मोस्टली। What's the sense in DPI? +1 and W in the chat. 800 DPI and sense is 0.38. W. ये पहला कंट्रोवर्सी तुमने लिख रहा है, अभी ये लिख रहे हैं, तू जा रे। सॉरी आपको हाइट दिया, नो ऑफेंस।
क्या कर रहे हो? लिटमस काम
Hey
करो।
guys, GB down here with Coach Kaplan. Coach, congratulations on a hard-fought victory. Question on everyone's mind is, because I remember asking Zekin at the beginning of Americas, will we see you play Neon? He gave me a little coy answer, and he finally did today. Was this a pocket strategy you guys have held on throughout the season, or was this something you're like, screw it, let's just bust it out now?
It's definitely something we've worked on. I mean, we bounce around with different things, and we have a few
भाई
options.
प्लीज बोल
We're
यार,
feeling
एक
pretty
अच्छा
comfortable
खेला
this
है।
tournament, just surprising people and jumping for it, and he was confident whipping out the Neon. So yeah, he did a really good job with it.
Yeah, no, it
First
definitely
man
paid off on your blood
DRX,
pressure
but
right now after
send
that
win
OT.
overall.
Really
GG.
high, but I
And
try
you
not
know,
to show the
first
players
man
because I need them
तूने
to
बोला
stay
था
calm.
ये।
I respect that, brother. I
मैंने नहीं
respect
बोला
that.
था।
Back to y'all.
किसे बोला था?
Fantastic
मेरे को
insight there from
membership
Coach
जो भी दिया
Kaplan.
उसको
And let's
thank
take a
you।
look
मेरे
at how
हिसाब से
Zekin dominated on that
रेगा
map,
ने
on that
दिया।
Neon in the Verizon
रेगा की वजह
high
से मिला मेरे
speed
हिसाब से।
moment. He talked about how they're prepared to surprise people. Was it a good surprise?
I think it was. I mean, we saw Zekin play earlier in his career some of this agent, but this is the first time this year he's committed to playing on the Neon. And I think, well, there
Neon
were some
in
moments he got sloppy.
576
Overall,
days?
had a lot of good ideas cooked up around this Neon. They had a lot of specific
डेढ़
ideas on
साल?
the attacking side for these really fast-paced site executes built around what he can do. And I think he looked really comfortable on the agent individually.
I think that sometimes
डेढ़
there
साल
were some
बाद खेला ये?
mistakes in positioning, maybe going too aggressive, but I think that it is justified because of the ecosystem and everything that was around it. I think that the plan was also very, very different, but we can see it in the stats right now. Zekin had a very, very good map. Even though the score is like this, Buzz did diff Zekin. They ended up 8-3, so we're gonna give him that. He did deal with him.
Absolutely. And on the
Did you
defensive
notice
side, I
Once
think we
by
saw a
Nick
lot of
asked me to
value
please
too
do that.
from this Neon for Sentinels. Those really fast rotations meant that
मतलब?
Zekin was almost always in the right place at the right time.
Best
Which I think was
game
especially
Sen को
important because
side
Sen was playing
focus
a lot
कर
of
दिया
these
था,
rounds
so
where they
काश
went
like
really
Sen
heavy
क्या
strong
खेलेगा?
side and
नहीं
like a
DRX
solo
actual में
anchor
बहुत बात
having to do a lot on the other.
Yeah, let's talk about that attack side as well, because as soon as the side switched, the fact that Sentinels were able to build up such a great lead right off the bat gave him a great shot of winning this map. Yeah, exactly. But I think that also DRX woke up a lot in the second half. We saw a Buzz that was a lot more in the
Well,
game.
Valo
And
Mobile
especially
system in
going
India,
into the
it
next one, that
should
is something that we need
easily.
to happen from the beginning.
It got to an overtime, but the plan at the end and how calm were Sentinels in this kind of situations where things are not going the way. The round is not looking like yours, and then you win a 3v5.
When this team lifted the trophy in Madrid, I think the biggest talking point was about how good the team play was and how quickly they reacted to what their opponent was doing. I think that dropped off at times, not finding the right rotations, the right call in the mid-round when they were struggling in Stage 1 and to an extent in Stage 2 of Americas as well. But now here I think we see them back in form, calling the right pauses
Absolute
in the
cinema
mid-round,
game था,
group
बहुत
up
प्यारा था।
and go for this fight, constantly having the right reactions.
भाई
to
वो
what DRX
3v5
was
बहुत
doing
insane
and
था
keeping
bro,
their
कुछ भी
composure
बोलो।
in a game that was really
इससे
close, where DRX was really pushing
तीनों
them,
को
which is so
अलग
huge
अलग
for the
एंगल से
Sentinels
मारा
squad to be back
बेसन
in
ने।
form.
Honestly, I would take it one step further than just pushing them. If I were DRX, I would be distraught to throw away that 5v3 lead, Kakuka, when they could have just ended that map and gone 1-0 up into Haven.
I think that anybody that watches back that round, and we were commenting it on the green room, it really looked like they thought it was done. It's a 3v5, it's a 5v3, we have this is over, we can go into the next that's what we managed to bring it back. And it's actually that resilience and actually Sentinels always thinking about the answer to that specific situation that took him that far. We knew that this was going to be a very close encounter, so I'm happy that we got the OT.
I'm also
happy. Let's take it back and send it to Golden Boy once again. And
are
see
you
what
happy?
Coach
I'm
Termi
happy.
had to say ahead of map 2.
I want to get a green color hoodie by
Hey everyone, here with Coach Termi as well as Jen for translations. Coach, hard-fought game there in map 1. What are you telling the boys?
मेरा friend बोलते हैं
going in to map 2, but what are you telling the players to help them with their confidence going into that map?
센티넬과 접전을 펼쳤던 1세트였는데요. 분명히 DRX도 강점을 많이 보여준 것 같고 좋은 경기력을 보여준 것 같습니다. 일단 선수들이 헤이븐을 앞두고 자신감은 어느 정도인지도 궁금하고 그리고 좀 감독님께서는 선수들에게 어떤 얘기를 해주셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 선셋 같은 경우는 저희가 경기를 치르면서 조금 더 침착했더라면 이길 수 있는 경기였다고 생각을 하고 당연히 첫 세트가 끝나고 나서는 선수에게 조금 더 침착하다는 얘기를 했었고요. 페이브는 저희가 준비하는 과정에서 충분히 자신 있을 정도로 올려놨기 때문에 무조건 이길 수 있다고 보고 있습니다.
In terms of sunset, I feel like it could have gone our way if we stayed calm. So I told the players to stay more calm and collected, relax a little bit, take it slow. And when it comes to Haven, it's a map that we've heavily prepped and we're really confident in how strong it is. So it's going to be a good map for us for sure.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Coach. Back to you guys.
Anna in the chat.
Well, thank you very much, GB and Coach
Just
Termi.
starting 1-0 up, Anna आपने miss किया पहला map.
Is their map pick?
They do, and what he said in that interview, I think, is worrying to an extent about some of that confidence. They give it a struggle on map 1 because the last time we saw DRX play Haven was their debut map versus Crew, where this team look out of sorts.
Just say bad.
Yeah, bad. They were great in Pacific here, and they got crushed by Crew. And I think it was all about the mental and the rookie players showing up on this stage and not having it on that map 1. They did bounce back, but now they only have one map to stay alive there.
Yeah, and this is their map pick. It's not that it has crushed their confidence. Definitely, you have not exposed anything that you had ready on that map because it was a 13-2. You wanted to surprise. We were thinking, why is the Abyss not the pick here? Is it because of the read that Sentinels might have onto you because you're going completely blind into what they can do? Now you can only focus on this Haven, and Zekin, you guys doubling down on the Neon.
Double Neon. I like this, but this is still a risky pick, right? DRX, they even banned it the last time against Fnatic.
I love these Neon looks, though. We've seen other teams in Americas playing it, so I'm sure Sentinels has faced this comp in scrims. On the attack side, you can beat the pace of a lot of these lobby control ideas that DRX loves to show. Zekin is fantastic individually on this agent, and this is also likely going to throw off some of the prep for this Korean squad.
Yeah, there's going to be, of course, a lot of action on A. I think that this holds a lot of resemblance with the Crew match because one of the pivotal points for them not being able to do almost anything in the map was Kesnit playing on that Neon. If they are able to replicate that, this could be a 2-0 for Sentinels.
Sen crushed Genji to even make it to the playoffs, and now throwing a spanner in the works in map 2 against DRX here. They could take down both Korean squads and move on.
All right, over to you, Brian and Sideshow. Have fun.
Definitely looks like it's going to be a series that I think delivers on multiple levels here, because as well, I mean, all this talk about the map pool as well, it's weird that
nobody's interested.
Considering both of these teams haven't been confident in the past, but in DRX's case, they did get run over, as the desk was mentioning, by Kesnit on the Neon. They just absolutely steamrolled.
Yeah, DRX का map है और मेरे हिसाब से comp भी अच्छा है.
Up the fact that they're super confident on Haven. They banned it recently. They got destroyed by Crew. This was the obvious pick here, but it looks like they were scared that Sen had it as a trap. Sen have never shown it. So now we get this clash. DRX will be hoping that that Neon pick for Zekin doesn't end up doing the same stuff that Kesnit did.
It's a counter with the fault line as well. Attempted to punish that one with the cam being broken. That is the goal, just to try and push back that impact the Zekin might have. Stuns, ricocheting, rebounding. The smoke's already propped up into the faces, but the blinds are still good for it. Gonna try and dominate these smokes, getting into the angle. Shot down to clear all these possibilities. But it comes down to just Mako, 1v2. Difficult scenario. Jumping, spotting. Zelsis, he's hunting for the information to try and set up tens. Round, hopping, skipping, looking for the easiest. Fights here, isolated Mako. He's still alive. Zelsis, he's gone, scurries away. Doesn't want any part of that fight there, not when it just goes all topsy-turvy.
Mako is going on the long flank around as well. This could actually come down to who just gets the jump on the other. A pure timing
करेगा
game.
clutch लग रहा है.
नहीं वो smoke tap करेगा ना stun देके घुस जाएगा.
Pathing is so
Jump right click.
unusual. It's going to be weird for both players in this spot.
Zelsis is going to be feeling uncertainty, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, Mako.
तेरी.
He's gone around the world, around the map at this point, trying to play into the
Bro,
unexpected.
I don't think वो expect करेगा.
करेगा ना उसने दे लिया एक inning clear है करके देख लिया.
Just sits inside onto it, but he reveals his hand early. Smoke. It's dropped down, 21 health. Again, straight bullets. Could just cause it. Defeat in the moment for the pistol. Mako would have to be down 3-3. And it is! To the pure elation of the crowd. It's a pistol round here for DRX.
Stun करते वक्त उसको pick करना.
Less than 2 seconds available. And Mako takes it across the line. I've got to think that Zelsis didn't understand how weak Mako was in that spot. Didn't see exactly who done damage to Mako over the course of the round. But if Zelsis had landed a couple bullets himself, he wouldn't have that info relayed to him by the rest of the team. I guess with these kind of jump shots, he just isn't confident to know that only 21 health remains on the IGL for DRX.
को 1v1 किया इसने.
A stun, a right click, and Mako's done so. The Red Bull clutch pulled away.
क्या हटाओ?
We knew it was going to be a big ask. Some of the vets on DRX. Mako and Buzz to step up. To take it straight to them. I mean, Buzz right there. That is so precarious.
The short range headshot with the Outlaw.
मेरे जैसा खेला ना?
Normal है.
Zekken did manage to get the better end of Buzz on Sunset. I mean, just
उसका लगा full health है. कैसा लगेगा रे? Call आए रहेगा.
But Buzz has been
जितना damage दिया.
outrageously good so far. The last month, it's been bonkers from him.
Yeah, top-notch form. I mean, looking like one of the best players in the world heading into the event.
Yeah, I mean, 1 KPR versus Fnatic on map 1, 1.2 KPR on map 2. He wiped them away. If you allow Buzz to get rolling, and if you put an operator into his hands, on this defense side is going to get tough for Sen. Very tough.
He's already building up to it with that Outlaw. Definitely feel it, but...
उसने कितना damage दिया था?
Also quite a lot of respect given too, right? DRX not having anybody that just keeps the pistol into this round. So these are going to be the weapons they keep to the bonus.
Yeah, with that investment. Let's TP's up over the top here. Tens has potentially found himself a slight gap, but no, players are just weaving in and out and around him. Will be able to get away with a gun? Not quite, so... Foxy9 puts him in his place.
अरे सुहा को free kill.
Going around the world as well.
ये क्या था? Saucy! ये क्या था Saucy?
वो flick मारा.
किस
Only
खुशी
one player
में?
is going to be ecoing in this round for DRX.
Classic में?
Otherwise, a bonus that's got some bite.
Bro, I think we are gonna go map 3. What do you feel?
Beginning, I think.
Yeah.
I think we are going, dude. I think Pacific is gonna show its beauty.
To be a favorite in this map.
Right.
DRX have been better if you look at what they've done on Haven all year, but recently,
देखो पूरा W करेंगे ये देख लो पूरा W.
If they can shut
W
that
रोक
off,
सकते हैं ना
भाई कैमरा इधर
it
ट्रैप
should be a really good map for them, like Termi was talking about.
He's got to be careful here because already a short control, relatively lost. He's got to hear this drone now and should be calling.
Oh, Basadar
form of backup.
Basadar
Committed smoke as well.
Basadar stun blind
DRX happy to give this one up actually for the retake. So it's pulled a lot of util out of Sen, anticipating that it could be
counter
That clear as well. Great stun that Zekken throws out. Tens teleports up to punish anybody.
Blind
They clearly put some thought into these things on XX. Sunset.
Celsius just sidestepping most of this util, not a paranoia up and over. That's a dash! Committed, a bit confident and overconfident by Buzz himself, still locking down the angles. Zekken will have a hard task at least with these players, dodging and weaving up and around here, and it does set him up. At least flashback for that kill. Zelsis trying to avoid this one up and around the cage. Just follows the trail loosely. Damaged under these 7 players, definitely a little bit messy.
Damage done to the economy, absolutely true. 2 rifles were all that Sentinels managed to escape with there. But only 1 Bulldog needs to be bought, and Zelsis is getting pretty close to his Rolling Thunder. So I don't think this is as bad as it might first appear.
Nice try.
Zelsis, speaking of him, that aftershock that he used to post-ban basically won them the round. The whole point for DRX there is that they're supposed to explode in off the retake, follow up on the buzz. Couldn't manage it.
सब लोग यही करते हैं ना ट्रॉफी उठाने के बाद हाँ चैट
Aggression by DRX start. That's a
Oh
stun.
भाई
And a dash from
sexy
Buzz to try and-
sexy
Oh, Ruby!
क्या
Buzz है बे.
You can't be hit
भाई
though.
जो stun में flick headshot
onto 2. Yeah, it's definitely a day of first, mate.
proper
I mean, I've
bota
never
bhai.
seen anything like that. Sassy with a re-exploration. He's seeking to offset that disadvantage, but DRX, they come right back at them with that firepower.
Buzz है.
And a great set
पहला वाला
play to
normal
crunch
था
onto A lobby as well.
क्योंकि
Buzz
वो लोग
wasn't
blind और
shooting
stun थे
against
लेकिन
people
बाकी
that were
तो
shooting back in that spot. He was shooting against people that were blinded up, stuffed into a corner, and yet it's still so impressive, the mechanics on display there. Here's that paranoia thrown out
ये
from
देख
Mako.
पहला
but
ये
the
वाला
follow from Buzz,
normal spray था
genuinely unbelievable.
ये
The spray
क्या है?
control, even just onto 10s is amazing, but
टर्न में 3 बार
That's ridiculous. I do love a good delayed A lobby fight.
if you let this guy get rolling, he could walk all over Sen. Zekken's got to be able to match him pound for pound. And with the hero rifle in his hands,
Wow,
Sen
so
putting their trust in the young superstar.
कुछ मैं बताऊँ Zekken और Buzz as best duelist Zekken
Buzz,
Players
Buzz.
Mako.
Zekken
Got a feeling that that's leaning over towards B as well. Bullets landing, not dropping him though. Dodging around. Just the drone is going to be used up and over. Dart through the back as well. Big reveal. The posturing set away. Now looking to lean there. He's taken to the C side. Flashback is there, ready. He does have the rifle towards the back. Is it going to be trained well enough? Expecting 10s. Just in time, but it's traded. And Zekken's here. Rifle play. Needed a reign supreme.
Oh माँ कसम शॉट
ओ
डाल
लग गए
John's picked it up.
जल्दी
A bit of
से
recycling occurring here with a
Oh.
roll of DRX players. Main could not escape. He's not the ire of that one. Buzz is right back
Oh, Buzz got
into
him.
it. Trying to take that fight. Plenty of players that are weak, but Maka now is forced to concede up that space and concede
ये
the
बस
round.
का हाँ almost
What a thrifty for
Almost
Sen
दो
to be
low
able
थे
to pull out. They only had one Vandal to
भाई
work
B
with.
पे अंदर जाके जो बाहर आए वो लोग
Cool macro idea as well,
अच्छा था
called by John. That fake into B.
अच्छा था
John
B
had
पे
already taken the space in garage and was ready to break the trip, give that away as late as possible.
0 MS language
But they did DRX dirty there, just taking them out one by one, slicing off a single player at a time, and then
thirsty
gathering up the guns as they
Where
went
is
to
this
pull off the
loyal
Mastercard
Bunks
thrifty.
army, yo? I mean, look at the watching and look at the likes. Not even 5k likes done
Danger
here.
element, I think, of Sen's overall game
What is
plan.
this behavior?
Just game plan, I suppose. This was not
अबे
really
actors
planned,
करने
but
का
it's their
सोचा
ability to
आपने?
just jump on opportunities when they're presented to them.
Absolutely. And that's what Buzz is trying to do at the end there as well, right? He's trying to find that timing back right before the neural theft comes through. Buzz, Blade Storm in hand. Going to be popping that one and trying to get value out
Chat
of it. in
one
this
like
round.
is equal to one prayer for me like करो
Maybe working his way up to an operator.
रोज झेलता हूँ मैं
Oh,
Huh?
revealed up.
दिल से बुरा
I
लगा
don't know where Buzz is, at least with the Blade Storm as well. Sen would scurry away into an opposite direction.
No trip over towards garage here, completely clear. Double kill trip on site.
Just trying to play these players in as well, through the back of the side as well. Stun, again, ricocheting cages. At least to try and help out the anchoring players. As flashback, try and get them
ये लोग
south,
back
tucked into
set
the corner. Once more
मारेंगे
Pacific. There's no more, despite the paranoia was quite good. Aftershock now will clear out this
Oh,
player.
oh,
Flashback.
oh,
Miracle that even gets the one, but Mako just trying to break their ankles. The unexpected angle. Buzz is right there. Blade Storm, he's slicing and dicing. No kills there, but the damage done surely. And that's 10s. Quick evacuation with the TP barely out of dodge.
8
They had 10 HP between them there, the final two players on
कहाँ
Sentinels.
भागा भाई?
10s with the majority of
Blind भी नहीं है
that,
अभी।
still only on 8.
A massive advantage still here for DRX, like you said. It's on 8 HP. Drone saved for a rainy day. Will clear through most of this one, so Tens could not play the off angle like he was hoping. Now just holding it.
ओ भाई अच्छा था
Shallow into the play.
Has
It's going to have to be
perfect.
pure, perfect, precision, whatever you want to call it.
ओ यार एंटी था ब्रो
For a moment, looked like
भाई
Tens
वो
was close to the
recon
right
के
line, but
वजह
Buzz
से
is good for it. Takes that kill, takes the defuse.
भाई लो था क्या करता भाई पीछे जा दो उसको
I don't think
स्पैम
he's going to have
कर
enough money
मस्त
to be able
मारा
to go for
लेकिन
the
उसने
operator though.
ऑलमोस्ट था
It looks like he might need to help out his mates.
ये लोग बैक साइड कैसे खाली नहीं कर पा रहे आफ्टर शॉक
Texas
लेट
great
क्यों आ रहा है
trading
इतना
out kills all throughout the site here. It was all that the DRX could do to hold on. to push things across the line.
Well, at least to give him an opportunity and a chance in that spot.
And actually, they've gone with a
I like it
onto
10
flashback
times.
so that Buzz can
11
have
crore.
enough money to go for the operator himself.
Interesting.
So here comes the op.
Might not be expecting it.
They've smoked off their own op here to disguise the fact that Buzz is going to be playing in this
पहली बार
direction.
एकदम proud वाला
Normally, a
feeling
smoke
आ
in
रहा है
this position
DRX
means
gameplay देख
the op
कुछ
is not
भी
really
बोल
going to be playing there. Why would
Sen को हरा
the
रहे
team
बे
want to smoke off their own operator? Just to disguise it and hope that Sen
इतना
falls into the
अच्छा
trap. They're
खेलेंगे
not
करके
at
नहीं
all.
पता
Chewing up Zekken. Luckily, nobody wants to decide to play against it, but the spam and the bullets, yep. Bringing them down onto the players. It's a narrow choke point that makes it very easy and orchestrated. John QT through the gut of mid, drops down the cage as well because he knows he's getting cleared by that drone. Had to evacuate.
He was in a nice spot to try to listen for any defensive rotates.
Right back to Buzz.
Pure
They don't have drone.
I get info.
उसने कॉल दिया क्या?
Now smoked off. Buzz's life made that much more difficult. Contact plays by Sen going to be called on the back of it.
Meanwhile, John might try to make a play garage.
TP for the info. And John did try and make a play.
No,
Punished.
dude.
The judge in the hands of flashback does work out, but Buzz is getting squeezed. But he's actually winning the fight still, right from behind. Zekken tracking immaculate. Putting in the hours. Definitely shows. Zelsis with a plan, having to push it back. So it's a 2v3 to get themselves back into this still. Disadvantage for Sentinels. Need picks. You're going to need them now. Open angles.
No
Smokes
spot.
fade.
I don't think they saw Foxy9 in heaven.
Holding the flank. It's a paranoid
क्या
from
करेगा
DRX,
अब
sweeping
से
his
ये?
way through, dropping down, clearing most of the way. This is methodical by DRX. But again, it comes down to these opening kills. Util into their hands. There was a chance and opportunity here in the TP. Mako is covering this angle. Foxy9 diffusing, sticking. It's already half. Has to lay claim to the kill, and he does just that. Beamed all the way through. Has to get into the corner. Is it enough?
Oh my
God! And he needs to land it. The shot from Foxy9 a time. Just running away from him.
Kill रे भाई
Seconds just clutched that one up with 2 HP to his name. What is that?
Insanity that Zekken survives.
Multiple opportunities
Yeah,
for Foxy to try to attack him with just a single bullet. The whistle of a bullet going past him would have dropped him at 2 HP. Foxy couldn't quite find the moment for it. Zekken played around that perfectly, drawing him off the defuse. Zelsis also put the fear into him with that fault line. And Sen clutch 2v3.
भाई तीनों को stun किया बे Zelsis
DRX, they've looked like a great team out today. But in the clutch
Eco
moments,
कर दिया बे अपन अच्छा lead में थे
chaotic,
bro
scrappy
fuck
spots, the Sen player quality
I'm
is
grounded.
coming out to shine.
That resilience as well that definitely shone through
अच्छा
in the
खेल
Madrid
रहे
run.
थे यार
That veteran quality that they have ready. Buzz just caught with his trousers down by the ankles there. He was way out into the open.
And that's the hero rifle finding no value. Smoked off though and recovered. Flashback picks it up. Looking to do better. And DRX, they went for the flood defend in the previous round instead of trying to have Bane throw out his Hunter's Fury. It is still available, but he's posted up deep. They're constantly trying to get info on Sen early towards the A site.
retake भागो
They're not going to be able to hold on to this though.
क्या
Bane's
सोच के
already
वो खड़ा
stunned
था
up.
वहाँ पे साइड पे
Darts and flashes. What
इसलिए
a
खड़ा
shot!
था इसलिए खड़ा
He's
था
holding down the line still. Rifles will make short work of these players.
कभी भी ऐसे नहीं
And the
ये कूद
hero
सकता है, पता है
rifle
ना?
was flanking the whole time.
Oh,
ठीक है flashback ठीक है
Well, they're giving away at least one
सही
of them.
पर मैंने के
Yeah.
गेम से नहीं
He's trying to
कूदा
sound bait to make them forget about Marco. No, don't worry, guys. Really, it was only me, the Cypher.
उसने बराबर
Can
किया
also save this weapon, hoping that someone falls into the
oh
lap of Marco. But this is Sen tying things up 4-4. DRX have got no chances left in
बोलो
this round.
सिटी से रोटेट करेंगे ना
Might be a good thing for DRX that they just walked into the trip too. Sen might not fix it.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a couple of different trips that you want to go for. That trip is actually still really good for defaulting over towards C and Garage at the start of the rounds. Because it still does block, like
He
Buzz,
goes
if he
by
wants
up.
to push up deep onto an angle in A lobby. It'll stop you, you know, getting pressured from behind.
Yeah.
But then when you go into A, you really want to be picking
उधर
that
trophy
trip
दिख
back
रहा
up
है
and
John
placing
Kitty.
it near the mid-window.
आराम
That stops
ज़्यादा
that flank as you commit to the A side coming from behind. But to be honest, little details like that will very easily get lost in the middle of rounds, where stuff like timing is much more important. You know, you don't want to be sitting around messing with the utility if you have a split second you need to commit. DRX are going to take a tag time out here.
Yeah, pushed into the point where they do need some corrections. Part of it is that, you know, even when they've just given everything
excuse me.
He hasn't been able to get value with it.
Yeah, and part of that was because they posted him over towards A short, and Zekken ended up jumping across the sight line. They smoked him off. They actually got that information he was playing A short when he could have had the value. He wasn't given a shot though. No. There was no shot that was possible for him to take. You're never hitting a neon jump running across your screen. So don't blame Buzz, but you're right in the sense that he does need to be getting value in order for this DRX defense to start running away.
I have
That's
slipped
what
DR.
Green Squad is banking on here, is Buzz having one of these blinding games.
DRX जीता.
So where do you put him? Where will find the most value?
PKMs इस बार मेरे को 90 प्लस आनी चाहिए.
He's gonna have to switch it up. They've tried to hide their intent, I think, by, you know, like you said, they put smoke towards the back of A lobby, they put a dart in, it makes it feel like it's an A lobby fight, as you already mentioned. Why would you smoke off your own, hoping that somebody will look into it?
But nobody did, and then they cleared him really effectively in the late round, even though they'd used drones. So, you know, if SEN are going to be really good at dealing with him on A, maybe you should be not putting him to fight short again, but that's what they're going for. Same play.
Foxy9 to release, break the dart. Cammed up though. Hunter's Fury. Here's a play to be made. Rolling Thunder! Shooting ducks! It's a target practice now for Zekken. He's got plenty more players here just trying to make the work happen. Paranoia to play off for DRX. Foxy9 is inserted. Tucked up close into the corner position again, and a stray bullet spammed back and away to rightful aim here, but beamed down by Sassy in the air. Wrapped it all the way. Sassy! Monstrous finish. Unless it could have gone either way, with the way that DRX was shooting in those final moments. But he just about puts the bow on it.
I like the way that SEN took control of the smoke. And you're right, DRX started shooting back, but Sassy stepped up. He's had a great tournament so far. He had a very, very slow start for Sunset. And I was worried that today we might not see champions winning level Sassy.
Hard enough. With the power of friendship.
Maybe that's how Sassy's getting results.
Oh my.
Takes
a fall here for DRX. They're going to go for that delayed A lobby fight, but SEN not falling prey to it. Not again. Instead, working away over towards B now, knowing that all that util was used. Mako to be the potential of that timing. Stray shots rattled. Rolling Vonda committed.
Yeah.
DRX using
wow, they just faked it, yo.
Yeah, they're all the way through Mako though. Will deliver at least a one in the second. He's made it potentially winnable.
Please show ultimate mark.
Potentially not in vain. Flash is good. Buzz trying to land his shots and potentially stay safe in through the back of the cyber bodies, just poking out, opening up, gliding through, spraying them all down. Sentinels now
won that, dude.
It's full momentum on their side.
It is. They've got a great read on what the defense is doing. Even the magic from Mako couldn't stop that round. SEN go in, they fake the plan towards B. Bait out the rolling thunder on an equal round from DRX. And does it catch a single player? I don't think so. They were out of there so fast. Sassy picks up a beautiful lurk kill. And then straight through to C. They know it's open doors.
भाई भसड़ तो करता है Zekken.
Is remarkably good. And this is looking like a map where DRX, I guess, have been banning it for good reason. At least
ये बस का राउंड है. ये बस का राउंड है bro.
Today, the scoreline makes
clean बस का राउंड है.
Buzz has got to get aggressive.
ये जो लगने वाली है ना इसको one tap.
Spots a few players, but surely not long for this world. The dash is there, stuns up. Oh my! Buzz does not quite get out of there, but the damage is done. Painful strike back here to the Sentinel side. They thought that they had all the answers and options for it. Operator retrieved
out of box.
Makes short work of John QT. Tens is still here, but not for long. Drop down to 30 HP. Jump in with the classic.
By must Cam or Buzz push sexy.
That's the key to victory.
Cam or Buzz push sexy.
Buzz will give you those, I guess. You called it out. He needed a no-scope to be able to survive that situation and hits it. He was stunned up. He couldn't scope in. What is this round? This is the value that they've been looking to try to get from the guy, but I didn't think it was going to come this kind of way. All of the ideas there are still good from Sen. They just get outplayed. So this is now making it possible.
Let's go. Camera change karo
I think that
abhi.
would obfuscate a little bit of how much Sen have been in control, but if DRX can get round 12, that's an amazing starting point.
Oh my god, that strain. Mako gonna get punished. The util in his hands was just too late. Overdrive, it's earned and his tempo increased. DRX have been struggling to hold a candle to any of it. Buzz has got to drop players and will do so as that. Chops off their heads and they know where the final few are. Inevitability now rearing through. That is decisive by DRX.
मेरा brain खत्म हो जाएगा
Two
bro.
slam-dunk rounds to end the half. Completely upturn your expectations of what was going to go on.
सिर्फ
Four in a
लड़
row,
रहे हैं दोनों
dominant
team.
attacking from
सिर्फ
Sen,
लड़ रहे.
cut short at the end. And it's 6-6. Absolutely anyone's game.
Using
Those final two rounds from Buzz are remarkable. He's also just destroyed
Yeah. Blaze still went hand man. He's made short work of it, enough to make it even. Still anyone's game. An explosive series that we are being treated to.
अबे तो हाथ तोड़ा है. ज़्यादा बोला ना तूने? चुंटिया काट रही है मेरा.
Red Bull gives you wings.
स्पेसिफिक वाला कहाँ से मिलेगा?
ये कौन बंद करेगा?
Bunks bhai, why not supporting Sen? You hate Sen. Excuse me? नहीं, इस बार मैं वैसा वन साइडेड वाला सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ यार. प्लेऑफ्स है, 8 टीम तो खुद से खेले. कैमरा बोलते सेन जीतेगा लग रहा है कैमरा के हिसाब से. ओए पिंके, तू का बेल खाएगी क्या? पिंके, तू का बेल खाएगी क्या?
मेरा पेट खराब हो रहा है रोज तेरा सूखा है खा के.
लास्ट टाइम कब खाया था?
भी 2 दिन पहले.
ऐसे 1 हफ्ते के ऊपर हो गया.
2 दिन पहले खाया था. चेक कर तेरा. चेक कर.
मेरे एक बात बता, तू बता क्या तू? हाँ? बता क्या तू? Why are you sounding like this?
सिंपल छोड़ू तेरा.
कुछ बोल.
World-class plays occurring. This is Sen on their defense now.
Looking mostly set up to try to stop some kind of B pistol round from DRX.
Yeah,
DRX, at least at the beginning, are going over and taking some long. This is what they were doing against Gen G in Pacific very regularly.
Blink twice
take
for
this
it.
control and then reset, and sometimes go into the exec. This time looks like they're going to commit, which would be a lot of pressure on Sassy.
Yeah.
Saucy bhai chat
It's really no signs being. He's going to have to play off to the side.
Same one body rush. Retake
40
है
seconds now until the next recon though.
उनको पता है अब खेल नहीं सकते.
लेकिन नहीं आएगा, retake नहीं आएगा.
Waiting for that one. Zelsis after shot down and out in through the corner. Drone does connect and tag onto him. It's DRX. Buzz he's trying to play inside and in front of most of his util. Sen are overwhelming. And that is an onslaught. To curve before our eyes, and Mako left what he can. Stray bullets, damage done. Movement hopping around. There's no easy target at all offered. And now it's inevitable. At that, a pistol round here for Sentinels and a 3-piece of 10s to close that.
Even without the recon online.
भाई सिटी में आफ्टर शॉक डालने के बाद भी रिटेक किया ये लोग कैसे?
It's a great pistol that Sen have put together, but also it's making me think about future retake
scenarios. गलत था शायद बे.
Beginning of this year, and Madrid in particular, Sen were the retake team. We haven't seen that level of perfect success yet from them. I mean, they have had some phenomenal retakes when they played.
Tyson, we got this pistol. Tyson.
When they played Icebox against Gen G, it was looking very clean. But yeah, dead even on pistols now, both of these two teams. Buzz is going to try to put a spanner in the works, picking up the Outlaw full armor. He's got 4 potential snacks.
So risky though.
Outlaw versus Outlaw.
But if it goes wrong, economy tumbles for one player still. That's a 140.
Ye jeeta?
On either side here, but it was Tens who's the one who does fall.
No charges left.
To the wayside now, an open C side, not the DRX are
Nahi,
aware of it. Exploded to a crawl.
उसने light armor outlaw लिया था ना.
Just spotted a body there. Celsius has been seen, but can't
Oh,
quite stop the gun into his hands and put himself in alongside John QT. Make the retreat for now. DRX is still not really forcing the issue. Buzz is going to try and lock that down. Zekken, one to the dome.
One enemy
Shut down,
More danger
buddy.
just evaporates of that. Zekken can stick this one with full peace of mind.
Flashback, us moment ho gaya.
What a shot from Zekken. 10 HP on
Hello,
Buzz,
bhai, became
but if
safe
he
and
hits
Binks
that
back.
one shot,
Any comments?
it's just basically a
मैं
fight.
50
Whoever hits
subs
the
भी
shot,
जीत
as
गया
long as
तो
we
I
win.
love you.
EDG.
That's a headshot
EDG.
in there just for style points, I guess.
Love you, yeah. इसलिए बोलते हैं
भाई
डैडी का DNA
उधर तो हिस्ट्री है बे हिस्ट्री 13-3 और 13-5 आ रहा है इग्नोर कर रहा हूँ मेरी बात सुन
So your IGL, former star player of DRX.
13-3 और 13-5 आ रहा है अरे इग्नोर कर रहा हूँ ना मैं
Guardian no armor for Marco.
Really, कभी भी बोलते रहे
बस
जीत
बस
पास
I
होती
know.
है
Nothing to work with, really.
इसलिए मैं शॉर्ट्स खेलता हूँ
Countered quickly, and that tells you that the stack was over towards C, right? The defaulting players are on the C side if the fault line's going to come out that quickly from the attackers. These players on A could be taking more space right now. I think Sen have missed a little bit of a trick there.
I think the goal was to call us a pivot, though, over towards A.
But as soon as the fault line comes out as a reaction, you know that they're not quickly running A.
Right.
Same time, Sen not willing to take the risk.
तेरे को पता है ये प्लेयर्स में सबसे ज़्यादा फोन कौन यूज़ करता है
Marco's taken nice space.
Yes, announcing himself ever so slightly here. Through Garage, no trip to meet them. Bullets raining down, led on either side. They're going to push back these players as well if nobody's watching into the smoke. Celsius might make you punish. Still. Yeah, watching it. Flash to play him in. Good adjustment. Reactions by Bane. Just flicks and adjusts in time. Zekken playing himself in. Worry a little bit about the flank timing here, but I think he's heard the footsteps just scurrying away from flashback. Still a hard retake, nevertheless. 2 Outlaws and a Guardian in the hands of these SEN players. And the post plan from DRX does look good. It's just a smoke to cut up the sightline. Mako makes it that much more difficult to partition here for SEN. Knows the angles, knows the timings, gliding into his face. They do damage in that regard still. It's all being played off site. They know they're off of it.
Okay, easy diffuser, bro. Easy diffuser, bro.
Sticking, it's a few. I mean, okay, yeah. Just praying that he can maybe get away with that one.
That's expensive.
Close जा रहे सारे
Error
rounds.
there from flashback, but he wanted to make sure that there was
ऐसे
no
दो दिन
chance
से
of
जो
an
हमारा
injury
शॉर्ट
in
चैनल
that
के लिए कंटेंट
situation.
चाहिए सच्ची लव यू हेलो love it आयुष भाई गाइस 6k लाइक्स के बहुत क्लोज है एक साथ लाइक का बटन ठोको
And now we get into rifle territory.
वाह उसने ट्रैप भी
Sen
थोड़ा
lead
मारते
by
मारते
only one.
वेरी रियली
It's a tentative advantage that they hold.
मेरे को लग रहा है ये लोग ए फेक
Still
करके
way
सी
away from
जाएंगे
those
टीम
big ults that we'd be paying attention to. Where did the DRX start their default?
That's full on. So no, I did anything about that. That's a lobby
मेरा
take.
सुन नहीं रहे बी
All
फेक
that
करके
space is
किधर
given up
जाएंगे
here. DRX, they have a couple of options, but
Oh,
they instead
commit
just
कर
choose to
दिया.
send it straight over towards B. As an aftershock will have to be respected. TP from Mako.
Nice dodge, dude.
Around the world we go. It's a kill trip in the face, walking up behind it. Spam and spray it down. John QT could get punished. Tries to play off the stun and wow, lined up for him. Unexpected play. Sometimes the better one.
भाई वो लोग को
Plus a Foxy
पता
9
था
dropped.
बे
How did the
रेड्डी
picture?
था स्टन
It comes down to contact plays. For DRX, it's the only thing that can bail them out of this.
सी था ना
Shadows traveling. Look at the passive positions that Sen are holding. Just making sure that DRX don't push even deeper than the sight that they're giving them. Happy to play a retake 5v3. They just don't want to get caught by a lurk.
Ultimate is ready.
Bane is
ओ
lurking. It's
कैमरा ने
Ten's job to
देखा
watch
क्या
this.
play the backstab. Flashback.
I think camera ने देखा ना?
Attempt of it. Tens though catches onto Bane. And the options are limited. And now the flashback is pushing himself into the angle as well. A flash to play second in, cleaning up these players. Nicely done by Sen.
By on top.
Big blow landed early for Sen on the defense side.
गलत काउंटर किया बे बी पे प्लांट के आफ्टर शॉक करके भगाया और हमेशा बी फेंको के गराज तो सही होता है उसका काउंटर किया इधर टर्न देके लेकिन ये राउंड क्लोज था क्योंकि अगर जेट मारता ना उधर साइफर को तो वो लोग को पूरा रिटेक खेलना पड़ता था सी और वो लोग राउंड जीते गए मेरे 50 सब्स से लैंड में
committing to the retake. I believe DRX is going to take a tag time out. I didn't like the macro pathing is basically how I want to sum up this statement though, because for DRX to think that they could get that plant down on B,
playoff में मेरा 100% होएगा yes bye 100%.
In some way was not connected with them over towards the B link. And I don't think there's enough layers there.
कितना बचा है 150 सब मतलब
24,000 to that, then you know save your flash and dash to tap the plant and then flash and dash into the B connector, the AB link. That's going to catch Zelsis a lot of the time, and it's a really standard place for the breach to be holding. But they ended up trying to get a fast play into B, got caught by the trip over towards C, and it was a little fortunate, I suppose, that Buzz and Foxy9 lined up, but if Buzz isn't going to get those entries, then
टाइम आउट के बाद हमेशा DRX जीतती है 99%
tactics macro play as well, but it's a difficult task, right? Mako is leading. He's in a new role himself. I mean, I think we forget that, despite the fact that he is a veteran.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Picking up the mantle of IGLing, it's a real hard just task.
EDG का जीजे भाई impossible है भाई best team in China EDG. वो लोग ने 13-2, 13-3 और 13-5 हारा है ट्रेस को.
And Mako isn't at all, but John's just been IGLing for
ट्रेस
so
बाकी लोग के सामने अच्छा खेला रहेगा, लेकिन EDG is super strong.
Sure we'll get game sound soon enough.
क्या लो म्यूजिक अभी भी आ रहा है?
नहीं.
Hopping away here is the one with the hero rifle.
Refresh कर.
Most in this spot. Senna hard committing into that A lobby control, using a drone to add the next element to it. They can pay
got you, dude.
That's a hard committal. 180 snap to the side here. This
my हाथ टूटा bro, हाथ टूटा.
Nature from Sentinels, but they maintain the composure, now backing away.
There was a possibility that DRX could have forced. That's a risky play to go for when you're on an anti-eco. They've left the C side open.
DRX निकाल सकते हैं round.
Cypher utility in that spot. See how far back John Cudie's fallen, just to make sure he's holding on to space securely.
Flashback still with his rifle as well. He's inserted himself in through the backside.
This is actually going to be really tough to get back into.
Clear up these players.
No one going through the B side. Everyone trying to go through this one way.
With how disjointed it is, but a one-way fails. Mako stand off the line. Use pound for pound though. It's slowing these players down. The rifle needs to get value seconds. He just beams him down. Mako, Sheriff, wrong target, but he does retreat. At least with the upgrade.
Anything can happen.
He's going to try and play himself into this 1v3. Onto the corner.
भाई अच्छा था वो blind भाई दोनों लो थे अरे निकाल सकता था ना.
लेकिन उसने
dodge किया at the beginning of this round as well. No punish in sight for it, despite the fact that it could have been that potential.
And Mako is gonna be kicking himself. He almost got robbed in that spot. He 140'd Zelsis, sorry. There was only one player with full health. That was Zelsis. He 140'd him, killed John Cudie. One more bullet in that spot, and that's a winnable 1v3 for Mako. There were some serious risks being taken there for Sentinels. The risks or no, they get it done. And now a 3-round lead. It is very similar, Brent, to Sunset. And even half, the Sentinels starts running away with, and DRX fight the comeback, as they did in map 1.
Perform the seconds in, leading with 20 kills here. Again, not obfuscating the intent to try and fight this one tooth and nail. Deep smoke, locked up in. Seeing if there's a player caught into the corner here. DRX is still looking like they're eager to try and refight this one. The paranoia, but did they expect this one? They don't. Second, he cuts it up. He's already got the Hunter's Fury. Supplements well. Foxy9 still maintains his composure. The rifle aim at least intact to bring down Zekken.
It's good damage, but they have left flashback, taking this timing, finding his way through. Does anyone think
Footsteps.
Free
Knives
kill.
out. Kills need to be claimed. Over. Sassy gives him that easy sideline. Zeltsin.
Bro, are you
Most of this, and it is sloppy by DRX. Despite all the aggression that was being made and played.
Oh, yaar, uska टांग दिखा.
3K to finish it. Up to 11 now for Sen, and at this point it really does feel like full momentum on display.
नहीं जाना था. इतना util आने के बाद.
That's such a misread from DRX in that spot.
Especially जब drone recon
When
कुछ है
Flashback
नहीं.
gets in position to get the kill onto Sassy, they just commit to the hit on A, as if everybody's now gone. I think they've just lost track there.
Come on, dude.
Of their visual map of where the players are.
There's no more really buffer room here that's been built up by DRX to
माको का
find a
मुझे
path
नहीं
back
दिख रहा
in.
है, तुम्हें भी नहीं दिख रहा है.
Celsius has earned his ult. Breach ults
Pam
on
का है
both
क्या वो
sides.
South Sea से?
Sen backing up, expecting that this one would be used over towards A. Trying to posture, make it feel like there's still people there.
नहीं मैं तो कब
And if they can draw it out from Foxy9.
मंगा रहा.
But this is an eco round.
Right there.
If you're
तेरे को
going to
नहीं
use your
चाहिए ना
ults
पक्का?
here, could you not have tried to force a little more? And stop Sen from getting to 12?
Right there.
Again, it all just lands on the shoulders of Buzz. He's the one with the rifle, jiggling, cutting noise, up down to that minute mark. Sen.
Breach ulti है.
Content to give up most of this space here. There's a smoke into the face of Sassy. He's going to spray them down.
That's a good one.
Yodin play.
That's a good
Chopping
one.
them up to pieces. Drone. Off and
ये
around.
late
Rebound
होता है
with a
ना
shot
बे.
darts. It's all collected kills potentially there. And a rifle
Yeah,
aim back.
yeah,
Killed by Zen
Chalo,
on the
bhai.
sidearm.
Chalo, pick him safe.
To put that cherry on top. Flawless.
भाई जब ऐसे वो ब्रrrr करे आवाज आता ना ऐसा
This
डर्रrr.
is the series here. Laid in wait.
They're so far ahead.
है बे ओडिन यार.
DRX are taking a little bit of
ओडिन का
A-Long
काउंटर
control,
ओडिन
hoping
ही
that
है
Sen
bro.
are going to
और
re-clear
कुछ
into them.
नहीं है.
Sen are already thinking
जब
3
ऐसा
steps
हो रहा है
ahead.
ना तब
They're
सामने से
thinking,
भी
we
वैसा
want
आना
to be way
चाहिए.
off site here in case this breach ult is coming through. Just
Util
in terms
देख
of
रहा है
anticipating
Recon
what
और
their
Stun.
opponents are up to, Sen have been very strong today.
All smiles.
The
ये क्या
atmospheres
bombs
remained
है?
light,
Yeah.
even when we were in overtime.
जा रहा
at
हूँ मारने,
sunset.
lower
But now
bracket.
they've got 5 chances to close out and start moving on to face a Chinese opponent.
भाई यूटिल बहुत प्यारा है बे सन का. रीटेक यूटिल बहुत प्यारा है. सब एंगल्स क्लियर करते
One
हैं.
last buy potentially here. A lot of ults built up. Could make good usage of it to at
वहाँ
least
से दे रहे
turn
हो.
this round in their favor. Round 20 will have to be the
Bro.
case. But Sen setups look
Please
incredibly
बोल
well
मत बोलो
drilled.
ए जाने वाले.
Willing to let Sassy hold and lock this down with the Odin in play.
Ah.
Very predictable in terms of the sight lines. Does have to be a little bit worried, but Sen are going to be trying to play himself back in. Util in his hands. That's a timing that's scored. Buzz to capitalize up. Draft up. Put over now with the dash. And Lat Util. It is perfection. Still a return of the fire. Here from Celsius. Still looking at speed at Thorn in their size. Flash. Through and out. It's good for it, but he can't adjust in time for Marco. Wrapping around now with 30 seconds remaining. DRX to do. Get themselves now onto the site. Into this plant. Tens. Shoulder peeking. Wins a fight onto Flashback.
Bad fight to go for there.
Little bit more winnable now for Tens himself. He's going to try and put that nail in the coffin. Ballsy play. Skips the clearance on most of the side as well. He's looking to contact most of the way up through and around, but a knife out. Knife out, back turn, Bane! Strikes him down.
And so Sentinel's first opportunity to be able to close out
भाई
DRX slips away from him. DRX kept it simple, kept it honest. A delayed A exit. It worked out. Buzz is going to need plenty more rounds like this.
भाई मेरे को लगा सेन पूरा ए रिटेक खेलेगा. किस खुशी में वो लोग साइड खेला.
Exactly the entry the Buzz was looking for.
वो लोग किस खुशी में साइड खेला वो लोग.
Spamming down short at the start of this round. Everyone on DRX is there.
I think that might be Sassy potentially there.
Breach
Back and over. They are
ult
getting chewed up entirely here. Hail of lead might be enough. Hunter's Fury seeking to offset this as well. No real connection to the delayed dart up and over the top. DRX spending second though has not been pulled out of this spot. Stuns, they're good for it.
गोवा के लिए बेट किया वो लोग ने.
Sassy, not removed, unrooted. Players in front of him. Mango is barely alive, but this is it for Sen. Close down the curve on that one. They are the Korea killers
दो अल्टी होने के बाद आ रहे
DRX down to the lowest of our playoffs.
A team that can often feel like the protagonists of Valorant's done a heel
turn. कितना पॉइंट मिला? मेरा पहला prediction right.
For this crowd. DRX pushed them on Sunset. Sentinels might pick, but it's another loss on Haven. Another loss to an America's team on this map. And Sen glide through off the back of some phenomenal individual talent. And our first time watching Zekken play on the Neon, he absolutely...
भाई पिकम भी जीत गया, 50 गिफ्टेड सब्स भी जीत गया, ये!
पिकम से एक ही जीत गए ना?
बस हो गया भाई, एक काफी है मेरे लिए. Considering last पिकम मेरे क्या लोड़े लगे तो. 20% लोगों का पिकम्स गलत हुआ है, जिस हिसाब से वोट देख रहा हूँ मैं. 20% लोगों का पिकम्स अभी तक के लिए गलत हुआ है. कौन दे रहा है? एंड ऑफ द वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीम में मिलेगा. अभी नहीं, अभी कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं.
Their tenacity on Sunset and their clean second half on Haven should still be giving people reasons to look towards this team as a dangerous squad in our playoffs.
No longer that underdog fourth seed potential coming out from Americas at this point. They
are
evolving over the course of this entire tournament, and they've burnt themselves even more time to do just that.
Yeah. The prep is strong.
वो लोग का विनिंग वाला कौन सा था? मतलब माको वो 1v3 कर सकता था, दोनों 1 HP पे, और वो गराज वाले में जो काउंटर होना उधर अगर बस मार देता तो बस के शोल्डर्स में बहुत था. वो जो पहला फाइट है वो अगर DRX के फेवर में जाता था ना तो बहुत सारा चेंज हो सकता था. लेकिन नॉनदलेस बहुत अच्छा खेला. Fat वाइट सब दिख रहा था, अच्छा था.
Horizon post match interview.
बस नहीं चला, पहला मैप चला वो.
센티널의 제켄 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 퍼시픽 1, 2시드 팀을 연속으로 모두 잡아냈습니다. 첫 번째 경기 이후에 어떻게 이렇게 폼을 되찾을 수 있었는지, 어떤 부분에서 좀 보완을 했는지도 먼저 물어보고 싶은데요. Congratulations, second. You took down number 1 and number 2 Pacific teams in a row. Now, how are you guys able to bounce back so quickly after that first match here in
normal?
Seoul,
it's very normal
sure
for
that
me.
You guys are in a full championship form.
I think we just have a lot of resilience. We knew the first match that wasn't the best version of ourselves, and we knew we could be way better. So the next week we practiced a lot and kept playing, and I just think we're in good form right now.
너무나도 이 활력성이 좋은 센티널이기 때문에 끈기를 가지고 첫 번째 매치 이후에 우리는 이거보다 잘할 수 있다라는 확신이 있었기 때문에 너무 열심히 연습을 했고, 그리고 너무 열심히 노력을 한 결과 계속해서 이렇게 좋은 폼을 되찾을 수 있었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 오늘 두 번째 맵이었던 헤이븐에서 DRX의 공략법은 좀 어땠는지도 살짝 물어보고 싶습니다. 워낙 DRX가 설치를 한 이후에 자리 잡는 시간을 주지 않는 팀인데 이 부분을 잘 카운터 친 것 같거든요. 좀 어떤 계획이 있었는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So I want to ask you about the game plan against DRX on Haven, especially because DRX, they're known for not letting you have that time to reposition after you have the plant down. So what specifically did you see in their playstyle or in their strats that you could exploit today?
वो लोग बहुत fast है.
I mean, they moved around a lot, so we tried to do like little fakes, little things to get them to rotate. They like to fast flood a lot, so we just did our best to get in good positions as fast as possible before they were ready for it, and it just kind of worked out.
워낙에 DRX가 많이 움직이는 걸 알고 있었기 때문에 센티넬 쪽에서도 좀 DRX를 바쁘게 로테이션을 만들기 위해서 좀 작은 그런 움직임들을 많이 줬고요. 그렇기 때문에 DRX가 조금 더 헷갈릴 수 있도록, 자리 잡는 데 시간이 오래 걸릴 수 있도록 유도를 했었었고, 그리고 DRX 같은 경우에도 공격 때 설치를 한 이후에 자리 잡는 걸 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 그런 부분을 못하도록 한 번 더 역습을 치르는 그런 경기를 펼쳤다고 얘기를 합니다. 오늘 그리고 제켄 선수 두 맵 모두 2연 내용으로 보여줬는데 약간 뻔하지만 물어보고 싶은 질문을 물어보도록 할게요. 지금 세계 최고의 타격대는 누구일까요?
알겠어요.
We saw you being explosive on 2 maps in a row on that neon, right? I'm gonna ask you a rhetorical question now. You probably can guess what it is. Who's the best duelist in the world right now? Is it you? Is it you?
Probably Aspas.
아마 아스파스가 아니지 않을까 하고 얘기를 합니다. 그러면 이렇게 해서 센티널에 대한 기대와 희망이 점점 높아지고 있는데 이 센티널의 여정에 있어서 좀 경계되는 팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 할게요. Sen-City, hyped up, hopes are high. Do you feel like there's any team that can challenge you on your journey to host the trophy?
I mean, I think all of the teams left can challenge us. Every team left in this playoff bracket is incredibly strong, so we have to be on our A game all the time. I think anyone can really.
아무나 다 워낙 이제 남은 팀들이 쟁쟁하기 때문에 긴장을 풀지 않고 열심히 해야 될 것 같고 아무나 센티널을 꺾을 수 있을 가능성이 있기 때문에 항상 우리가 할 수 있는 최고의 경기를 펼쳐야 될 것 같다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 제켄 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 제켄.
Thank you.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. बिंग में मेरे ग्रुप स्टेज में सारे पिकअप सही थे, बस ट्रेस वाला गलत था। मेरा सारा बराबर था, ट्रेस वाला भी मैंने गेस किया था। इबन तेरे को पिकअप्स में कितने परसेंटेज आए ब्रो?
किसका?
पिकअप्स में?
पिकअप्स में लास्ट वाला?
हाँ
बाय 70 यार, जितना 11th में आया उतना ही आया इधर।
70% में है तू?
हाँ बे, वो देखा ना
सारे गलत गए तेरे।
सब कुछ सत्यानाश कर दिया, पूरा DRX पे डाला, सॉरी जेंजी पे डाला था भाई।
मैं 37 पे। मेरा प्लेऑफ्स वाला राइड जाएगा, याद रखना। प्लेऑफ्स वाला बहुत सारा राइड जाएगा मेरा।
तेरा कितना आया?
37।
37?
मेरा प्लेऑफ्स वाला अच्छा जाएगा। पता है 76।
तेरा स्कोर 37।
स्कोर नहीं, परसेंटेज रे।
अबे परसेंटेज क्या, मेरा भी उतना ही है, 32।
32 तो फिर तुम मेरे से आगे लौड़े।
वेट, मेरा कितना है देखता और को पे कहाँ है भाई ये?
मेरा 37%।
मेरा 34 बाबा।
तो तू आगे मेरे से। तेरा एक गेस राइट हुआ।
छोड़ दे भाई, छोड़ दे।
इस बार पिकअप नजर मत लगाना मेरा प्लीज। नहीं, इस बार मेरा पिकअप ऑन पॉइंट रहेगा, ऑन पॉइंट रहेगा। टॉप 5%
स्कोर है,
टॉप 3%, टॉप 1% में है क्या कोई? क्या देखते हैं वैलो में अंदर? रुक जा, मैं सुकाबेल ऑर्डर करके आया। It's time to eat some सुकाबेल। मेरे दाम Talk about
Sentinels, they are through to the next round, but it's time to see how the second game of the day is going to go. Welcome back, everybody, to day 11 of Champions Seoul. And it's time, of course, for Trace versus EDG. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here once again with Kakuka and Mimi. It's time to get into those inter-regional matchups.
Finally, right? We had such an incredible Sentinels versus DRX, and it doesn't matter what happens now. I want to see how the rest of the players pan out, because it is a different feel than from groups.
And this is an exciting one, because Trace has never beaten EDG at home, but they've looked so much better here than they did look back in China. So I'm hoping this will be a lot closer than it was back regionally.
Yeah, let's talk about their results back in China, because they have played against each other quite a few times. We do have data, Mimi, on this matchup, but as you said, EDG has always had their number.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Trace, when you watch them play at home, you saw the ideas that they show here, right? Trying to play the really structured, slower style comparatively to the rest of their region, but it always felt like there was this block when they played against EDG. The EDG individuals would just take control, the chaos would get injected into the game, and they would crush them pretty much every single time these teams played.
Yeah, and we know that in the region, and we're seeing here the results is not looking the best, because this year, even though they faced against each other a bunch of time, Trace hasn't even been able to get a map off of EDG. And do not get me wrong, Trace did make it flawlessly out of their group. They did drop a couple of maps, but still, the form that they're showing here internationally, how they're stepping up, and more importantly, how they're facing against the other regions and their style, how they're studying, has been surprising. Still, it's EDG. Sometimes it's just gonna happen.
For sure. And the question for this match is Trace the team who lost in China and got crushed every time and were perpetually a third, fourth seed there? Or is this the Trace that showed up and upset teams like Vitality and Leviathan?
This is the thing, though. At what point do we stop using that word upset? Because, I mean, throughout Bianche's entire career, I feel like every single game that he's won is being considered on the global stage as a big upset. But looking over at EDG here, they didn't lose to PAPERX. They made it out, Kakuka, by eliminating an old foe.
It is crazy to see like EDG performing like this. As you're saying, taking down PAPERX, how in history like the pressure has been able to get the best out of them in some situations. And this one, especially when it went to the third map, you could feel this is either going to be a stomp or like there is no good way to get out of this matchup. The form that they're showing, I don't know if it's top EDG. What I do know is that even internationally, they've only faced against Chinese teams once. They won. It was a year ago. And I feel like in their region, they know exactly what to do. This shouldn't feel for them like they're international.
Yeah, EDG has won every trophy that we've had in the partnership era in VCT, and they're dominant there. And honestly, the latter part of that series was dominant against PAPERX too. It looked a lot like some of those China games where the game got a little bit chaotic, it got messy, it got muddy, but they held strong. They still had great individual moments and honestly solid trading, all things considered, to close out in those chaotic situations. That's where EDG thrives.
Yeah, and this is the thing though, at this point, making out of groups is just not enough for EDG anymore. They have so much pressure from the fans back at home, especially after what happened in Shanghai, that they want to push it further. And Mimi, is this a realistic goal for them this time around?
I think it's tough to say. In group stage, we saw some good form, some great moments from EDG. Those early games, they honestly looked really well put together. The PAPERX game was chaotic, but good. But there always is this final hurdle, right? And I think it would mean even more for this team to make it top 4 this Champions because of what you're mentioning in Shanghai. You go and you play a Masters in front of your home crowd and you lose 2 games and you're gone. That's heartbreaking for the team that has been the face of the region for so long.
Yeah, and look at the other side. We're talking about Trace.
मैंने 2 गोल रोटी बनाए चैट.
Out of their group. This can go 2 ways. Either it gives you the confidence to feel, yo, this is my tournament. The things that we were not able to achieve before, we're gonna do now. First, making it out of groups. Now we're gonna take down EDG. But on the other side, we're talking about an EDG that keeps getting the experience. That sometimes when we see the situations when it looks like they're going to win and they get that third map against
PAPERX,
you say, maybe this is the tournament. Maybe this is the chance.
I mean, this is the other thing with EDG. But first,
Monitor
let's
ऐसे
check
हिला रहे
in
जैसे
with
मोबाइल हिला रहे.
Smoggy, who's standing by with Golden Boy ahead of today's match.
Hey everybody, GB here now with Smoggy. We got Luna for the translations yet again. EDG and you specifically, Smoggy,
भाई
have
मेरे
been
सारे
playing
friends उधर है
awesome
यार.
throughout this competition. How excited are you for EDG, but also for the Chinese region as a whole? Because you guys have 2 teams in playoffs.
भाई मैं इंटरव्यू देख ही नहीं पा रहा for some reasons.
不光是你个人 EDG 整体的发挥都非常的棒，那就你个人而言也好，也是为了我们 CN 赛区也好，你觉得满意目前我们在冠军赛的一个表现，以及你觉得现在这个表现你们开心吗？
我觉得我还是很开心的。然后我觉得 CN 赛区来到冠军赛的每一个队伍都打得很好，然后大家都很尽力，就是不后悔就好了。
I think I'm satisfied with the result right now. Every team from SEN League have tried their best, and they are super great teams, and we'll try our best.
Yeah, well, we've loved every minute watching China absolutely light up the stage. Thank you so much, Smoggy, for your time. Back to you guys.
This is the thing about Smoggy as well. He's saying how he's very happy about the results. He doesn't look that happy, but he's ice cold. And some of the ice coldness, Mimi, has given EDG a chance to look great.
ये क्या language है God भाई?
Smoggy on this controller role has been lights out thus far this tournament. We've seen him play other roles throughout his history on this team. Early on, a duelist player for the roster, but now I think he's really found himself. He's found his form, and he's such a critical piece of what brings this team success. It's not just about Kong being a star duelist anymore for them to win.
You know it, Mimi, when we were discussing and talking about our rosters, if we had to pick one player from every region, for me it would be Smoggy, because I feel him, and I feel like, especially in the future, he's going to become so flexible. He has every single spirit that he needs in it. When he needs to be more on the controller side, when he needs to be more patient, he's that kind of guy. But I feel like could play in any of the positions and will make
Edward
the
gaming
roster
करेगा
work
लग रहा है.
time and time again. Plus 21 against PACIFIC, probably one of the reasons, or one of the major reasons why they even made it out of groups.
I do wonder if he's going to put in that performance today, because looking at the other side of this, Kakuka, it's Trace, #1 seed, perhaps even the #1 team for China at this point, given their performance in the group stage.
I love it because pick'ems have been such a big thing this year, like having in the launcher and everything inside of the game. And I feel like Trace destroyed some of the dreams for so many people, but for them, having another team on the top 8 from this region, from China, it was about them time, and the fashion in which they did is, yes, there's been some sloppy rounds, but all the clutches going in their way, keeping their calm time and time again.
When we've seen other teams besides EDG come out of China and impress, it's been so often about the individuals, the unique play style. That was the case with Billy
इबन भाई लेव को कैसे हरा सकता है ट्रेस यार?
Absolutely, but Trace is a team.
लेव को हरा है ट्रेस ने?
They play very slow, standard Valorant. They
2-0.
on their mid rounding, their deadlock in particular when they're playing bots.
भाई मैं लेव को फाइनल्स तक पिकेंस में चूज किया है.
Right now, playing only one initiator, but using that deadlock as an initiator, finding so much value from the net.
नहीं अभी तक तो मिस्टेक समझ गया.
It's all about the fundamentals for this team. They've looked so clean, and they're besting some of the.
क्या रीजन है बे चाइना यार? अच्छी बे हर चीज गेमिंग रिलेटेड हर चीज में आके.
What image do people have in their heads? Is Trace really going to have a Cinderella run, or do we expect that at some point they're going to go down and we're going to forget that this even happened, you know? But we have had so many surprises that now, and after what we've seen the past couple of weeks, we cannot count them out.
I'm down for the miracle run. It's champions we're talking about. We got to be down
क्या
for
क्या
that.
पिकअप चले क्या है दोनों टीम में से?
Golden Boy once again, who's with Law King from Trace.
Hey everybody, GB here with Lo King and Luna for the translations.
Olympic
EDG and Trace have played against each other so many
Number
times
1 टीम कौन सी है जो
What
सबसे
can
ज्यादा
Western
मेडल्स लिया
fans
ओलंपिक्स में?
expect between both teams today as you guys take the stage?
खत्म हो गया ना अभी ओलंपिक्स तो शायद.
已经交手过非常非常多次了，那你觉得今天外赛区的观众们可以期待你们怎样的一个表现呢？
我是觉得可能就是
भाई
这一
नंबर 1
次
पे
就是可能
यूएस
说
है
是快乐
ब्रो.
游戏吧，然后希望能让外赛区的观众看到我们在
लेकिन यूएस और चाइना का गोल्ड
中国的
सेम
一
है.
些地图上使用一些全新的东西吧。
I think we're just gonna enjoy the stage, happy game, and maybe audience from other region can expect that we can use some different things, but still the same map.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I got Trace winning today, so best of luck, buddy. Back to you guys.
जापान का भी
I
मस्त
love
है
the
यार
vibes. I love the
जापान
like.
का
I
भी
just
है
want to make everyone happy about the way we play. But also, I think it's really interesting the way he says, you know, we're going to show you some maps we already shown, but with new things, and we love new things.
भाई अपने पास एक भी गोल्ड नहीं है
I'm loving it. Absolutely, and they weren't playing Deadlock regionally. That was something
सिल्वर तो
that was
अपने को
new
उसमें
for
मिला
this
ना
team coming into
जैवलिन
Champions.
में
That was one of their worst maps back home. So I'm all here for it. I love this team's innovation thus far, and I love what we're seeing from the guy in that interview.
इबन भाई अपने को एक गोल्ड नहीं मिला यार ओलंपिक्स में यार
भाई सब लोग हम पे डाउट कर रहे हैं कि भाई ईडीजी नहीं जीतेगा। एनी कमेंट्स?
भाई हम एक गोल्ड नहीं मिला हमको ओलंपिक्स में
भाई वो आउट ऑफ सिलेबस हो गया यार। नदीम भाई ने जो फेंका ना ऐसे, अब मैं ही कर सकता हूँ यार। पाशी जब स्विमिंग करके एक गोल्ड लूंगा मैं।
भाई शूटिंग में अपना क्या है वो वाला आंख बंद करके
शूटिंग में मेरे को भेज देते अभी तक
मैं भी शूटिंग में क्या था चैट ब्रॉन्ज उसमें एटलीस्ट गोल्ड आना चाहिए था गेमर्स लोग को एक चाहिए
Mimi, even though the track record don't look great against EDG,
भाई गेमिंग आना चाहिए ओलंपिक्स में क्या बोलता है
I don't think so. And I think if they win today, it really would be an end of an era. China has always been a region that is dominated by EDG. They've been to so many international events. They've made it so close to that top 4 mark and haven't made it before. But we've never had that second team who can make it into playoffs and make deep runs. And I have no doubt if Trace beats EDG today, this is their time to take over in that regard and be that number 1 for CN.
I feel like I want a double or nothing that. I think that no matter who wins today, I have the feeling that the next one they won't go out of the tournament instantly because of course if they lose today they still have the lower bracket. What I want is for them to make it into that top 4 and nothing that would be definitely a new era of Valorant where 2 of the teams in the top 4 are from China.
As long as they don't have to knock each other out, I feel like that will be the saddest thing.
Well, they won't now.
Yeah, they won't now, but later on in the lower bracket maybe. But do you anticipate a lower bracket
Hey, Tibon, तू फर्स्ट को क्या टाइम एग्जैक्ट पे तू बैंगलोर पहुंचेगा
बड़ी मैं लेट नाइट बड़ी
यार मैं शायद 31 को आ रहा हूँ
क्या कहा किसका मीटअप व्यू सोनिक
बोल नहीं सकता रुके रहे
ओ शिट बोल नहीं सकता क्या चलो व्हाट्सएप करिए कब तक है ब्रो कब तक है मैं अकेला हूँ मेरे साथ रह जाना भाई
ना मैंने तो बस हो गया
बनियान पहन के आ जा
ना
पानी पिएगा मेरे साथ
क्या मेरे को फिर 2 दिन रुकना पड़ेगा रे तेरे को मिलने के लिए
तो रुक जा भाई अकेला हूँ मैं घर पे पानी पिएगा मेरे साथ
कच्चा पड़ेगा तू मेरा
है जी
ये अपर फाइनल पिक गेम्स कितने
बनियान पहन के आना पड़ेगा एक ही रूल है बस
तो ऊपर से निकालेगा बनियान या नीचे से?
We have seen this regional matchup many times this year, but let me remind you, the team standing on this stage now, coming in as seed 1 from their group, is not EDG. It is Trace Esports. And looking at
कोई
this
बैंगलोर में
map,
फैंस है मेरे गाइस कोई है बैंगलोर से?
Any kind of advantage going into this.
Well, they have their map. Their bind has looked excellent thus far, playing it in both series.
बैंगलोर में है मेरे फैंस
That deadlock comp has looked just excellent for Trace.
बंदा एक दिन जल्दी आना
पूरा देश
Maybe they don't play it.
एक दिन
Maybe
जल्दी
they
कैसे
got something else.
मैंने बुक कर दिया
It doesn't
कैंसिल
matter
करके
how many
कितना
teams
टिकट का
EDG has gotten the win over
टिकट
them
का
this year. It doesn't matter. It all
$8,000 दे
comes
सकता
down to this.
तो
This
क्या
is the most important out of
बोल
all
ना
of
एक्चुअल
them.
में
It is
कितना
this
टिकट
best
का
of 3. So it was buying second one. Remind me again. I was too excited about it.
टिकट का
Yeah, and for me, if I were Trace Esports, I want to close this out 2-0. I do not want to go to Lotus against EDG. When things get a bit weirder, when it gets a bit later, EDG are the ones
भाई देख अगर तू नहीं मिलेगा तो मेरे को किसी और को मिलना
Not
पड़ेगा
against
समझ रहा
Bob.
है
Yeah, that double smokes comp. I mean, they cooked Paper X in the chaos with that one. I think they could drag anyone into the mud, no matter the team there. Sunset is a big question though, because I think that's been a good map for EDG. We saw them beat PAPERX. That's PAPERX's best map. Have always been solid there. But the deadlock stuff.
Okay, the deadlock is going to be staying. Okay, so a little bit of
a,
you know, besides the deadlock that
thank you for the body.
at the beginning of the tournament, this was a
भरोसा
third
नहीं
map
है
for
भाई
Trace, but
दिल्ली
it
वाली
went
मिलने आता
so
सब जगह मिलने आता
well,
है
they decided to pick it for
बैंगलोर
the
में
next
आया था
one. What
मिलने
they thought was something
फ्लाइट
that
प्लेन
they
में क्या आता है
prepared just in case, and that might work, ended up being something they
हाँ
felt
ना
very comfortable with.
बाजू में रहते इधर नहीं
On this
है
defensive side and in the second half as well. Watch how they're using this grab deck. It's like a second initiator. The amount of value Trace is getting.
I can't wait
हर
to see
जगह
it.
क्या
Let's
गुड़ी
send it
से
over to
पिटा
your
करने आता
casters. Show some love. It's Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much.
Pansy
The
bolte.
Amsterdam teeing this one up regionally. This matchup, yes, EDG have got that title head-to-head on them. What is it? 5-1 record so far. 13 maps played against each other, and only 2 times has Trace managed to best EDG. However, it takes one day, one moment for it to go right, and Trace have looked
आज मेरा बर्थडे big fan of
outrageously
you
good
Hydra
so far.
Club खेल
But
रहे
Josh,
gaming
where's the
YT
difference gonna be made here?
many
Trace is definitely
happy
looking
returns
to
of
break
the
the streak
day
here, but I'm looking to EDG to set the tone. They're
Yeah,
more
yeah,
well-rounded, but we've seen their highs and lows. And Trace, it's all on their game plans that they bring out in those first 30 seconds that really let us know are they going to have a chance or not. And into the round, we got EDG.
Upset वाला feel.
Get spotted at long B there. Doing a slow contact.
भाई ये एक ही टीम में जो डेडलॉक बाप खेलता है पता है एक ही पूरे वर्ल्ड में
how they handle Payday, especially playing that deadlock, looking wonderful in their previous series, especially against the likes of Lev. Very strong, very hard to handle. They know what's happening here. Yankee has to respect this and fall away to safety, but they look to take space elsewhere, and they've done just that. But can they close down? They can't! Waiting on the other side, EDG so aware of what was coming their way, and they just wipe house. It's just down to one. In a 1v4, what are you meant to do here?
डेडलॉक था एक्चुअल में उधर भी कॉम्बो किया था मस्त उधर भी मस्त कॉम्बो किया था
EDG
कॉम्बो से लोग अच्छा है यस भाई मैं बोलता हूँ 2-0 EDG
I love that as well. So diligent in approaching. It shows a level of respect. EDG are taking.
Do you want to go
not taking it lightly.
against
Even
me?
in a 1v4, they're sat there facing CT together. I want to see what this looks like now with Trace being pressured by someone that knows them this well.
and know them very well as well. We've seen Trace here at this event before. We've seen them play their bind, and they rely heavily on their defense side. They've got the double Sentinels, so they rely on those setups that they run. But if you don't run into the traps, then they don't really know what to do and how to rebound after that. And EDG just taking all that space, knowing exactly where Trace was going to play from, and abused it, really. Slow opening. Grabbing that orb. And EDG just taking their time, letting the round just develop, let it simmer a little bit.
Perfect.
And you're right, somewhat of a default. If you're looking at
दूसरे
Costas,
EDG
a
छोड़
little
के
bit more
सारे
attention.
results मेरे
Potentially there towards clearing shower, but they're not in
Done
any
scene.
real hurry. The furthest commitment of utility coming from Simon there.
Done scene, let's
Going out
go.
towards Hookah, but that's it.
It's going to be important for EDG to be able to convert these rounds very cleanly. We saw in the last series they played against PRX. Things got very messy, very sloppy.
ये क्या तीन smokes है भाई?
Clear so far. Beautiful EDG crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Smoggy catching Kai as well. Perfectly aware of what's happening. They have a vice-like grip on this game so far. There's no slipping through the cracks. And for Trace, you're looking to see if they can maybe achieve some damage. You've got what? I mean, really, you can afford to only really lose Simon if you're EDG. Otherwise, you don't want to be dropping the Phantom potentially or the Bulldogs coming out to play. But look at the progress as well towards Nobody. That ult is very nearby. That's on the horizon, potentially even in the next round it could be. So as it stands, Trace gonna have to sit this one out, maybe try and give it up the spike if they can, or face the music and try and feed in. But they're gonna try and play Nobody forward, switching out. So he's got the ghost here, see if he can get that ult going. If he falls, it's fine. Another step towards the ult. If he gets the kill, even better. Beautiful. Oh, they are on it today. That's clean stuff. That's the ult ready to go.
I want to see Trace do something a little bit different than what they typically do. So normally in a lot of their gun rounds, they'll set up with 2 towards B. Usually they're inside of Hookah and 3 towards A. But they do the same thing in EDG. They've probably prepared for this match. They know exactly what's going on. If they're able to get up long B for free and crunch that hookah area with that thrash, that's going to be very dangerous for Trace. It's going to be very explosive. It's going to be very fast-paced. It's their bonus round, so using that thrash is going to be huge.
And I like this adjustment though, putting the deadlock utility in complement towards A with the deeper Cypher setup as well. So that's going to be in practice, but again, it does eliminate some of the stopping power on B. But they've got the bodies here.
A change-up as well. The defense is towards long B.
Oh, what an opener though. Perfect work. The double stack on long still holds some value. You're going to have that ult going through. You can hear it going off. It's going to check towards long. They now know at least one, potentially two, and they can only keep them so safe. BNK though, great shots, 2 back-to-back. But sadly for Hebe, he couldn't get his hands out of that in time. So a 3v2 here. And this was the bonus. Yes, well invested around. There's plenty of Bulldogs. They've still got this Vandal here. An upgrade for nobody,
upper bracket, lower bracket वाला format है.
Well, it's a long road back in here. These post-plants are very difficult. They've got Mosh still. They've got the Vibe
अभी तक वो out वाला system नहीं है.
So many options to
Basically जो 2 matches हारेगा वो बाहर.
Kai would love a kill here. Not going to get it. Smoggy. I mean, he's just been outstanding throughout their series. I have to take a moment to give credit to him. Again, a lot of us, if you are newer to watching EDG in the last couple of international debuts, eyes went towards Kangkang, and that's fair enough. I think he became such a highlight, you know what I mean? The beast from the east. Fair play. But in this tournament especially, Smoggy, I mean, he's like the debt collector out here. There's no getting past him. He'll get his man. He'll close you out rounds. He's been on the money. First big pickup there from EDG, especially converting that bonus.
And a little bit of a different plan from Trace. I was highlighting how they like to play in hookah a lot, but this time they chose to play 3B. They played to stop that long B from EDG, but EDG basically went 4 players up through hookah there and found that gap. So it's a lot of mind games coming into play here about how are you going to adjust based on how we normally play. We've seen each other twice this year, 6 times over the last couple of years. And again, Trace opening up with 4 players towards B, trying to just change things up ever so slightly, collect this orb for free. And EDG, again, setting the tone, setting the tempo, not trying to walk into any traps here.
देखा वो लोग
नहीं तोड़ दिया अबे नहीं पता
अरे देखा वो लोग ने तोड़ा नहीं देखा
You see that smoke on that TP? They were expecting some sort of trap play to come out from this eco round, utilizing that teleporter, but the Brim smoke just preemptively placed as they took Shower's control.
It's lovely to witness. Now leaning back in towards A short. There is still the setup here.
A lot of trips.
That could be rewarded on this. You're looking at maybe, I don't know, maybe one of the players be able to swing. There's not really many people in the positions, and they've already navigated past. Kangkang's not falling for this. He already knows what's up. There's the impact, though. Kai does get rewarded for that little bit of a setup. There are still 3 players here. The Danger Man, Feng on the other side. He has got that Vandal. A tap on the spike, but no commitment this time. Second time of asking. Should be going down. I don't think there's a denial. There's not. Time is on EDG's side.
Cam अभी तक नहीं टूटा.
Hey, Binks, you get that number
as the debt collector himself, the closer of a lot of these rounds, but Kangkang the one to lean forward, takes the space away. Kai removing nobody, but there's still numbers, and I told you about Smoggy. You can't forget about this guy. Try to take a fair fight, you got it. But the molly goes down and denies the way back towards that spike. Flash goes in, they're trying to bring this back with stingers. So difficult to get close, and Kangkang's having none of it. Another fan, beautifully navigated, so aware.
And as we go into the second gun round, we already see the showstopper on the side of the attackers here. So definitely we're going to see something being changed up. Trace instantly calling a timeout here because, hey, nothing's been going our way. They've been reading us and almost walking into that trap there for EDG, getting caught by that tripwire, and we're going to see these double trips on the Cypher. We're going to see the deadlock setups as well coming into play, and even moving into the attack side, they have these cool back control things with the deadlocks. But Kangkang, he's got this. So I'm gonna expect to see him using this to get into the faces of Trace. But again, what's the tempo gonna be like?
Trace fluke and fluke कैसे रहे? दो बाप टीम को आ रहा है. एक आ रहा रहता तो fluke होता है. दो टीम को आ रहा है.
Feels clairvoyant in approach, right? EDG so equipped with what Trace
नहीं पढ़ना मेरी चैट तो बता दो बंग भाई. सबका पढ़ने का ट्राई
कर. Solution, but adding insult to injury to an extent, the economy is looking very good.
Binks,
really build some funds behind these purchases. You've got, I mean,
Very mom
Strike's not a
Canada.
million miles away, so they've got a couple of key ults coming on, but similar scenes for Trace. They do have the Seekers one-off, a couple away from Haybays. I mean, there are options, but it's not really just down to the ults here. It's been the overall ethos, that approach to this. I want to see a change up from Trace here. I want to see them try and get back some control.
When I look at Trace as a team, they look like they're a team that has these really good plans. But once you kind of trap them in the mouth, they don't know how to handle the situation from there. Their mechanics individually are really good, and it comes down to their fundamentals and their decision-making on an individual level, and EDG edges them out in those types of situations. So right here, kind of like pistol round opening, 3 towards long B, looking to close the gap there, but they do have the showstopper. I'll highlight one more time here.
And that puts Haybay in a real predicament. Yet to get started in this 0-4. Could do with this. This would be a big confidence boost. And it's gone. A trade, yes. That is the showstopper removed. But they have a 2-for-1 trade. And they have a good step towards this B side. This goes on, Bianca. Oh, there's no escaping. You gotta face the music. Face your fate. And EDG. Again, so much discipline and approach. Constantly with the right idea. And Kai, I mean, it's a formality here. It's a 1v4, very difficult. Good step on the first. 3 more though. A lot to ask. Already being checked on by Juju here. Just around the corner, clean. Again, Josh, I'm not seeing ways in here for Trace. They are getting held at the door.
At some point, Trace is going to have to drop their game plan and get sloppy, get down dirty in the mud with EDG and roll with the punches. Because if you look at how EDG is approaching this game right now, they know, okay, I'm against double Sentinel. We got a Cypher and we got a Deadlock. We go fast, we run into the traps, so we're going to go slow. We're going to contact our way up and move ever so slightly, not to kind of run into those traps and engage those. And then they're catching them. They're winning those duels as well. Trace could easily set up more different traps, but that's not part of their game plan. So they're going to have to make these adjustments on the fly, and another eco here with a 4-man B start. Putting a lot of pressure on this B defense as well.
And the mental fortitude to constantly have to pick yourself back up after these harrowing rounds, really. Trace are going to be feeling the pinch here after what has been a brilliant international look at them. Struggling against the #1 of their region for a very good reason. Smoggy just catching Kai.
Bro, किसने बोला टी ओपी टीम?
ओपी है लेकिन EDG के साथ नहीं रे. ये दोनों का गेम स्टाइल है ना.
As you said, that feels like it was only a round ago, but
ये लोग दोनों का गेम स्टाइल सेम है रे. ये लोग overpowering है
so far. Mosh going to go in. Buys a little bit of time. Counters any utility. They want to try and maybe close down towards elbow on. Light work for nobody, making it look too easy up against the pistols. The light buy, and they look unfazed by this. There is a reason EDG were the team to break through from China, the ones that terrified so many of the Western teams, and you're seeing it clear as day here, Josh.
It appears as though EDG are doing this whole thing where it's you're on eco, we go A, you're on Gunner, we go B. But I'm waiting for that switch up to come. We're now 6 rounds in, going into round 7 of this half, and EDG's been perfect on all of these plays and all of these reads on their attack side here. So when is Trace going to start trying to get ahead of what EDG's doing? And when's EDG actually going to switch it up and say, actually, we're not going to do this again? Because right now, full control. And that was what I was looking for. What is the tempo going to be? Is it going to be the sloppiness that we saw against DRX, or is it going to be how they were able to just fully dissect the map in their previous matches?
Trace have so many ults to play with, so many, and it's only 1 away as well for the Brim. Looking to get that this round if he has the chance to. So again, this could be a huge...
That op-up as well on defense, waiting for that contact up long B, but the Thrash might take it out or spot it early on.
I would like the double stack Tortuga. Eventually they might have to fall back. They're trying to stand their ground. Now Feng Feng a little bit more time towards Long. How long does he wait here? There's the smokes. And counter 3, pull the trigger, hope for the best, but already you're seeing the fish ult come through. The Seekers going in. It's just mayhem on the site. But somehow everyone stands until then. Haybay finally tilts the scales, but it goes back instantly. Bianca still trying to hold towards Hookah. And just one by one they face a one. They fall Chichu. So sharp. And still, even in all of that pandemonium, there's 4 alive. They've got a plant. Even in all that chaos, the composure is just so good for EDG.
This would be your first time to watch Trace. You'd be thinking,
Agent comp alag hai, sab alag hai.
But they actually have really good ideas with their setups.
नहीं, Lev को और एक और team
way too well right now, and is finding all the perfect gaps and making them sweat, making them abandon what they have, what's strong, and then it just denies them. The walk up there, normally we've seen EDG walked all the way into B, take those fights into long B, but here they drop the smokes and deny that op. The first time we're seeing an op, you know, I'm thinking they're like, oh, that's a perfect adjustment. Like, you're going to catch them off guard. This is your first round on the board.
Right. Yeah. Nope.
Nope.
Man, it's again though, this is where I have to give credit to EDG. There's only so many ways I can keep, you know, saying how well they're playing, but it's 7-0. And again, they are so heads up. They are reading the economy well, they're reading Trace well, and it's a double timeout in one half. They are feeling the pressure here. And I think this does play a little bit towards potentially the teams like, who was it, Vitality and Lev, just not really taking Trace as seriously as they should have done. I mean, it was a wake-up call midway through those series going, wait, these guys can hit back. Now, EDG have never been surprised by that. They've faced them numerous times, but it's the read and how intricate they are reading this game is such a big difference maker.
-500
burning the second timeout in the first half. You're down 7-0. This is your map pick. And you're probably thinking to yourself as well, if you don't get mine, how are you going to make it all the way to that third map? This could be a quick 2-0 for EDG if they don't change something up right here, right now. They don't have the best ultimates to work with. They do have Orbital Strike on that defense, so maybe helping them with a retake. But right now, the issue isn't about how they're retaking. Right now, they can't even hold the site.
And I think there is, when we talk about the mental game as well, you're facing a favored team that you've struggled with regionally. You're coming into the international stage. You've done really well. I mean, Trace were the Pick'em's destroyers. Absolutely.
Yes.
They surprised so many. I love to see it. But is that mental effect here, trying to face a team that you know has bested you in the past? They're not favoring themselves in the fights. They're not taking this like they were against. Look at it against the likes of Lev and Vitality. You've some of the big heavy hitters in those rosters. Safe, Aspas, you've got some nuts players, and they were absolutely doing them in. Now, barely off the starting blocks, excuse me. This is a worrying time in this buy. I mean, it's going to be missing parts.
Wait, does that perfectly spread and take out the trips? It takes out one of them. It doesn't get the second one, but I respect the idea, the concept behind that paint shells.
Bella Heartfire और मोमोचान के साथ
contact
खेलने वाले और मैं एक
contact up short as well.
जिसको तुम जानते हो.
See if there's going to be a prowler maybe towards Hookah. There is. Just to keep that extra body towards that big site, and now they're going to start leaning forward. That's the contact made on one.
वो ये नहीं है.
Quite about the others yet. Re-smoke.
मैं दो क्यूटी के साथ खेल रहा हूँ, उसको बुलाऊंगा.
Maybe feel out for if there's a stack or if anything's going on.
This is going to be very dangerous for EDG. If they actually go commit to B here, there's two deadlock traps happening right now. One for the Hookah jump out and one for long B by that teleport. If EDG spots someone that speeds up, they'll get caught in that trap. Sky Flash to follow as well.
Here comes the burst though. Kungmung leading the charge. Two players flashed up, stunned up, forced away. The trap was working until then. Nobody still laying down the pressure. Good pickup. A nice trade. Finally getting a little bit scrappy here.
देखा combos है. देख रहा है ना तू?
देख रहा है ना तू? Don't forget about Chichu. But the timing here, they've kind of exchanged this. Kai now going to tuck into the corner. Wait for them both to pass. Oh, they gave it a look. Simon glanced that way for a second. And with 14 seconds, they've got to make a play here. Smoggy's got to lean through this. 10, he's running low on the time. He's trying to wait for Chichu to help out. And now the red carpet is rolled out. They can get the plant down. I mean, wait.
No time.
No, they can't. They can't get the plant down. Just a little too late.
Yeah.
And the clock will be their biggest enemy this round.
लेकिन वैसे भी नहीं जीते थे.
That takes some time. I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure.
I love it though. EDG kind of walked themselves into that trap though. They had that space towards A. They used the paint shells and the Dizzy to kind of figure out what the situation was. But I love how Kai maneuvered his way up short there. And this is something that we should also pay attention to when we flip sides and he goes onto a guy. He's going to be the one that if his teammates are going into B, he's trying to find that opening at A and call that audible. And vice versa. If he's going towards B, his teammates are going towards A, he's calling them back.
SEN or EDG, दोनों.
Oh.
But this
I like the attempt.
Trace needs to do this. They need to throw a wrench in the plan of EDG. If EDG can walk all the way up and get those contact duels, that's when they do their best. Stop them.
But it's a lean towards the other side of the map here. Bianche trying to get more information. Gonna know nobody, but and then the Prowler on top. So they're gonna have a good idea that something is coming this way. There's a couple more bodies behind this. Nobody still with a fair fight, but it's a beautiful pick up for Trace. Maybe this is the time it turns. Maybe one round is all they needed, and Hebe gonna make sure of that. There's gonna be a big follow-up here as well. Wants to swing it. He's got him caught. Trying to play patient, and there's the delivery. Hebe beautifully done. Send him away. The spike is in hand of Smoggy, and once again, Chichu has taken space. But look at Kai's positioning. He can cut off the rotation. And has Smoggy learned his lesson from before? He will now. Kai, beautifully done. This is different. They found a solution.
Very different. I worry that it's too little too late. Yes, they pick up a second round. There's a few rounds left of this half, so there's a way to make this a 5-7 half. And, you know, if EDG calls a timeout here, tries to make this like, hey, if they're reading us right now, we got to switch it up. We need to change the game plan, and we do have different elements of our game plan. We've seen it in different matches from EDG, how they can change the tempo, go fast, go slow, get sloppy, and do all these individual fights. But right now, it would be really just not a fun sight to see them start to crumble and let Trace just come back round by round, because they had such a strong start to this game.
But I quite like the fact that EDG called the timeout coming into the 10th round when Trace only picked up 2 rounds. This is, it feels like a show of force, almost a show of dominance here. They don't even drop this much, and you're right, it is because Trace have adjusted well. They've come back in with a couple of switch-ups, a couple of new additions, again, being able to slip a couple players through. Those aggressive starts have been paying off. What is the clear answer to this if you're in EDG's shoes? They've got still a great amount of life, by the way. I think they're maxed out on cash and some other players, so they're fine in that regard. So what do you do? I
like to start using A more, and I want to start using potentially showers. I know that op is up, so I need to figure out a plan to deal with that, get into the site without dying to it. I have to deal with those trips that are always placed at short A. It's like 100% of the time, but I'm also really close to multiple ults. We can get Viper's Pit off of a plant, Nightfall off of Shower's Orb, Orbital Strike, all these really good ultimates. But right now, all these deadlock traps are towards B.
Next turn, the Gaffard hone wala hai.
Wants to go towards A here. Trace may be reading this really well, to play their third person B, but they give
next round EDG 100% win hai.
There it is.
That's info as well.
That's 1 minute 30. They've noted where the operator is. Do they carry on? Do they respect it enough? Do they feel like they've got the angles to play with? They've committed the smokes. You got to feel they're going off this one. And thus far, they've got what they needed. Good info. Yes, they now know once wrapped up towards Lamps.
You have to be careful of Lamps because the Orbital Strike on the defense side for the retake.
Actually pausing to use it. Second time of asking on the plant here.
There
it is. Smoke's gonna fade. They still have Showers control. Maybe a late presence from Smoggy potentially. And that's going to come down. There's no way out. Beautiful combo work. We saw it with the C's earlier on. Nice bit of vengeance served at the right time. Nobody does well for the defuse. They're sticking the defuse. Finally pulled off it. The Dizzy was outrageous. It found all 3, but still this is getting chaotic. Smoggy finally leans forward. He's their insurance policy. It never goes far away. He's still alive. 8 rounds now for EDG, tilting the scales back into their favor.
This is how well these teams know each other. Good reactions from both teams there. Adding that deadlock trap to that A defense here, getting on top of the truck with that operator, but that Dizzy getting that flash off, forcing that op shot out, knowing exactly what the setup was. EDG is able to play this round perfectly. The fights, the team fights together. We're missing that teamwork from EDG on previous games where everything got really into these sloppy situations. Even when they're in the same spot, they weren't fighting together. But here, looking like they're on point, they're communicating really well.
5 बजे
Thrash is available.
Yeah. And it's being used straight away, so they've got to evacuate a little bit.
Exit lag लगा के रखना.
Nobody's sending it the whole way. He's got 3! And look who's coming! Kang the Collector is in the building! Oh, that's just heartbreak for Trace. Maybe
बच के
feeling they were just
किया
going to
क्या
clear
लेकिन?
close sight, maybe
Round
clear
तो
through
गया।
lamps, but no, all the way to CT. Found 3 of them and
नहीं
giving them a
लगाया।
2-man advantage
क्या नहीं
already.
लगाया?
Nobody looking to secure the round. Kangkang still wanting
माँ
more.
कसम बे है बे
And a
है
flawless round.
लगवा दो शेर
3 ultimates
Exit लगने
on the
लगा
board for the attackers here. Shows up with a
लेके
nightfall.
रखना।
Really good, aggressive combo ultimates. The one thing that they have
मेरे
to
को लग रहा
consider
है
still
तू मेरे
though is that
बेइज्जती करने
Trace's
वाला है।
traps are really good to stop the really pacey attacks here. Here it works. They use the thrash
बोलते
to
हो,
get
किसी
into the
और को
faces.
बुलाया जाए?
Orbital strike to zone out the back of the site here. Can they do it again on this type of round? I'm not sure. They'll probably revert to that slower pace, but here, just going in the faces, collecting a 4K and making a flawless.
It's night and day though, isn't it, really? You're looking at EDG, strength,
बसट करेंगे यार एक
on
आप फुल
strength.
इरिटेट करेंगे
Trace starting to feel the pressure of what it's like to face EDG in these events. Even stronger, even harder to handle. Kangkang just clearing the space up towards Octagon. Hebe wanted to fight back for it, though. Big info off the reveal there. Hebe may be dead, and so's his support. Bianche's gone down. Nobody desperate for that kill.
One
And
HP.
Hebe, how are you alive? He's still thriving in the corner. I do not know how. He carved a little bit of safety, and he does get revealed by this, but still,
No
he's still
follow-up.
here. And it's somehow he's still holding this together. They've got to clear him eventually. Kai is on the way, but it feels like it's going to take a lifetime, and they've TP'd.
Kai could get a really good timing flank on Showers here. He's worried that someone's gone to short A from Showers after the teleport. The hat for Kai, if he gets one, he can find them all. It's on this first duel at Showers here on Smoggy.
Can't get your gun out. Please get your gun out, Kai. Oh, and a moment away from the spotlight. Smoggy actually doesn't deliver. It's Kangkang now alive in a 1v1, and Hebe, somehow, the boy who survived on 1 HP!
Oh
he had a chance! It was slim,
bro.
and then none.
अब तो मारेगा
And
और
my
मारेगा
God, we get a real series here. EDG showing off, showing us exactly why
3, 4, 5, 6,
they are
7,
number
Tipun bhai.
1 from this region, looking strong as a collective. Game
Trace का
plan
score,
in
3, 4, 5,
place.
6, 7.
Individuals firing on all cylinders.
ये कैसे
You
एक
don't want to
एक
miss the
बचा
end to
पे?
this map.
क्या
कुछ भी लाऊं मैं
मेरे को लगा स्वीट है मेरे को लगा स्वीट है पापा
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
नहीं मेरे को चटनी नहीं चाहिए इसलिए मैं देख रहा था कि गिरे ना
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
अच्छा है
Babu, have one.
इतना बड़ा पीस
बता है इसको फूड नॉलेज नहीं है she doesn't have the food knowledge
अंडा तो ये अंदर
टिपन भाई चैंपियन के गानों को क्या हो गया यार
सुन तो रहा है क्लेम तो आएगा
2 rounds. I'm going to be honest, Josh, it's got me worried. Trace have looked fantastic to this point. They've been a team to watch, an underdog. It would be a fairy tale to go further. But they've met pretty much their maker, EDG, making a name for the region, and now showing why with 10 rounds in the first half.
Not all fairy tales have that happy ending, though. And we're seeing that right here. Yes, there's another map. Yes, there's a second half. But right now, Trace, they need to almost look flawless going into the second half here. Starting with that pistol round, they do have these really good combos, but all their effort's going to be towards that long B, using that deadlock net to take that control with 3 players, and then from there, just be able to execute their plans, Kai, backup option, lurking around the map towards A. And that's going to be what we're looking for basically the first 6 rounds here from Trace. Is EDG going to let that happen, though? Or are they going to get ahead of it?
Similar start near on. 3 towards B long. And a high-low setup waiting on the site, and already an early lean.
What path में क्या होता है hand warmer?
Spotting a pixel, the flash good enough to force them away.
जो लोग हिलाते हैं ना वो hand warmer.
Where the end goal is here for Trace.
But it's not particularly humble.
Top 100% में अपन.
They want to take space back. You got to make them respect you. At this point, Chichu won't. He's going to hold that space and try and get a follow-up shot. He's in trouble here. Doesn't get bailed out by the Dizzy, so nobody now on an island.
Yeah, वो है ना
looking for a
लेकिन.
fight and he finds one. Goes down and now the site is under Trace control.
भाई ये क्या सीन है?
खेलते बे अच्छा खेलते बे.
Versus 4, EDG is trying to edge their way through.
Upset होएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
Not going to find an opening here. It's going to be very difficult with the crossfire on the back of the site here from Trace.
इसके बाद वैलो के लोग क्या हाँ नया स्ट्रीम चालू है.
Maybe hope that there's a gap for Smoggy to work through. Wait, he's just diving in. A wild attempt, but it wasn't going to land. It's good for Trace though. This gives them a stepping stone forward.
A stepping stone. It's the first of many tasks right now. They've got a very, I mean, this is going to be a hard uphill battle the entire way through. They want to be able to get back into this game. They need to take it round by round. They got to let EDG make these mistakes as well. But we're going to keep seeing the same opening from Trace because it's tried and tested. It's what works for them. Taking that long B space, going into hookah afterwards. It is just very strong. When you have this composition, you have to play into the plans that you created.
The firing squad handled in the blink of an eye. Trace put down Simon, nobody in Chichu, and then just going to run it up long. Got everything they needed.
कोई टीम्स को देख के लगता है बस DRX का ही यूटिलाइजेशन
kind of makes you think it might be if they've
DRX
gone over aggressive, but
लोग बजट ज़्यादा
so far, smooth sailing. Sights theirs, plant next, no problems. Maybe some problems.
Spike planted.
एक ही बनाया ना?
Smoke and spawn. Gonna make this difficult. 2-1-5. Trying to make this not be a flawless round. That's basically the goal here.
And this is where you're seeing the oppressive nature of that deadlock coming in as well. Elbows off the cards. They can't lean that way. They're kind of just stuck here till the end of the round, which, as it stands, they're probably fine to beat. I'd rather give it up to the spike. Smoggy. Just trying to toy with them and not going to fall for it. Already, this is good. 5 standing. These are critical key ways forward for Trace. This is a real chance. This is a real chance for them. I'm scared though coming into this first big fire round though, because I feel like they have to be at least competitive in this bonus.
Bonus round for Trace. EDG, yeah, they need to be a little bit competitive here because 10-4, that lead is kind of dwindling away right now. But Trace might change things up for EDG. They haven't tested this A side. They haven't seen the defense. They have no idea what's going on. They're going in almost blind here. And EDG could have the perfect defense waiting for them. Dog, up short. Here comes the net.
And they're going confident. Fun going to be leading the way, but his Kankan can already find Heibei. They're not going to stop. They're going to see a battle. They know that Smoggy is here, and the pre-fire is perfect. Trace going to be taking this by force. The spike's still recovered. There's still a chance here, but nobody doesn't want that. He doesn't want to give him a chance in hell. 2 bodies dropped, maybe a third. No. Kai stands his ground, and we're in a 2v2. There's a minute still here. This is still early in the round. If you're Trace, you can pause. You can back away. You can calm the tempo down. Try and make EDG question where they're heading.
This is where I worry about Trace. They're not really in these situations all that much. They don't have the most well understood concepts when it comes to these mid rounds, these clutch situations, not as well as EDG, not as well as other teams in the tournament right now. So as this round develops, Trace waiting for any re-aggression from EDG. And remember, this was a 3 versus 2 for EDG. Pressing the issue a little bit too much. Nobody gave it up.
30
Put into a 2 versus 2 here. Playing for sound, that's what EDG is doing, waiting for Trace to get into the site, get that spike planted, show their hand, and then group up and go together in that 2 versus 2. Chichu hoping to find someone as they're leaving the site after they planted.
Oh,
that's the opening.
Yes, there's the freebie. Does he show discipline? He does. He's not going to overextend here, just watching so you can see them walk. Dips down towards the side itself and needs to wait for Simon to come over, who still has utility, still has the C's and the horn there.
Those are footsteps. Fang Fang knows exactly where both these players are now. It's on him to isolate the fights, though.
Can he do it? Simon getting closer.
One off pink shells.
This is huge. C's goes in, might need to play forward. Chichu doesn't play those games. And EDG get past the bonus round up against them. 2 still standing. EDG will be happy enough. Again, they've got 11 rounds, Josh. They can get closer in these. They don't have the pressure on them right now.
They're really happy about that opening as well. On top of those triple boxes, finding that first pick-off, EDG, it's on Trace to be able to play a perfect game at the moment. Right now, that's very far away from the game plan that we've seen against Lev, against other teams as well, where they are able to just control that long B area early. Even if they wanted to start with a little bit of a fake prod towards B, then come back to A, that works better. But EDG picking up that first kill before Trace got anything going.
I guess the silver lining is it was a costly gun round. So they are going to be suffering money-wise, right? We're going to see a judge come out, 2 sheriffs. It's just that you have 11 rounds. That's where the scary thing is. And as you highlighted, Trace still a little less experienced than EDG in these pressure games. Alt step closer for Hebe. And they back away here. So early look towards A, but no commitment.
And this Prowler on the defense sees nothing down long B. So this timing is going to be very big. If the contact comes up, popping that boombot's going to give away the information. A flash to follow from Sky. It's 2 towards B now.
But I'm worried with Kang Kang here. I don't know why, but this guy just scares the life out of me sometimes. So dangerous, even with just that sheriff. Getting proactive could
catch us like showers.
Okay, this is all starting to crumble a little bit here. Do they expect the double stack? They absolutely don't, and that's why I'm scared of this man. Hebe going to suffer for it. Quick paint shell, but already Fang Fang trying to take the space back, and he's got it. But they know the one's missing. Kang Kang was here. They saw him in the kill feed. They know he's still around. Haunted by him. The judge still be ratting off shells, trying to find something. Kang Kang waiting for a pixel. Smoked off for now. And a bit of an exchange of space, trying to clear through towards CT. They've done it. Smoggy's fallen. This is where it gets difficult. It's a 2v3. Looking for a pixel, looking for a player.
Orbital strike primed and ready.
Orbital strike
First player spotted, time to move forward, not gonna happen. Very well done by Trace in the end, keeping composure in that very volatile moment at the end then, but keeping that cool. Worked out for them and they got another step.
That round could have easily gone out of their control, losing those first 2. This push here through the Viper wall, and then the second follow-up, EDG, having that 5-on-3, but the quick equalization, Showstopper invested, and I mean, realistically though, that was a full gun round from the side of Trace, whereas EDG, they lightly invested. They have some sheriffs in those rounds, and it looks like their economy is still not really in shape, but they have that round lead, so they're going to play that. They're going to make sure that their buy is as good as anything, and just try to close out slowly those last 2 rounds that they need.
And these are confidence builders though for Trace. These are the rounds that you want to get clean enough. Keep them going, feel out the game, warm into the game. I mean, half of the players were barely above 4 or 5 kills after that first half. It was a real grueling affair. So if they can just start feeling out the game, and this setup's lovely, this could really catch Simon here. See if they go for it.
The EDG players want to use the teleporter on this round though and get that fast flank.
Oh my
This is comfortable for now, isn't it? Getting what they need. Forcing Simon to respect this. They now know his new position. He's fallen away. There's the TP. Kai ready and waiting. Nobody gone. Smoggy spotted. And the long creeping death on the way. Didn't need it. Kai warming up now. Starting to look deadly. Simon again still being kept in check. Kang kept behind the cage. And there's no escaping. 5 stand. Confidence builders right here, right now.
This is going to be a very important round coming up. This is so important for Trace to continue their streak right now. They're playing pretty good. Not exactly perfect, but close enough right now to be able to crawl back round by round. It's on EDG to kind of switch something up here. Yeah, they gave up a couple of rounds where they had basically a low buy, low investment, but still, the only round that they picked up this half so far was that 2 versus 2 in the retake situation, which came down to 2 versus 1. Now though, ops out, Rash available for the defense. How is Trace going to get around that? Switching it up, not starting towards B this time, starting towards A, taking that showers control first.
This is quick, this is early. They've met nobody thus far. And he's already slipped deeper towards site, kind of playing back by Tribox, leaving that line for Kangkang over towards short.
Now, the way that they're spread apart here makes me think that it's going to be back to B for Trace. Get that orb if it is still by long B right now. Controlling that space is fun. The orb is still in play. That annihilation could come out and be a game changer for Trace getting into this round here.
I'm looking to see if I'm looking at them kind of stacking up a little bit here, getting quite close. Don't think they are. Okay, backing away.
They have that pivot. They have that op up. They're looking down the sight line here, and Trace trying to do a little bit of a fake jab towards B, but the real commit is going to be towards A, right into the sight of the op here.
Still looking at nobody being this close by, and you're right, Kangkang on top as well. They're not falling for it. EDG are really sticking to their guns on this. Already sending Wingman into the showers. This is what it comes down to, is does it land? This man doesn't often miss, but this time he does. A new lease at life. Trace for the second time of asking! And the wall is just in effect, EDG! There's no access to this site. Kai has no opportunities either. No one's playing towards him. Smoggy holding the line. Looking, just trying to backpedal away. They've got 10 seconds to try and keep those weapons because you're not getting the round.
The clock ticks out, times out Trace here. 12 rounds is going to be picked up.
भाई फ्री में मैं ऑफ में किसको मरते हुए देखा ही नहीं ना हर बार कुछ ना कुछ रीशॉट रिपोजिशन कुछ ना कुछ होता ही है
Simon holding it, spotting Hookah as well. They knew that right now this is all fake pressure. Hold their setup, it's a ruse. We're going to be able to just connect this and be fine. This pick off out of the sky pops that showstopper right after as well if more players got by, but nobody's shutting down that second and third player as well. EDG on the cusp of closing out this first map, and this is Trace's map hit. They have no more timeouts. They burned both in that first half. Before round 10, I believe.
One off from the Viper's pit. On the other side, a couple of ults very nearby. You're going to have, I mean, Seekers for BNK. Heibay's got his, but we asked for a flawless game. It's a tall task. It's a lot to ask for, but it's pacey. Oh, and Smoggy just denying off the rip. Simon's been caught, though. Pulled on over. Does he get saved in time? I don't think so. He's dead to rights. Molly to deny the plant and keep control here. Heibay's got his man. That's Simon gone. But there's not much security here for Trace. They are surrounded on basically all fronts. How are they going to get a plant from this?
The op's still up. Smoke's about to dissipate as well. And the refresh. But they're out of the smokes on the attack side. Both sides basically out of smokes, just down to the Viper wall.
It looks like looking, trying to find them some options elsewhere, but
just a soft reset,
yeah, but he might meet his maker on the other side in the form of Chichu. I don't know what you're meant to do here. Chichu's position is just, he's just a safety net. He is their backup plan in case it goes wrong. And now hearing the TP, he might be in the right place at the right time, but outdone. And now suddenly there's a new chance, a new lease at life. Kai can activate the lurk here as well. He's going to hear the steps. This is perfect. They just got to stick the landing. Nobody against the odds in that fight.
He's got the flash on that retake too.
Oh, spot on. Seekers can come down. Notes at least 2 towards CT. They now know it's hard to break back in. You think how suffocating, how oppressive that deadlock can be. A triple swing, and they're fighting this out, but they can fall away. Oh,
wait,
down to 1v1. What just happened?
He's got Wingman for the fuse as well.
God, it's down to the wire. BNK, does he get spotted? No, it's perfect positioning! BNK keeping hope alive! God, that was dangerous though.
As soon as that fight happened at long B, Chichu going down, you would think Trace closing this one out easy peasy, no problem at all. Kai not getting the jump on the player at short A. Well, he got the jump, he missed the shot, he missed the opportunity there, and then coming down to 3 versus 3, this was so close. And Trace, if they want to be able to come all the way back, get it all the way into overtime here, they need to be a little bit tighter than this. They can't let these rounds get this close.
God. If that Dizzy had caught, that could have been, I mean, so many small factors, but we're back in the game already. This is a pacey one too. Don't want to miss this for a second. Trying to find Chichu, but Chichu's got help. He's got friends here. You don't get a 1v1 against him. You got Kangkang now leaning forward, wants to be the aggressor, and he meets BNK. The judge though, the jury waiting, and Smoggy becoming the executioner to what could have been the turnaround for Trace here. BNK saved him before, but I don't think he can save him again. 6 bullets and a dream, and the dream just died. 13-7. EDG fully in control in this map.
That's a scary
ये
prospect.
उनका map भी नहीं था,
Sunset,
just
that was
saying.
Trace's map pick right there. EDG has looked so good on Sunset, so it's going to be very important for Trace to be able to play way better than they did here. And EDG off to a great start.
Gosh. भाई सेम पिंकी तेरे जैसे साउंड है देख बजने का सॉरी आई एम सॉरी बाबू जोड़ बोलते सॉरी बैठ मेरे नाक में से गांड में सब जगह पानी निकल रहा है बहुत दिक्कत था बोला था पूरे दिन में डाल वो दे पानी का बोतल वो तेरा है वो
चला मैं लेके जाऊं हाँ एक मिनट
The only thing that really makes me want to live.
क्या गाना है ये?
There are times when I feel like I
let's go guys.
You always come and chase away the demons from my mind.
It's coming. The drop is coming.
Inside and out. And I wish to thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, wish thank you.
For you're the one who made me want to stay.
और बताओ
Hey guys, here with Coach Muggle as well as Luna for the translations here. You know, you saw Trace Esports perform very well in groups. Was there a concern about Trace maybe reaching a new level, or is this going about as what EDG would have expected?
那其实，在小组赛的时候就可以看到 TE 他们的发挥其实是非常棒的。那在今天的比赛之前，会不会担心说他们的实力和之前相比更上一层楼了，会给你们一些出乎意料的表现？
我其实挺害怕他们选那种没有露过的地图的，但是他们还是选了他们一直在练习的地图。这张图他们很强，但是他们的范本很多，让我们很好针对，所以今天图池是这种图池的话，我感觉就还好。
I I think I was really scared they will choose some maps we didn't expect they will choose, but still the old maps.
Yeah.
So we have lots of POAs to see. We have a lot of examples for us. So maybe it's if the map pool is that, we don't consider that much.
Got it. Well, hey, look, EDG looked fantastic. Congratulations on the win. Back to you guys.
The fact that he said that he was a little bit scared, there was one little bit of scariness even that he could have felt, but this is the thing though, they didn't show it at all on the server.
I think you have to be seeing their recent form and how good Trace have looked thus far. But this looked just like those regional matches. It went back to EDG's team fighting, dominating throughout, knowing the ins and outs of these setups that Trace brought.
Yeah, and speaking of that, it's time for the HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and this one goes to Chichu on the side of EDG. And what a start to this map, Kakuka.
I think it's so important to understand that when you're playing against Trace Esports, especially here on Bind, you have to understand what their composition is lacking. You can take advantage of this timing, because since they do not have the Viper, if you put pressure over too long, this kind of picks become possible. And also the fact that the spacing is so bad in this situation. The trading comes in so late. Even with Chicho having this performance, we see Trace using those 2 timeouts at in that first half. They're trying to find a stop to this. They go more aggressive, and EDG has the response to that. They say, okay, you want to go fast? You want to break our timings? You want to go for the duels? We will go there.
Trace's strongest suit is when they're getting to play their set stuff, when they get to play the set retakes, go for these plays they have cooked up around the deadlock. Where they really struggle is when things get a little bit sloppier, when they're playing in the mid round and have to rely a lot more on the individuals than on the team fighting. And that's exactly what EDG exploited in this game. Playing these really slow rounds, figuring out exactly where that gap is, and then just blowing the rounds open and beating them with better individuals and better synergy between the teams.
Yeah, and this is where things are going to get scary on the side of Trace, because after Bind, if we take a look at the next 2 maps, if they want to do this, they got to beat EDG, not just on Sunset, Kakuka, but Lotus as well.
Yeah, but you need to take things one step at a time, right? You need to delete what happened on that first half. Yes, there was some adaptation, but you were struggling a lot. Now you need to focus on that Sunset. And to me, one of the pivotal changes is EDG bringing in that Neon. I think that it was a great showing that we had during the first match. The impact that an agent like Neon can have, and how versatile you can turn it to be, even when you think it's reached its cap, you can always take it further. And I feel that it suits EDG so well. Like they've grown very confident when they're using it.
And you can see the record here. Trace is yet to beat EDG on this map thus far. They've played it in so many of those BO3s.
Every single one of those BO3s.
Yeah, and they've beaten them every single time. This is the comfortable territory for EDG. And we started today talking about the possibility of a change-up in the Dynasty, in the CN region, EDG falling off. No, they are in control. This looks just like it did back at home, and there's no indication it'll be different. I did.
Okay. You know what I think is even crazier is that in those 3 times where EDG and Trace went up against each other on Sunset, it was Trace that picked Sunset every single time, and they never learned their lesson.
But there is a reason to that. If you look at the times that they've played against each other in that map, the first 2 are extremely close. We're talking about overtime. We're talking about taking it to the limit. Anybody could have won that. But the last one with that Neon, that was a different business.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what Coach Destroyer on the side of Trace Esports has to say. He's standing by with Golden Boy ahead of map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here once again. We got Coach Destroyer alongside with Luna for the translations here. You have played Sunset against EDG quite a bit. Are we going to see anything different this time around? Because I know in those other times it's been a losing effort. So is there going to be anything new from Trace to get them into map 3?
我们都知道在日落之城这张图上，其实和 EDG 交手过非常多次了嘛。但是可能之前今天能不能看到一些新的东西、不一样的东西，能够帮助你们拿下这些图，并且进入到图3的呢？
我们肯定是准备了新的东西的，因为这图在这个赛场上面也输过2次，然后大家就等着看吧。
Of course, we've got preparation. Yes, we lost 2 times, but just wait and see what we got.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing it. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Back to you guys.
I mean, this is the thing, not just spoke about what happened against EDG, but the fact that they play Sunset already here as well. And he was saying that they have to change things. They have to bring new things, and I agree with him. I think if they don't, this is looking like a 2-0 EDG.
But the question is, what are they going to change? What can you prepare in this short amount of time?
Maybe changing the duelist. I think that especially with the examples that you you can take those small pieces that will maybe give you some leverage.
And the issue is that EDG looks really well drilled on this map. They've been playing this neon comp that you were mentioning earlier that they brought out at home. And it's shown here. Their last game runs out on this map. Kong Kong looks super comfortable on the neon. They're really good at picking up the pace and finding these early timings for openers, and then super well set up, especially in the place funds in the late round. And we got a little spoiler there. It looks like maybe switching over to that Sova, over to that Raze, but is that enough to stay in this series?
Yeah, I mean, maybe the new stuff comes on the server.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that the surprise has to come obviously from the side of Trace Esports. I think that they need to pick up what they were doing on the bike, trying to pace things up. I think that with their composition, they have to be very explosive, but Simon had a very first map. Kankan is feeling unreal. Even with the operator missing some of the shots, I feel like the freedom that he feels, how well supported he is by every single one of their players, even when he's playing the Neon. I mean, it's a perfect combo for EDG.
If someone was to be a hero, I think it would be Feng Feng on this attacking side.
Sorry.
Kang Kang versus Feng Feng.
First day.
That's a terrible pun. Start the game.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I had a great setup as well, talking about narratives and all that jazz, but Pansy and Steel, let's just start the game.
I'll do my best. I'll press the button. We should be going
in like
5, 4, 3, 2... Yeah, nailed it. Look at that. Look
nice.
At that. I'm on it. Thanks,
transition.
Nice
transition.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. But let's kind of bring this back into focus.
Sunset
is a stronghold for EDG. This is a good map for them. They've looked fantastic. Kang Kang looks great on the neon. It's all looked wonderful. And we started the day on this game. And I guess map 1.
G2 hai, Lev hai.
What do they need? And sadly, off the map, well, I'm worried for them now because that's got to be a blow to confidence. That's got to bring them back down to earth, going, well, we had a great start in the internationals, but maybe we just met our maker.
Fang Fang going into B, actually catching the timing almost. Chichu putting him down, though. Trying to see what was going to happen there at the start of the round. As I was about to say, Trace need to hit back hard. They need to, like, what does that mean? Mechanically, they are not hitting the shots. They're not getting the trades that they need to get, and already not off to a good start right now. They have those set game pieces, and they're not getting any space with it at all. So they're going to have to start rolling in the dirt a little bit more, trying to get into these mid-round situations where they don't really excel, but catching teams off guard. They caught Lev off guard the same way. So if they can make that happen against EDG as well, force these mistakes, an ill-timed push, perhaps.
The paranoia. Do they overextend with this? Oh, the stun's good, though. The stun. Oh!
Mistakes?
Cosmetic, I mean, question mark. But still, there's confidence with EDG. They're still going to take away with him. Simon going to be noted on the site. Paranoia in towards him, trying to maybe slow that down with a flash. Kai's going to take him away. That's the site. I want to say secured. Until then, nobody building back in through from elbow.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of a standoff here. Great shot from nobody. No respect given. And now a 1v2, and there's a firing squad waiting. He's like, well, I didn't get the spike, and now I've got a frenzy.
Clean 2-0 lag raha hai
fancied. Right.
Can line them up, though.
There we go, that one's better.
Ye chance.
10 seconds left. But Chichu and nobody, they ain't moving, and they're not giving an inch. Smoke finally back on, but time
no confidence there. He had more than 15 seconds. Doesn't want to swing.
Okay, Lev and Jita
doesn't even want to commit to a fight. They're trying to get that pre-fire.
मैंने लेफ्ट चूज किया और दूसरे इसमें मैंने क्या चूज किया?
Way more confidence going into this game if you want to be able to have.
कल फैनेटिक है, फैनेटिक.
You can't be trying to kind of like, I'm gonna take.
तूने क्या चूज किया? क्या चूज किया तूने? क्या चूज किया?
Bro, मैंने FNC और Lev शायद.
हाँ, अपन साथ में bro.
And also convert the kills. You have a chance into the game. But if you
कैसे रे तेरे को कैसे मालूम पड़ा बाप का गया पिकिंस?
EDG tries to press the issue like that again. Try to overextend a little bit. That is the mistake that, you know, if they continue to do that, Trace has a chance.
But I feel like EDG are just kind of making it hurt a bit more, trying to be almost overconfident.
Got you.
Found there. Nobody's in danger. He's going to be shut down on.
अरे
How is he still alive? Kangkang's still going to bail out at least a little of this.
Oh,
Nobody does
Kangkang.
full, but EDG still with favorable numbers after what felt like actually a big opportunity. Chichu just taking a fight on CT. It's scrappy. This is messy Valorant we're seeing.
Rand game लग रहा है.
But
shaken right now.
I really want to see them kind of overcome the fear of facing EDG. It feels like a different team. You look at Trace before against arguably incredibly strong opponents. Again, I don't think anyone's going to discredit Vitality or Lev for the danger they pose. Individually, pound, they're a scary side. But Trace look just totally different here. I want to see them build up that confidence, back themselves in these fights, lose that fear of a name.
ना दूर-दूर से खेल रहे देखना बे, क्या
This isn't a bad
discipline.
round, bear in mind. If they get one more, this could be really good for them.
Even damaging the shields would be a little bit of a win.
That'd be lovely. We take
30
those.
seconds left.
Couple of smokes to play
G2
with.
जीतेगा.
But going
You
too
already see
slow,
Smoggy's
yeah, I mean,
position here. He's sat so deep. He's not letting that classic really have much of an opportunity.
Cover going out.
15 seconds.
Oh, dude.
Right, 3 survive.
if I'm Trace, if I
मेरा
can
पिकअप मेरा
somehow
बराबर है.
get telepathically connected to them.
Okay.
This is what
Josh,
you
the
do.
coach, he's coming in.
If you're ever against a team and whatever your game plan is doesn't work, if you know what their game plan is, take a page out of their book, use it against them. So EDG on their attack side would probably wait a little bit, try to see what's going on at A by doing a little bit of pressure. If they get the kill, they take A. If they don't, they convert back in through middle and try to end with a market split. If Trey starts to do these B splits through market, if A's not looking like it's viable, that might be their opening here. But starting up, breach done ready in case there's any sort of aggression. It's a bonus round for EDG. They're already a map up. Defense on their side choice, on their map choice.
Here comes the aggression. Kang. Oh! Sent back this time. Big first pick
Kang
there.
versus Pang. Pang जीता बे.
Second time sliding at the enemy and getting taken out by stunned individuals.
But I like that though. If Trace can keep that up, deal with this aggression, quell it, put it back in line, then they can play a more standardized game. Until that point, they
पूरा info दे दिया सोवा ने.
Nobody's filling that space. He only has to go, so why not? Take a risk and take all of this. It frees up Simon for.
अगर KO ने थोड़ा भी delay किया तो लग गए लोग के.
Towards A, you can see the rotation from Smoggy. One way's back up. This gets very difficult. They've got a good read here.
The stun can't come up any sooner right now. Hebe, he just got it off. Cooldown. It needs to be perfect. They need to get everything off properly because the stack's already in. The flank is right here behind the trip. Is the communication going to be perfect?
3-2 split and away we go. Bianca going to be the first man forward. Chichu says goodbye and Kai turns around. He notices pressure. He knows something went wrong. He reads it well. Smoggy though can only do so much and they survive. They get past the first hurdle, they get around on the board, it was a bonus.
The problem with A side on defense is even if you have the perfect read, you're closing the gap from the behind. It doesn't matter because there's nowhere you can really play or hide from the stuns.
इनको Pang
on spawn, on the main as well, link as well. So yeah, you can stack it, but really, is it going to do anything for you? Not here, not now. Trace looking to pick up a second round going into this first gun round of the game. Starting on this attack side, EDG feeling really confident going into this game. We've seen it, Hong Kong going aggressive. But here, just a normal default
Oh, we have seen it बोला. मेरे को लगा seen it कहाँ से आया?
Gauge the temperature of the room, see what's going on. A little bit of fake pressure from EDG, securing that A space. Smoggy with the one-ways is going to keep the space by himself. Slowly getting dealt with by Trace, getting into position where they can explode if they want to, but also controlling this middle.
लेकिन डालेगा तो फिर से जग डालूंगा.
Market door was closed. Looks like a 5-man group at this point.
Chichu can reinvest that as well though, took it back in time. Information exchange, it's starting to build towards the B side. Everything going in, Kang already going to find one. There's the reinvestment of it. Going to force them to put bodies on the line to clear their way in.
No more shocks to deal with this trip as well. He's going to commit his body, but he finds Chichu.
That could be the goer.
That could be the big opening. Walking out middle right now.
But if this man is here, if Kang is still here, there's still space to be had. But I like this lean towards top middle. It brings into question Simon as well.
भाई
He's
वो
got
लोग
to
बस
keep track of
info
that
का
potentially,
इन
but
नहीं है बे.
it is an opening. It's an opportunity. And Trace going to take it with both hands here. They've got the timing right, and nobody's starting to question it. Starting to think about it, but he didn't think it'd be that close. But Kong can divide, and Conker looking for a follow-up. He's got it!
Oh, भाई spike है.
15 seconds. He just needs to live. Can he be the one to secure this? I think he can. 3 in the round. He wants a bit more. He gets every single one.
Nice, मार दिया.
Everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the face. Kong understands. The back lines, finds 2 in front of him. That's the spike. Clears in, pushes into the main, takes it down because you don't want to get split on from 2 different directions. You got to get in their faces and just alleviate that pressure.
I am very handsome.
Takes them out from the front, turns around and deals with the flank. And that's going to be really just hard for Trace to be able to swallow that situation. They actually didn't have a bad plan there.
No, it seemed good. It seemed good, but there is one man that you don't want to face in those. And it's him. Massive amounts of info of that too. These sheriffs, these stingers. Pray and they work out. But everybody's here. EDG bringing all the players over. Flash and a push potentially. The spam's enough. Simon takes away the NK. Is in though, so at least gonna get some comfort, but I say that it's gonna be taken away in a second. Paranoid goes in, and Kango flashed up. That's huge. Maybe a chance. Kai's still alive.
You see?
Bang's still alive.
You see, Tavarante, you see?
Pull off a miracle, a 1v3 here. Position, timing.
Oh my God!
It was body shotable as well from the Sheriff. That could have been a huge play, a good swing for Trace to be able to get back in mentally with their confidence as well.
Yes, भाई के साथ जीत गया वापस. Yep.
So close.
अभी 200 होएगा, 200 subs.
They need to be able to be shooting back all of them on an individual level. Right now, it's not everybody.
अभी मेरे को हरामी गिरी करके यस भाई जो भी challenges देंगे सबको मना करने का.
Spam kills through the smokes. They're knowing exactly where they need to position
By the end of the tournament, 200 subs up. This is man बोलते.
Even fully hit. I said it feels like Trace have left their book just open on the table. Close for Kai. And that's got to be a real gut punch in the end. Revealing area. 4-1 though. This buy means everything.
Rolling Thunder available. The darts going in early, the shocks going in early. This is pressure that we haven't really seen. Try to disarm some of the things, but it's not good enough. EDG, they still have the camera in B main. Their early drone re-clearing through middle. They spot someone. Maybe at the bottom of the mid. Drone goes down though. That's good information for EDG though. Holding the setup. Trace still have that Rolling Thunder. They need to invest it perfectly into this round. Even split, waiting for some sort of re-aggression from EDG off the back of that drone, off the back of this quiet, just lull in the round at B main. And here they go, deciding that it's going to be actually back towards B with this mid insert. They have that teleport from the Omen to get info if they need it. Confirm some info. That camera. Gonna catch some info. So the speed up comes from the attackers.
And again, slip back towards CT. You're gonna have to give up the site. Pre-kill incoming. Kai has to go big here. First step taken and it's good. Smoggy going down is important. Kang quick to it though. Takes away the mid pressure. Lets the rest of the team now build back in. He's focused towards B main. 2 potential victims.
Land नहीं हो पाया वो.
He could have jacked the right.
EDG this time being held at the gate. That's
clean round, clean round,
we were asking for.
clean round.
Pressuring through middle. Utilizing it as well, and they could do with a clean round. Let's see if they can keep as many players up as possible. They can.
कर सकते हैं bro, कर सकते. Comeback कर सकते.
This is what the doctor
अभी equal है.
This is a side of Trace we haven't been seeing either. On their bind, they did it one round that was sort of like this, where they tried to do a little bit of this fake pressure towards one site and then go back, let the round simmer a little bit, and then do something else. We don't see that really boiled into their plans at all, where they have these misdirection openings, try to disarm traps, try to insert a player, and then end with their game plan. Right, everything so far has been just straight up 5-man this, 5-man that, maybe 4-man this, 4-man that with Kai on alert, but now he's inserted before anything else happens and disrupts that middle, that retake through middle.
It's gonna humble the economy of EDG. Sheriff's Ghosts and a classic for Simon.
Here.
So for Trace a massive opportunity to get some consecutive rounds. So once again, the B side looking like the focus, at least to begin with.
इस बार fast attack करेंगे क्या ये लोग? Sword
Sheriffs
के
can
साथ.
do damage.
The defenders, Hunter's Fury is available as well. Perfect time dart could change the tides a little bit here. The attackers taking their time, not trying to run into any traps, and the firing squad out middle as well, waiting for that rotation to come in. Market door still closed. So Trace calls the audible, understands what's happening. Sova's been spotted, Cypher's been spotted.
Ever को ये position मत
Well
लगता.
timed again. EDG good at this, and they can take more risks.
Yep.
But still, taking the long rotation around, kind of implying they're aware the top
भाई
mid
क्या timings है यार सोवा
will
का.
get to the A site at the right time.
Nobody uses
Big
his
kill मिल गया
Hunter's
सोवा
Fury.
को.
He thinks he could get a collab, but he might actually find one here. Doesn't know about the second one. Could get caught easily, make it a 4-on-4.
Surely you play
Okay.
forward into this,
Yep.
you do. Nobody goes
Oh,
down, but they know what's
seriously?
going on here. Bianca trying to find his man too, doesn't get it.
Yeah.
Time running along.
दोनों
And they look
इधर
to
उधर हो
pivot.
गया
Do they
trade.
run back? Hebe's got to
कहाँ
make his
से
mind
run
up
back?
here.
Time
Look,
ही
he can
नहीं
run to B
है.
and then ultimate and collect the spike from his teammate if he drops
Time
it.
है.
If he needs to do that, there he goes.
There it is. Gotta go now, 10 seconds. This is still so
Oh.
close. Spike collected. And there's the support. Hebe gonna catch one on the way through. Deny Simon. Now down to a 1v2, but it's Smoggy and Chichu alive. Plants
करेगा,
in,
लग
he
रहा है
knows
कर.
he's not B main.
Sound
this
दिया,
is
sound
really
दिया, sound
difficult with
दिया.
the ult,
Oh, अबे
everything
यार,
on
इतने
top
पे
of
ही है
this one.
पूरा.
He's got a fair fight on Chichu,
Does
but
he
look
just
who's behind him.
stick it, maybe?
I mean, he could. Smoggy definitely could.
What?
क्या?
कैसे कर सकता है ये सब
इतना
तू?
अच्छा खेल के.
To end like that. Thrifty.
अरे इतना अच्छा खेलने के बाद.
That is
इतना
just
दिमाग
there
लगाया
needs to be a
था.
timeout off the back of this because that is so depressing. They did so many things. They're right.
So many things right.
Once they realized, I mean, it could have been tightened up with the timing of everything, getting back to A after doing all that space, all that pressure towards B main. They had middle for a really long time, but once they saw, hey, this is a stack, 20 seconds left in the round, switching out that spike to get collected by the Omen in that 2 versus 3, really well played. But coming down to these rounds, you can tell that he's feeling under the pressure at the moment. We saw it on pistol round as well, just so scared to take these fights and commit to the duels, and he's not hitting his shots as well. So a valiant effort, and we're seeing something a little bit different, but we're not seeing anything different enough from Trace at the moment. EDG is still in control.
Yeah, very much so, and that was a Moscow Thrifty too. That's a scary fact. Even though it was that close and super exciting, big opportunity for Trace, they were up against Sheriffs and Ghosts and some fortuitous timing, some well-made timing by EDG. Again, I've got to give credit for EDG for kind of clearing out space and taking it so well and kind of understanding the ebb and flow of the game. Just kind of retaking over towards that B main space or kind of hitting that flank perfectly timed in towards middle. Yeah, probably didn't expect the additional Omen to be sat there in tiles, fair enough. But still, the way they play is very, very,
भाई किस का पिकेम अभी पूरा राइट है प्लेऑफ्स का. Proudly हाथ ऊपर कर रहा हूँ यार.
So why? I think it's get everyone on the same page.
Proudly हाथ ऊपर कर रहा हूँ मैं chat.
A little bit there because that 1v2 was very winnable.
It was a 2v3 before that situation, but Hebe unable to convert his kills over at middle.
मेरा.
And the off up for Kanka.
उल्लू बना के मारा.
Insult to injury, salt in the wound potentially. Million different ways to put it, but they get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. And a faster pace look towards pressuring top middle, but it will be noted.
Drone reclear, spots just the one. Could maybe assume 2 though. The convergence though. At middle, Kong there with the off.
This is pretty pressure though. Chichu gonna spot a barrel and takes away Kai. They're gonna know about the additional player, but Kong still holding control here. Looking has a lot of work to do. 4 more players and he's surrounded. Not gonna happen. I'm worried they're capitulating here, Josh. I'm worried they're running out of steam.
A few rounds ago, I was pointing out how you just take a page out of the opponent's book, try to do these market splits, but right now, it's just so disjointed. You lose that first player to that operator out at B main. You're stealing mid back from them, which is good, but again, once this market hit comes, look at the spacing here. Look how everyone is 1 by 1, going through a one-way cage, no trades in play. It is just not tight enough from Trace. The ideas might be there, but the execution is far from being even remotely acceptable.
It feels like you can't escape Kangkang now. Again, right place with that operator here.
And even if he's not, he can sprint to the right place before you can go and do whatever.
Yeah, see, a heavy hitter this round, at least for Trace, would be Hebei. Hero rifle. Everyone else on the Sheriffs.
It's going to be Showstopper next round as well.
Maybe that could help, but clutching at straws, it feels like. Kai, it looks like death awaits around that corner, so maybe assist.
Holding for the regress. Ultimate orb still towards B. Fang can get it. Get a showstopper in this round if they feel like it's necessary to invest it. Try to get this round going. But he's positioned outside A right now, so kind of getting this split pressure at the moment. Kai revealed off that knife. And because it's just the lurker, it's just the Cypher there, we're seeing that rotation. Kangkang with the up all the way back towards B. That drone going out B main is going to make them think even more that it's going to be a B hit. But Trace actually taking back to A. We haven't seen this side of Trace yet.
They'll double fake here, double pump back towards A. But there is a closing window of chance.
They got it, yeah.
They've got to kind of make a go of this now. The knife's almost back up in 5 seconds.
That's
an
open.
They should go off this one. They've got the info off the back of the hat as well. They know what's there. The site is available 30 seconds. Careful though, that plant could have been precarious.
Race ko kyun nahi de rahe?
Gonna get the job done. 5v4.
Race ko kyun nahi de rahe plant?
Kang. Oh, they just crossed back.
मारेगा भी देखियो.
A little bit blasé. You can't be taking those sort of crosses here. Once that smoke dissipates, it's getting back on. But Hebei, told you he was the hero with the rifle, but Kangkang is just clearing everyone.
My God, pinge by
and just one remains. The beast
What
from
the
the east strikes again. You can't get past him.
What the fuck?
Trace finding just the smallest of margins to be able to get into the round. And right when they think that they're about to convert it, Kangkang is here to remind them of reality.
कैसे? वो रेस ने कैसे नहीं देखा?
So much better for Trace. Again, it's not about the ideas right now in some of these rounds, it's the execution. Had they all peeked together off the back of the stuns and the flashes from the breach, they moved together, fine. But right now, everything's one by one, and that's the perfect opportunity for Kangkang to be able to capitalize with his operator. Get one, get that next round in the chamber, continuously take them out, and 7-2 is the lead.
Right, question number 1.
Showstopper, we've been talking about it. He went off his rolling thunder as well. But again,
question number 2.
Not feeling the pressure. Camera still up at the main, nobody not fearing anything.
Question number 3, कैसे?
All posted up on A as well, and the walk
ये
right back
3
into
question
it.
का आंसर अगर मिल गया तो टीम जीता.
Or you're gonna probably put your life on it. That's how you opt to go for it. Just the owl drone. He's not really falling that far. And knowing him, he'll probably walk back if he fancies it.
They're also worried about Simon's ultimate as well to cancel out that showstopper.
Look at this, they've got space on both sides here. Nobody's got to be careful. Could get closed down on. And it's Kangkang to fall, so do they turn around? No, they're going to carry on in this direction. 3 players on this side of the map, though. Nobody could have been caught in no man's land, but no, the one-way goes up for Chichu. Denies the springboard forward, going to get the info off the hat. And BNK better be on red alert. Nobody's feeling hungry for this.
Oh, the timing.
Oh, and he's ready to
Wait, no shot.
Got everything he wants. It was on a platter, it felt like. And they've just so confident, Josh. They keep going for this. Oh, and they're in trouble. They're getting held at the door. 20 seconds out. They're faltering. They're falling. And Simon waiting for more.
No.
It's Chichu. EDG running through Trace like it's nothing.
We might be seeing that second timeout being burned in the first half again. Trace, they need something going. Right now they have some ultimates, but again, it's these mid-round situations. You have Kangkang from the front lines getting in the faces, and nobody just slipping in the back, understanding, hearing all the rotations and understanding how the rotation is going to go. Trace not doing a good enough job of taking space, leaving players to punish their aggression, and then actually going somewhere else. They've tried it before, but they've tried it at the opposite site that they need to do it in.
9-3 switch था लेफ्ट के सामने टिबोन में 9-3.
You got the Cypher trips over on A, and you've got all of B main on the side of the defense, and Kangkang's already setting up the 4th player with that operator all the way towards A.
They're in the right place. They're at the right time.
Trace.
I mean, this isn't good enough yet. Hebe yet will catch Chi-Chu, but it feels just like a consolation kill. Kang is here. Nobody had controlled the entirety of the rest of the map. Yeah, he's taken damage, but he held that B site just fine. Kai would have to go nuclear to give him a third now.
I don't even know if he's
भाई ये लोग ज़्यादा रिस्पेक्ट दे रहे हैं EDG पे क्या सीन को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है ये लोग ने एक एग्जीक्यूट नहीं किया है ब्रो
Struggling nice towards nobody. It's not really a safe weapon to pick up though, and again keep in mind where the spike is, right? So you've got 38 seconds to get all the way over. Got to get past Kang with the operator.
Twirling this really nicely though.
And that's the main thing, right?
That is
30 seconds left.
Absolutely. He might catch this timing. If these guys aren't aware of this is a pretty quick movement around. He's got time to actually let this round develop as well.
Didn't know them so well. That is there. But still, yeah.
And then having to get all three. Hello. Oh, does catch Kang. And now we're getting into a more interesting part of the round, but 8 seconds now. It felt like it was just going to end this well. Fated almost to close down. Held on to. They're just not getting what they need here. There's only so many ways we can put it. The map control has been firmly with EDG. They've been pushing nobody in towards B main early, keeping control. They've had a full read.
I hate sounding like a broken record, but again, it's the same formula, it's the same recipe in this round. We see Fang going out. He still has his teammates that has certain abilities. Rolling Thunder, Paranoia. He goes out alone. He gets put down. No one else to trade him. We're seeing Kang going aggressive right after he gets that opening kill. Picking up a couple more kills. It's like every round's the same thing.
K-jump का timing देख लो.
Stealing B main with the
knife फेंकने का timing देख लो. Blind का timing देख लो. Drone का timing देख लो. कितना अच्छा है EDG का.
But does he get to evade it? I think he does.
अभी ये देख.
Careless. And that's what it costs you. Bianca going to be going down. Fang going to try and pick up the pace through market, maybe a chance, but no, nobody's got that back. Everything's in place. EDG, large and in charge. There is no breaking this team. And for Trace, they are just...
सैंडविच करना पड़ेगा ना बी में फास्ट रिपोजिशन करने से पहले करके वो लोग घुस रहे लेकिन ऐसा नहीं यार
वही तो भाई ये भी
Oh my God!
In control.
इतनी इजी लगा मेरे को नहीं लग रहा था मुझे लगा चाइना की टॉप टीम है
why they are #1 in the region. You thought map 1 might have been a one-off. It certainly is not. Full control, full power, the prowess out of control.
वो लोग सैट बता अरे फिर भी पास राउंड कौन सा हुआ है बाकी टीम्स को तुम लोग देखोगे ना अगर 3 राउंड 4 राउंड वो लोग ने स्लो ट्राई किया वो लोग ने अलग अलग स्ट्रैट्स ट्राई किया फिर वो लोग क्या करते सिर्फ ए जाएंगे मैच देने के गेम जो एग्जीक्यूट हम लोग ने किया है वो लोग को जो लोग आगे आ रहे हैं वो लोग को थोड़ा थोड़ा करके पीछे भेजेंगे और फिर जब भी हम लोग एग्जीक्यूट वाले पोजीशन पे आ गए तो हम लोग सीधा एग्जीक्यूट करके ट्रेड्स लेंगे इधर ऐसा नहीं है इधर तो कुछ नहीं हो रहा रीजनल मैच में रीजनल विनर्स ही जीता है सो they know the other regional team so well they might have lost because they never played against T but Vitality is also a good team not super good but good enough to defeat T it was not a fluke वो लोग जैसा खेल रहे थे ये लोग की टीम्स के हमने एक साथ होके एग्जीक्यूट करके ले ट्रेड्स लेके वो उसका कुछ तो दिखना चाहिए ना इनके सामने कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है
Masterclass from EDG, showing how to play as the favorite, to win your game, win your map, show your dominance. And my God, have they only 2 rounds claimed for Trace.
Doing it in style as well. We haven't seen this sort of, I mean, we've seen this sort of aggression. It hasn't been working all the time for EDG. It's been forcing them to play a different play style in the previous matches to get to this point here. But coming in with that second seed, going in straight,
mental block है और कुछ नहीं हो सकता
one seed
है
coming
एक्चुअल
into
में
the
हो
playoffs here. This is looking like
एक्चुअल में हो सकता
it's
है
flipped on its head. Trace.
What do you do? What do you do?
Start with the pistol. The same
Mental block
scoreline
वाला
from the
एक
last
सीन हो
round.
सकता
Fine. Start with that pistol. Start
कि वो
building
लोग ही
that
हमेशा
lead, but
जीतते
you
हैं
have to
वैसा
play perfect, not near perfect.
वैसा type
Perfect.
हो सकता
Otherwise, EDG, they've been looking so strong, so aggressive, and right now, probably so explosive.
ऐसा लग रहा है बिंग्स में VLT वर्सेस T69 गेम देख रहे हैं
First half of the second map. 10 rounds, double digits
ऐसा कभी आ
right
रहा
off
तुम
the
लोग
rip. You get to witness the approach. Clear cut look towards
ऐसा
the
कभी आ रहा
side
तुम
here.
लोग
ऐसा लग रहा है T69 जैसे खेल रहे हैं हम VLT जैसे
A hold towards market. So a little bit of a contest on the cross, but not too much. They should be able to get a farm here, but see if there's maybe a pre-take.
The lurk smoke is definitely going to give them the space to do it.
Yeah,
Youngke.
Youngke, he's out. And Kungung's fallen. This is good. This is actually a little bit of a tester here. Maybe a taste of things to come. But there's maybe where it stops. EDG digging in their heels. But Simon's down low, 4 HP. He's got 3 players. Not going to happen. They are off to the start they need.
हाँ T69 कैसा लगा टिपन भाई?
First in the second half.
Trace picking up that pistol. We talked about that. How it's a must-do, not to get nitpicky, but they're playing the retake from market. What is the purpose of sending that Sova dart in that early before they can capitalize on it? That was gone 10 seconds before his teammates were able to get there. Had they waited, they had that lurk smoke from the opening to get out market. The rest of the team is going to be coming through this spawn choke point. Smoke dissipates. That would be the perfect time for that dart to come in so that they can start making their way into the site. But being used that early, not being able to find any opportunities to get a kill off of it, this could be the not perfectness that they need to be able to do. I'm just making up words at the moment.
Not perfectness.
Not perfectness.
Wordsmiths, we are.
You know, every word is made up technically.
Wow, so deep. This round, though, we're going to have classics and a ghost. So for EDG, you're looking at any danger to be achieved or any damage, but hey, babe. Enemy remaining. Damn.
Oh.
Get your ace.
Get your ace. Let the man, Bianca.
Bianca. Let him get an ace.
And cook. Even body blocking, that's crazy now. He's done it, there we go.
I'll find him for you,
Trader.
It's confidence. I know it sounds silly, but you're clutching at straws at these points as well. You need those small boosts. They make you at least feel like you're in the game because they've been dictated to up until this point. And thankfully, we've got the beautiful replays here as we do get a bit of a Prius moment at the start there.
No comment.
Volume कम क्यों लग रहा है मेरे को?
I've got to get this one Prius jab in, otherwise contractually I'm not on point.
Dad, thank you so much. 7K likes करने का love you all.
First big danger. Buy round coming in for EDG. Bonus for Trace.
And we've seen this from EDG in previous series. Once they get stalled out at A, this is when they transition to that mid to B through market. That is the area that's not being defended by Trace at the moment. So it's on Trace to decide how are they going to deal with this. Are they going to pivot in time?
ENK gonna have to deal with a lot coming his way already. Gonna try and fall back towards CT. He's got support there. Heibei by his side, shoulder to shoulder. Gungung has gone down. And now they look to fall away again. So a little bit of a push and pull here from EDG. Trace aren't falling for this completely. I'm a little bit worried if they overextended there, but no, they're the ground they've been given at least.
Omen को मार सकता था.
Very precarious position here in this 4-on-4, and Trace going aggressive. Will they find him though? Nobody.
Whoa. He was so low on HP though. They were clutching at anything they could. So now they felt pressure across the map a little bit, still in middle, but no, it's mostly through main.
Uh-oh.
Fung still going to be on the back of the site by back pillar, supported by Kai now, peeking through on the cage. That's perfect. Follow picture could have been huge. Don't let this one slip. You have such a great chance here. Don't let it go to waste. And they don't. They convert their bonus exactly what they needed.
It's like they're following the script from the previous game. All they need is EDG to win around here, Trace to pick up the next one, something like that.
Something like that.
But right now, Trace, they have that rolling thunder off the back of Heibei getting that ace on that second round here. But good adjustments. I mean, we're seeing the same pattern, the same flow of everything. EDG getting stalled out at A, calling for that audible for the mid to be. Trace, though, staying a step ahead of it. So maybe they've done their homework a little bit. It's all on them to continue this momentum.
Heibei,
player
there, you're gonna have, I think there's one from the showstopper too for Fung, so that could be massive for them. Oh, careful now though, don't get too close. Send them running, sure, but You don't want to be losing rifles here, giving that over. That could be danger. And Kung reminds you why. Rattles off a shot to the brain of Hebe. They're still looking for... Why are they so close
Why
to
are they
this?
fighting this still?
I don't know, and maybe we'll find out now. It felt too risky for it, but they are rewarded.
Clean, baby.
But God, they played that dangerously.
That was so dangerous. And had they been winning those types of
Bullet
situations? Sure. But right now, they haven't been, and I was feeling so nervous for them. 4-on-1, Smoggy. You were highlighting him earlier. Damage is good.
But the setup, not going to get around it. So,
it's good to show this flash of confidence, though. The fact that they're waiting in those kind of like, I'll stand on this side, you hang on that side, we go for a kill, we actually take these fights. Granted, it was against an eco. Maybe it's like a false sense of confidence there. But it's good to see that they're still in the game, because this is not the end of the world, the end of the road for them if they lose here, right? But it's important for them that they stay mentally engaged in this tournament, that if they go into the lowers, that they know that it's not just a one-sided knockout, that they're just getting pummeled, that they have a chance to fight back. We saw them come to here in the first seed, so they can take out these big teams. But if they get crushed here, it might crush them for the next match. Just min-max how many rounds they can get here, even if they do end up losing.
Yeah, spot on. Now, we've got a couple of ults very nearby. Simon, I think he's one off from his, obviously on the KO. 2 away for Kung.
Hello, Kaisa. By the way, I never knew T-Bone worked in a movie.
On the other side, the rolling thumb is still in hand for Hebe. Had that in the last round.
Hello, कैसे हो? आजकल गाड़ी वाड़ी नहीं चलाते हो?
1 off, 2 away from BNK. So a couple of these ults really nearby. Now, timeout here for EDG. Making sure this doesn't get out of hand, because, as said, they're within touching distance. Not close enough to be a huge threat yet. You're not worrying, you're not panicking. The Trace have turned up. They've actually woken up on this second half. They're showing us a game, a little bit of confidence, and that timeout maybe just icing them a little bit, cooling them off. We go back in. Is it going to be 5 in a row now for Trace?
Fun. Getting aggressive here. The paranoia also set up for B main from looking from that market area. Stun up in the front as well.
I mean, no one's on A. So
it's full control over B.
Look at this pinch. If Chichu doesn't die here, it would be a miracle. And oh my God, it might just be. Fun does get one, but now they come back. They want the scrap as well, but numbers-wise, EDG come out on top.
2 versus 3. Still winnable situation for Trace if you're on the 2. It all comes down to this first fight. Pop flash setup. The teamwork has been there for EDG, hasn't been there for Trace. The
but look at Kung's position. He's just away from the others. They may not consider. I think Bianca's thinking about it and thinking is not enough. Kung takes his head off. And now Hebe not really with a chance to get back in here. Would need a big round. He's got the first, but 30 HP is so hard to try and close it out with. An EDG. Laugh at the aggression that Trace tried to show.
Respect it. It's off the back of a timeout from the other team. You go aggressive. You do basically an all-in play. You do have the economy to buy behind it if maybe they invested that Rolling Thunder. But honestly, that was pretty big from Chichu. Staying alive, getting those 2, getting the hat off. Almost, I don't know if he picked up that 3rd or almost got the 3rd. Teammate Smoggy coming into the sidelines there. So well dealt with from EDG. Trace, respect the effort.
If it was anyone other than Chichu, you feel like that was probably on, on the money, but he has been pretty stalwart in approach.
Hey, Salman Khan bhai bol rahe tu naye movie mein aaya karke?
Just these market splits through B, and they got that KO ultimate to pop on this as well.
Oh, there it is. Just about gonna get the info here. That's big. Bianca gonna try and lead ahead. Perfect. He knows there's 2 more. He couldn't quite get the 3rd, but he sets up the rest. Hebe's still trying to take him down. And it's aggressive, and it's working. Nobody now in a 1v3. He's got info. But what are you meant to do with it? Nobody gonna find one. He's got them down to a very doable situation. A minute on the board. Doesn't need to overdo it, but he takes the fight and he loses it. Trace still in the game.
Round by round. That's all Trace needs to do. They still have that rolling thunder for a rainy day if they need it. And EDG getting really low on economy at the moment. So needing to decide what they want to do. If they want to do a full investment, they do have that Hunter's Fury.
Ek round जीतने गए and Trace is back to goal.
But that's a good hold in market from Beyond K. That was great holding his ground, reminiscent of, you know, not to bring up Fnatic on this cast, of course. But
7-11 is the
it was me doing it.
match.
Okay. It was me. It was me. You're safe from this one, I think.
No, it will still be my fault. Look, I'm well aware. Tiles being where EDG start with this time around. And they did go for the kind of broken purchase. So you've got the 2 rifles, 1 Sheriff, and then Ghost and Classic on the other side.
Hey,
of course, get way more well-rounded and a bit of an immovable object. BNK hunts it down though. Kang picking up the pace and carries on until Kai stands his ground for 1, but the trade comes in. TP for information, but Feng trying to find a connection through market. Couldn't do as much damage as he wanted. 1 rifle gathered by Simon, or did he come in with it? Potentially it's Smoggy who's picked up a rifle since. Now they're going to get a plant down.
Hits nobody on that Rolling Thunder, but it zones them out into B main. Smoke still up for both sides. Paranoia, Hunter's Fury for the attackers.
That scares me with nobody. That Hunter's Fury in play. The further the clock ticks, the more impactful it gets. Disconnected, playing safe. The first tap, and there it is. Gonna unleash. Doesn't find anything, but he secures them time. And now you're gonna see the nade going on top, and Simon making sure, spraying and praying, but Hebe, he's sticking on this one. Smoggy, he can't land the shot, the defuse is in!
2 HP, the diffuser.
Come back,
How did he live through that? Hebe coming online, clutching up with just 2 HP.
Hijacked that spike right under their nose. 2 HP. The spam looked like it was directly on.
It was so close. Oh, this was the start. Bianchi's been so good at this. I mean,
that first engagement at market these last 2 rounds has been pivotal, and that's a big part of EDG's game plan, is getting those splits through that market zone. Right now, EDG needs to probably think about how they want to approach going B a different way, maybe heavy through main, or trying to contest A. Try to steal that ground away. Doesn't have to be instant off the barrier. It could be delayed, but here, it is B again. 4 Vandals up. Kong, Stinger, ultimate ready. They realize that the setup is towards market. That's the retake on B every single round right now. Bianchi has his Hunter's Fury, but not in a good position to be able to pop it off.
They've really only shown Kong now a couple of times, and there, nobody's the one to fall following it up. I'm looking at the spikes.
He's got a hat too.
Backing away, yeah, there it is, info. That should speed up the approach now. They know that it's going to be an A at the very least. Smoggy trying to lead the way with Chichu. They've got to secure a lot of safety here if they want to be able to try and get a plant, because already you've got players
gun barrel
occupying CT.
Almost catches him.
Thought he might have had that one. Kai getting curious, getting closer. And Kai's going to find more. Chichu's falling. Fung's there. Smoggy's gone down, and now Simon left in a 1v5. This could be the turnaround we were waiting for. A key, critical round for Trace. Simon going to have to face the music at some point. He's got 5 players surrounding him. And when that smoke drops, he will be revealed. And they take another step forward. This is getting to crunch time.
This is getting close. This is the side of Trace that we were hoping to see. Had this come out of Bind, this could have been a really
totally different game.
Completely. But right now, things are getting a little bit too close for comfort for EDG. Timeouts have to come in. They have to talk about what's going on right now. What have we seen? Bianchi is always in market. He is getting his first kill. He's staying alive. We're seeing always it's Kai towards B, and he's also staying alive, doubling up towards market or spawn a lot of the time. What have we tried and what have we not tried? EDG so far hasn't tried to do a delayed A hit, and they haven't tried going straight up through A. We've also seen them do, with relative success, Kong going through middle as Neon sprinting down and getting in the backline off the back of some pressure. I want to see that sort of strat again, where they utilize Kong's speed as Neon and slipping the net. They know that they're starting with 3-2 opening, 3 on A, getting that space, and then shifting over. Trace, though, respect to them. They're closing the gap, 2 rounds away from tying it up.
It takes real resistance to be able to do this.
This was a 10-2 half as well.
It was. And so far, only dropping
1-7.
Yeah, that's wild. We asked for perfection, and they're getting damn close to it.
But as I said, you need to have perfect. You can't have near perfect.
Close to, yeah, you're right.
Right now, Trace is
They're on the right trajectory.
They're on the right trajectory, but I think they're at the near perfect zone instead of the actual perfect zone.
It could all fall apart in one round. That's all it takes to at least secure.
Nice stream आज जल्दी चालू करेंगे 6 बजे के आसपास.
They might pick this one up though. Stingers and Sheriffs on the board, but I've been in esports long enough to know that the caster's curse is definitely real.
It can be relatively strong.
Not NA or EMEA though, so I don't know how strong this sort of buy is.
ये run and gun में निकाल सकते हैं
See what the Stingers are like going out from this region. Kai. Oh dear.
I've done it.
I can't believe you've done this. It's only one. I mean, Heibe's been really solid as well. And on.
Low King, do you clear the corner?
Please.
He doesn't know, but he'll catch a second by accident, potentially. Simon's,
I mean, he's so... Oh, the timing! Oh my god, he's got no idea. He's got no idea. It's an execution. Nobody just scoops up the rifle. Bianca is close. That's big. Bianca, can you save the day? 1 minute, he's got to keep control. Pressure through middle. Kangkang's still there. Kai and Bianca. Where'd you go? What'd you do? Spike making a quick move towards that B site.
This A fight, Chicho, if he takes his timing right now, even if he doesn't, he can throw his hat on the body on site there, confirm that information, 40 seconds to play with as well, and Kong Kong just causing distraction at the moment here.
He's only got 1 HP.
Forcing that rotation. Here comes the hat. It's going to confirm the info, and it's going to make Trace feel like they have to run all the way back to A on that.
Where'd you go, Kong Kong?
30 seconds left.
Surely not. Surely not. 1 HP, and he's playing him like a fiddle. Chi-Chu trying to draw their attention, and a good angle for Kong Kong here.
Divide and
Tuck
conquer.
himself in the corner. 1 HP.
Oh!
Kai prevails, and now the 2v2. They know about Chi-Chu. They don't know about Simon. Now they do. They can get that feud started. Chi-Chu's going to close the gap and fast. Market his only option, his only way, and it's not good enough. Trace Esports holding on for another.
Those are the types of rounds where I fear for Trace. They are not so well-rounded in those situations. Their whole game plan is those start-around plans, not getting interrupted when they want to execute whatever ideas they have. But right now, I'm shocked that they're able to play in the mud with EDG, this style, and come out on top in that 2 versus 3. That was a really cool round.
Yeah, that was Kai, what a hero.
A 10-2 se comeback. I love you, Trace Esports. You're just refreshing me like crazy.
Coach.
Hey, Mata ji.
That is despair.
Yeah, it truly is. We've all been there. We felt those feelings. We watched the game.
A few times.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring it back up, man.
Oh, good.
Damn.
Ultimate for Simon. He can pop this, disable all these traps here for the Cypher, but the Cypher already kind of towards top of middle. Staying out of that range. Again,
I like it.
But this is what I was talking about a little bit with EDG as well. Just trying to figure out, feel it out, not try to commit to anything, try to pressure one side, play out the round instead of just committing through market. Because right now, we're seeing kind of like a mirror setup from Trace. Flipped on its head, Bianca over towards A-Link. We've seen him market every round. This is an anti-KO ulti setup here. So how are they going to play off this? They got that kill trip deep in the site for Kong Kong to push all the way through. They know him. They're reading him.
Spoke about it on the first map, how red Trace looked, but this time around it could be different. Aware. Yeah, knows way better. They've at least got themselves a plant. With Simon's ult coming in, that's the plant that they've got now secure. First time we're in a 5v5 and Kang Kang just decides he wants Spark Kit as well. And he gets what he wants, taking down Fung Fung, but now Bianca, who's been solid as a rock for this team, is next up on the chopping block. Nobody playing a dangerous game. Bianca, the walking wounded, and Kang Kang doesn't lose these fights. He's such a menace. The flash he eats, but he gets to keep himself safe. Tucks his head down, goes back in again. When EDG need him most, he will make himself a problem. Look at what he's doing to him. Someone please. Trace have to fall away from this as well now. They know the round's gone. And is this really how EDG make it to 12? It absolutely is.
I can dance all day, try and hit me. That's what he's saying right now as he's ducking around. Some double ball moments there. And EDG securing that match point right now. Trace. They switched the setup. They tried to stay ahead of that entire KO ulti situation.
And I liked it. It felt like they had the right idea.
They had the right idea. They were on the right track. It's about converting that, though, the execution. He knows exactly what's up there. He cannot believe it himself.
Oh, my gosh.
Skin of his teeth. Trace going to call that timeout. They don't have any, again, not near perfect. They had the right read. the execution. It needs to be perfect. This is their last chance. They need to win 2 in a row to take it to overtime, to take it to a third map. Otherwise, through the lowers they go. Right now, EDG, I mean, they're feeling off the back of that last round, especially Kong, who's been a menace all game. The fact that he's able to get 2 and live there in the style, the fashion, he's literally dancing on them. A little bit of breakdancing action.
Thankfully not Australian.
Not Australian.
भाई EDG जीता है यार.
Hey, look, we got our pop culture.
Yeah.
EDG won.
Things. But no,
क्या ही साफ करूँ?
right?
वेलक्रो बन गई है. मतलब?
Right there, they were pulling the game back. They had great reads. Bianca felt immovable. Kai closing out these rounds. Yohebe, masses of impact. But it comes back to what you said. It can't be near to perfect. It had to be perfect. And there's always that feeling that Kung Kung's going to get you around. And he did it that time. That time was his. That was the value of this man.
It's going to be early control. We haven't seen this pace from EDG. We haven't seen them take A fast. We haven't seen them commit through. But if they don't get those early kills, they might not decide to continuously go through.
Do they have the resilience now to pick back up?
This is going to be a fast mid to B pivot here off the back of this. They've shown so many abilities. They showed the dart, the knife.
He's been good. He's been so good. This time just off the angle. You can start seeing the cracks showing, that pressure coming into effect. And a new challenger in market this time around. A little bit of a different look here. And there we go, going to leave it over towards Kai this time. Again, looking hesitant, down to 8 HP, just on the verge here. EDG pressuring and pressuring, but pausing.
This is where the rounds get interesting. Both teams weren't able to get exactly what they wanted here. EDG has been better than Trace in these types of moments. The map cracked open. So many gaps that Trace has to deal with. It all comes down to how they brawl out in this scrappy mid-round fight.
But Kai staying alive keeps information on B. That's all they really have on it, is an 8 HP player sat there checking his cam saying they're still not out, they're still looking for a fight. Don't stop holding these angles. Expect pressure through market, expect pressure through top middle.
My camera is destroyed.
EDG.
Finally, the camera's gone. That's an issue.
They better choose A right now, and it looks like they're posturing towards that direction.
Yankee falls away. This could be huge for him. This is his moment to shine. Can he save the day? Can he hold back the flood? Hebe tries to make a go of it, but no, he falls in the meantime. And close to perfection may not have ever been enough against these boys. Kang, the one to seal it, surely. There's just one remains in a 1v4.
Banda crazy.
There are 4 players waiting for you. EDG
भाई 4 मारे फिर से उसने 4
they are the
मारे.
representative, why they are the envoy from that Chinese region, looking so damn strong.
We've seen them battle their way back up through the group stage to come back in this game against Trace and really set the tempo, show us what they're...
Hey Timon! 100% pick 'em with 100 subs won today, baby! आज का दिन अच्छा है.
They started to look a little bit more confident. I wish we had that on map 1. I wish they hit the ground running, because you don't get given chances against EDG, but there were signs of life in map 2. It just wasn't enough.
I loved what I saw out of EDG. Kong
obviously
no
reason
just stopping to him, no breaks,
100%
he's just going
मेरा
straight
भी
up into their faces, keeping that pressure up. Nobody as well.
चलो bye bye Dibon. Bye Dibon.
गोलू बोलते गोलू भाई कांग तगड़ा प्लेयर है
गोलू बोलते गोलू क्या कर रहे थे बोलिए चले मैं जा रहा बाय बाय
शट को गुड नाइट
कहाँ से गुड नाइट भाई शाम हो गया इधर चलो बाय चलो गाइज फट से मैं स्ट्रीम शेड्यूल करता हूँ ठीक है चलो सिया बाय बाय आदियोस चढ़ी भाई आदियोस टेक केयर सिया एवरीबॉडी सी यू इन सम टाइम लाइक 20 minutes here ठीक है बाय बाय